Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Bang! The sound of the gavel representing fairness and justice echoed in the trial hall. I hereby pronounce the verdict. Judge Jiang Zhenghua's voice was solemn and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone in the room held their breath, straightened their backs, and stood solemnly. After deliberation in case number XXXXX Minchuks, the plaintiff Jiang Yaokai sued the defendant Chen Jiu, requesting. The investigation revealed. The plaintiff's lawyer provided complete evidence and leads. In accordance with our country's laws, the defendant, Chen Jiu, borrowed 80 million yuan from the plaintiff, Jiang Yaokai, 11 years ago, which constitutes fraud. This meets the judicial interpretation of fraud under Huxia law, and the perpetrator maliciously deceived Jiang Yaokai through the sale of the house. His egregious behavior caused severe psychological trauma to the plaintiff, Jiang Yaokai. Currently, the suspect, Chen Jiu, is sentenced to life imprisonment and his civil rights are revoked. And compensate the plaintiff, Jiang Yaokai, for mental distress damages of 500,000 RMB. Also bear the plaintiff's attorney fees and litigation costs of 6.4 million RMB. Total cost, 6.5 million Huxia yuan. Life imprisonment. Chen Jiu slumped in the witness stand, his face pale. At that moment he felt as if he were having a nightmare, his mind completely blank. Yesterday, he was still enjoying the happiness that money brought him. He never expected that. He only came to testify in court but ended up being sentenced to life imprisonment. Looking at Su Wen's confident expression, Chen Jiu felt a deep sense of fear. If I could do it all over again. He would rather the houses sell slower and he earn less money. I would never cheat Jiang Yaokai out of his money. This is the verdict. In the audience, Cheng Yao stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although Cheng Yao's lawyer's license has been revoked, she is, after all, a law graduate and has handled quite a few cases. Jiang Yaokai's case is an extremely complex one. The case involves more than 100 people and it is very difficult to obtain effective evidence. He won such a complex case so quickly. Cheng Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a complex case, if it were given to her to handle, she probably wouldn't have a clue what to do. Even if a legal luminary like Professor Luo Xiang were to come, it would probably take him a very long time to gather the evidence and win this case. Everyone believes this is a protracted war. It is even quite possible that they will choose to postpone the retrial, but she never expected the case to be so complex. Cheng Yao glanced down at her phone. 10 minutes. Su Wen collected all the evidence against the other party in just 10 minutes and sentenced him to life imprisonment in court. Cheng Yao took a deep breath, her gaze falling on Su Wen's calm and composed face. He won so effortlessly as if he had only done something trivial. There wasn't much excitement on his face at that moment, you should know. After this lawsuit concludes, he will receive a handling fee of 6.4 million. For a moment, it seemed that only Su Wen remained in Cheng Yao's eyes. No, I must find a way to get back into his life. Cheng Yao made a decision in her heart. After this lawsuit, Su Wen will be rich and handsome, a true high-achieving, rich and handsome man. I'll go find him after the court hearing. The group of debtors in the gallery couldn't help but cheer. Now the verdict on the aged wine case is in. Then their houses will naturally be saved. The debtors who had been living in fear seemed to be venting their pent-up frustrations and roared out. We won. Our house is safe. Just then, Wang Fugui, who was unaware of what was happening, returned after finishing his cigarette outside and hearing the commotion inside the courtroom. Holy crap, we won. How is that possible? How can you possibly win a lawsuit if you owe money and refuse to pay it back? Are these people crazy? Wang Fugui quickly grabbed the person closest to him and asked, what house was saved? Didn't the lawyer say they definitely wouldn't foreclose on our property? The debtor who had been stopped excitedly exclaimed, Chen Jiu is sentenced life imprisonment. What? Wang Fugui froze on the spot. What's going on? They're suing us for owing them money, aren't they? How did they manage to determine the verdict regarding the aged wine? Besides, isn't Chenju one of our own? Why are we all so happy that he was sentenced? A bystander hurriedly explained, if Chenju isn't sentenced, our house will be seized. What the hell? I just went out for a smoke. How did so many things happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to smoke. But the thought that his house had been saved made Wang Fugui raise his arms and shout, "Well done, a brilliant ruling." Looking at the excited crowd in the audience, Fang Hui let out a deep sigh. Aren't these people accomplices in the production and sale of aged wine? Although Chen Jiu took advantage of them, if it weren't for them, Jiang Yaokai wouldn't have fallen from being the richest man in the city to a beggar. Attorney Su. Fang Hui lowered her head and walked to Su Wen's side, asking the question, if these deadbeats aren't punished, they might harm others. Su Wen glanced indifferently at the audience and spoke slowly. Do you think that once Chen Jiu is sentenced, he won't be investigated? Chen Jiu has a history of illegal activities, not just fraud. Those victims were previously afraid to expose Chen Jiu because of his power and influence. Now that Chen Jiu is in jail and sentenced to life imprisonment, they will definitely unite and report him. At that time, the public security authorities will thoroughly investigate what Chen Jiu had done before, and naturally they will also find these deadbeats. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes lit up immediately, and she looked at Su Wen with admiration. A lawyer like Su Wen, who will do everything in his power to bring all lawbreakers to justice, is the kind of lawyer she truly admires. She's determined to become a lawyer like Su Wen. Fang Hui nodded emphatically and smiled happily. Su Wen smiled slightly. You should also get ready, your court appearance is coming up soon. Just then Fang Hui's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at her phone and then spoke. Su Xiaomao's family has arrived, I'll go pick them up. After saying that, Fang Hui hurriedly ran out. On the judge's bench, Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen with a satisfied expression. Given time, Su Wen will surely shine brightly in the Huxia legal community. He has already held 2 sessions for the cases represented by Su Wen, although Su Wen's schemes were all very vicious. But it must be admitted, he is a lawyer whose heart is filled with fairness and justice. In today's noisy society, it is an honor for Daxia to have such a lawyer. Looking at Su Wen's calm face, Jiang Zhenghua couldn't help but praise him softly. Breaking Bad, well deserved. Layout. Su Wen's strategic planning skills are truly ruthless and vicious. As a seasoned judge, how could Jiang Zhenghua not see through Su Wen's wicked scheme? Hundreds of debtors rented apartments at the same time. How could this have happened if Su Wen hadn't designed it? But did Su Wen break any laws during the process? The answer is no. No one forced them to rent a place, and no one held a knife to their throats and demanded money. However, after they rented the house in Fuxi Garden could no longer be considered their only property. If we say that Su Wen set a trap based on human nature in old Zhang's case, then Jiang Yaokai's case was a setup using the law. Once you rent a house, the property under your name will no longer be your only property. Yang Wei had already come to his senses, his cold gaze falling on the triumphant Su Wen, and he involuntarily clenched his fists. How can he apply such a niche legal concept so skillfully? In this contest, Yang Wei lost. That Su Wen is truly ruthless. By leveraging niche legal perspectives, the relationship between a group of debtors and aged liquor was dismantled. In court, the defendant is turned into a witness and the witness is turned into a defendant. It also applies niche legal knowledge. Many people believe that if a lawsuit is a civil case, then it can only be filed indefinitely on the grounds of civil litigation. But actually, the trials in court were very lenient. As long as you have evidence and your line of reasoning is correct, then you can change everything in the courtroom. From civil to criminal, catching me completely off guard. Su Wen, I underestimated you. From the very beginning, Yang Wei lost this defense. He thought Su Wen was just a novice lawyer who would only use conventional defense strategies in court, but unexpectedly, Su Wen is surprisingly difficult to deal with. From beginning to end, Su Wen used unconventional methods to trap himself in his rhythm, leading to his direct defeat. This court hearing is adjourned. All relevant personnel may leave the premises. Jiang Zhenghua rubbed his temples. Although the lawsuit was short-lived, it was exceptionally thrilling and shocking. Even Jiang Zhenghua, who has been in the industry for many years, couldn't help but feel somewhat tired. Moreover, after this trial, another trial is about to begin, and the case is no more troublesome than Jiang Yaokai's. And the plaintiff also requested that the court hearing be broadcast live. He must be on high alert. At the same time, two bailiffs stepped forward, grabbed Chen Jiu's arms, and took him away. At this moment, Chen Jiu was completely desperate. He was limp like a lump of mud, his face expressionless as the two bailiffs dragged him away. As the aged wine was dragged away like mud, the audience gasped, a deep sense of dread washing over them. This fear comes from the law. If it weren't for the exposure of the aged wine scam today, their houses are going to be lost. From now on, they must be law-abiding citizens. A deadbeat? Let whoever wants to be it, they're never doing it again. Jiang Yaokai excitedly grasped Su Wen's hand. Attorney Su, I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. 11 years have passed. 11 years have passed since this debt was incurred. After 11 years of trying to collect the debt, Jiang Yaokai himself felt it was impossible to get it back. But unexpectedly, this is a case that has baffled all the lawyers in Jiangcheng. In Su Wen's hands, it was as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. In just 10 minutes, he achieved a resounding victory, winning the lawsuit. Su Wen smiled slightly at Jiang Yaokai. You're welcome. Since I'm your lawyer, it's only natural that I help you protect your rights. Jiang Yaokai couldn't hide his joy at this moment. Even the wrinkles on his face held a smile. Attorney Su, I'd like to invite you to lunch. Would that be convenient for you? Su Wen waved his hand, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. No, I have something to do later. Let's contact each other again after the transaction is completed and your money arrives. For Su Wen, every person involved is just a passerby in another's life. Once the agency relationship ended, their relationship naturally came to an end as well. Moreover, Jiang Yaokai and old Zhang are not the same. Jiang Yaokai was not as honest as he appeared. The reason he chose to act as his agent was, firstly, because he was willing to act as a contingency fee agent. He didn't have to bear the upfront costs. Secondly, he saw the Fang siblings at the law firm. Even if he lost the case, if he could establish a connection with the Fang siblings, he might be able to make a comeback. Therefore, although Jiang Yaokai seemed pitiful, Su Wen always kept her distance from him. In life, Su Wen still preferred dealing with and even offering help to people like old Zhang, who were honest and straightforward without any guile. Upon hearing Su Wen's refusal, Jiang Yaokai spoke again. Does Miss Fang have some time? She's been a great help and I'd like to express my gratitude properly. Su Wen gave Jiang Yaokai a cold look. Jiang Yaokai instantly felt as if he were in an ice cave and couldn't help but shiver. I'm sorry. Jiang Yaokai realized he had been too hasty and quickly apologized. Su Wen waved his hand, ignoring Jiang Yaokai. Jiang Yaokai sighed softly, bowed slightly to Su Wen, and then left. The courtroom fell silent. As the debtors in the audience mostly left, Su Wen glanced indifferently at Yang Wei in the defendant's seat. At this moment, Yang Wei. He showed no intention of leaving, instead sitting in the defendant's dock with a gloomy expression, without uttering a word. Sensing Su Wen's gaze, Yang Wei raised his head, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes, and coldly spoke. Don't think you can be complacent just because you won one case. There's a second one coming up soon. I've prepared a surprise for you regarding Su Xiaomao's case. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. What a coincidence, we also applied for this, with both lawyers appearing in court at the same time. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes instantly blazed with intense anger. Today was truly terrifying. The house almost went up in flames. Hua Shan was surrounded by people, chatting as they walked out of the courthouse. It seems that from now on we must not treat the law lightly, we must have a sense of reverence for it. Absolutely. When Chen Jiu was sentenced to life imprisonment, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Just then, Han Su, who had interviewed everyone before the trial, ran over again with a camera on his head. Big brother, what was the outcome of the court hearing? This time, everyone did not shy away from the story and told Han Su the whole story. Upon hearing this, Han Su was immediately startled. Chen Jiu. The Chenjiu you're talking about, is it the same Chenjiu from 11 years ago, the one that was so powerful and ruthless, yet managed to escape the crackdown on organized crime? Hansu deliberately emphasized the words. He was also sentenced to life imprisonment. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that's him. In a short time, Hansu finally understood why Su Wen had sent him here. It's not targeting these deadbeats but rather Chenjiu, a type of Huxia liquor. Although aged wine has been much more well-behaved in recent years. But in his earlier years, he did quite a few illegal things. Some ordinary people were intimidated by the tyranny while others couldn't find any evidence, so no one dared to report the stale wine. But things are different now. Chen Jiu has been sentenced to life imprisonment, so everyone no longer needs to be afraid of him. Once I report this matter, there will definitely be people like Jiang Yaokai who have been harmed by aged wine and will come forward to expose and report it. At that time, the sentence for Chen Jiu is not life imprisonment. It must be the death penalty. Attorney Su, you're absolutely amazing. Hansu's eyes widened, filled with surprise. From the very beginning. From the moment Su Wen contacted him to go to Fuxi Jiayuan, he had already anticipated today's outcome. Ruthless, that's absolutely ruthless. No wonder even Professor Luo Xiang couldn't help but praise the man behind Breaking Bad. He's truly amazing. Just as Han Su was still reeling from the shock of Su Wen, one of the debtors standing nearby suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise as he looked into the distance. Holy crap, look there. Everyone looked up. A dilapidated bus was parked in front of the courthouse. Subsequently, a dozen or so men, women, and children dressed in white mourning clothes. He got off the bus looking dejected. P.S. Jiang Yaokai's debt case is over. This case is adapted from a real-life incident. If you encounter a debt case, don't panic, don't act impulsively, and above all, don't do anything illegal. What you perceive as a dead end, many experienced lawyers actually have ways to help you resolve. Dear godparents, please remember to abide by the law. In a short time, when I saw more than a dozen people dressed in white mourning clothes slowly getting off the bus. Everyone stood there stunned. Holy crap, is this someone wearing mourning clothes to court? That's terrifying. The leader was a pretty woman, but her face was pale. She looked depressed, her eyes were red and swollen, and her white linen trousers were covered in dirt. This person is none other than Su Xiaomao's younger sister, Su Xiaoxun. Behind her were Su Xiaomao's parents and more than a dozen relatives and friends. Today, it was the 7th day after Su Xiaomao's death. According to local custom, today is not only the day Su Xiaomao's case goes to trial. It was also the day of Su Xiaomao's burial. Fang Hui saw Su Xiaoxun at that moment and hurriedly ran over to him. Miss Su. Su Xiaoxun's expression was filled with pain, but upon seeing Fang Hui, he forced a smile and bowed deeply to her. Attorney Fang, I'm counting on you today. Su Xiaoxun's voice was filled with pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaomao's parents began to weep bitterly. Lawyer, you must stand up for my son. Such a good child, and that vixen killed him. Heaven has no eyes. At that moment, a group of reporters suddenly appeared and surrounded the crowd. Are you Su Xiaomao's family members? Su Xiaomao is now being called a scumbag online. What do you think? Are there any other hidden circumstances surrounding Su Xiaomao's death? Fang Hui turned around with a serious expression, shielding Su Xiaoxun behind her, and looked at the group of reporters with an icy expression. Please move aside, my client will not be interviewed by you. These past few days, the news of Su Xiaomao's suicide by jumping off a building has caused a huge uproar online. However, under the attack of the girls, the reason Su Xiaomao jumped off the building became that his company had gone bankrupt and he couldn't bear the economic pressure, which led him to choose to jump. And he also abandoned his wife, Zhai Xingxin, who had always been by his side, before jumping off the building. In order to revive his company, he set his sights on Zhai Xingxin, demanding money from her. When she refused, he called the police and falsely accused her, trying to force her to comply. Because Zhai Xingxin is online, she has always cultivated an image of a successful, strong woman. They flaunt their savings, villas, luxury cars, designer jewelry, and other valuables online. Those who like her all think that Zhai Xingxin is an independent, self-reliant, and sweet-looking rich person. Therefore, the girls have complete faith in Zhai Xingxin. Seeing that the reporters showed no sign of leaving, Fang Hui spoke again in an icy tone. You have violated my client's right to reputation. If you dare to continue interviewing, I don't mind taking you all to court. Hearing Fang Hui's words, the reporters present were immediately taken aback. This cute little girl with pigtails and a lowly-like appearance can be surprisingly fierce when she gets angry. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up in front of the courthouse, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The back door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a large belly and slicked-back hair styled with hair wax stepped out of the car. Immediately afterwards, a woman dressed alluringly yet with an extremely sweet face slowly stepped out of the back seat of the car. It's Zhai Xingxin and Zhou Tao, the founder of Hema Law Firm. 2 days earlier, Zhou Tao, acting as Zhai Xingxin's lawyer, helped Zhai Xingxin obtain bail and brought her out. The two were recognized by reporters as soon as they appeared. Let's go interview them. In an instant, reporters rushed towards Zhai Xingxin and Zhou Tao. Unlike Fang Hui and Su Xiaoxun, Zhai Xingxin and Zhou Tao seemed to enjoy being interviewed, deliberately pausing to wait for the reporters to come over. Miss Zhai Xingxin, your husband committed suicide by jumping off a building. Are you heartbroken? When asked by reporters, Zhai Xingxin feigned a pained expression. Even though he scummed to me, we were still husband and wife, and I've been crying so much lately. Upon hearing this, the reporter hurriedly asked again. Rumors online say you're a gold digger. What's your opinion? Upon hearing the reporter's question, a hint of displeasure flashed in Zhai Xingxin's eyes. She glanced coldly at Fang Hui but quickly concealed it. It was Fang Hui and that guy named Su Wen who were explaining things for Su Xiaomo online. This has led to many people sending her private messages on the back of her account, calling her a gold digger. Zhai Xingxin continued to feign weakness, speaking to the reporter's camera with a wronged expression. Time will tell. I believe in the judiciary and I believe in Attorney Zhou. They will surely give me justice. Zhou Tao, standing to the side, quickly put on a greasy smile after Zhai Xingxin mentioned him and said to the camera, I want to clarify this on behalf of my client. Please do not believe those false statements circulating online. At the same time, I will do my utmost to protect the interests of my client. Upon hearing this, a reporter hurriedly began to flatter. I believe in Attorney Zhou. He's the founder of Hema Law Firm and one of the most well-known lawyers in Jiangcheng. He's sure to achieve great success. Although Hema Law Firm is not as well known as Zhang Law Firm. However, in Jiangcheng, Hema Law Firm is among the top 5 in the legal profession. Moreover, Zhou Tao is also the founder of Hema Law Firm, and his status and position are no less than Yang Wei's. Hearing the reporter's praise, Zhou Tao felt very pleased and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Looking at the two people being interviewed, the eyes of the Su family members were filled with anger. Zhai Xingxin not only drove Su Xiaomo to his death, but now she's putting on a pitiful act to gain everyone's sympathy. Attorney Fang. Su Xiaoxun's eyes were filled with hatred. Fang Hui gave Zhou Tao a cold look. This Zhou Tao is the same unscrupulous boss who tricked her into paying money to work for him. At the same time, he was the one who fired her without even asking what happened. Fang Hui withdrew her gaze and spoke to Su Xiaoxun behind her. Don't worry, they won't be arrogant for long. The court hearing starts in 10 minutes. Let's go in. As he spoke, Fang Hui then led the Su family members towards the courthouse. Seeing Fang Hui enter first, Zhou Tao couldn't help but snort coldly. Just then, a reporter pointed the microphone at Zhou Tao again and asked a question. I heard your opponent this time is a former lawyer from your firm. Are you confident you can beat her? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao immediately snorted coldly. Let me clarify, although she worked at our Hema law firm, she was not a lawyer there. But Zhou Tao paused, then slowly narrowed his eyes and said in an icy tone. He's just a lowly thief doing odd jobs. Odd jobs? Thief? Putting the two words together instantly conjured up a multitude of images in the reporters' minds. Attorney Zhou, could you please describe the specific situation in detail? Just as all the reporters wanted to continue asking questions, Zhou Tao raised his arm, showing off his Rolex watch, and glanced at the time. He then addressed the group of reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, the court hearing is about to begin. Once I win this case, I will definitely make time to grant you all an interview. For Zhou Tao, this lawsuit has generated a great deal of public attention. If you can seize this opportunity, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself as a lawyer. To ensure his chances of winning the case, he even applied to the court to have two lawyers present. He was the lead defense attorney while Yang Wei was the assistant attorney. Both are well-known lawyers in Jiangcheng. If they work together to fight this case, they will definitely demonstrate that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. After Zhou Tao finished speaking, he took Zhai Xingxin and headed directly towards the courtroom, leaving behind a group of surprised reporters. Watching Zhou Tao's confident back as she walked away, the reporters couldn't help but sigh. Looks like the opposing lawyer is in for trouble this time. At this point, there were 5 minutes left before the court session began. This case involves not only gender conflict, but also the fact that the man committed suicide by jumping off a building a few days ago. Therefore, many people are paying attention to this case. Almost simultaneously, major lawyer bloggers on Douyin TikTok's Huxia version started live streaming, hoping to capitalize on the surge in traffic. However, the combined viewership of dozens of lawyers' live streams doesn't even equal half that of Professor Luo Xiang's live stream. As a leading figure in the legal profession, Professor Luo Xiang's live broadcast attracted over 100,000 viewers in just 1 minute. Professor Luo Xiang, what are your thoughts on this case? I don't eat cilantro. This scumbag sister actually dared to appeal. It's outrageous. Scumbag, you're talking nonsense. Zhai Xingxin is clearly a gold digger who drove Su Xiaomao to his death. She should be sentenced to death. Sisterhood alliance, you men marry us women, shouldn't you cherish and protect us? If you're incompetent, what kind of wife are you marrying? Using love as a pretext to extort money, this is the most intractable scam in the world. This time, we men will fight to the death. In the past, when female netizens made outrageous statements online, men rarely spoke up. But Su Xiaomao's death seemed to ignite the anger in the hearts of all men. This time, many men stood up, unwilling to continue compromising. As soon as the broadcast started, arguments broke out in the comments section. Teacher Luo adjusted his glasses and sighed softly. A climate of gender antagonism, it's really getting heavier and heavier. Friends, Professor Luo Xiang said solemnly, facing the camera, please listen to me for a moment. Unlike other lawyer bloggers who choose to go live to gain traffic, this lawyer is different. But Professor Luo Xiang is different. His purpose in starting this broadcast was to do his part to persuade people not to be antagonistic towards men and women. Upon hearing Professor Luo Xiang speak, the viewers in the live stream focused their attention on him, and the number of argumentative comments instantly decreased by more than half. I don't know if anyone has seen the replay of attorney Su Wen's live stream from a while ago. Professor Luo Xiang's voice seems to have a magical power, able to calm people down and prevent them from becoming too agitated. I read it and I still remember what attorney Su Wen said. There isn't so much conflict between men and women. The root of it all is simply that we didn't protect ourselves in the beginning. The live stream room fell silent instantly. Su Wen is not very well known online and there is a lot of negative news about him. Moreover, during the last live stream, Su Wen used Fang Hui's account. So, in Professor Luo Xiang's live broadcast room, almost no one had watched Su Wen's previous live broadcasts. But after hearing Professor Luo Xiang's account, everyone felt that attorney Su Wen was absolutely right. The tension between men and women in the live stream gradually subsided. Professor Luo Xiang spoke again, sharing his profound views on the opposition between men and women. In ancient my country, male superiority and female inferiority were consistently advocated, and women were seen as appendages of men. But now, with the arrival of the new century, we advocate for gender equality and for everyone to have equal human rights. That's a good thing. Teacher Luo Xiang paused, organized his thoughts and continued. With the legal system becoming INCREASINGLY Chinese letter perfected / improved, women are gaining more and more autonomy, and that's perfectly fine. A well-developed legal system has shattered the tacit rules of a male-dominated society that have been ingrained in our culture for thousands of years. But I still believe there's nothing wrong with that. This is an unavoidable contradiction in the process of achieving gender equality. Professor Luo Xiang's voice grew increasingly impassioned. He had so much to say about the issue of gender antagonism, but he had never had the opportunity before. However, today is a very good opportunity. The viewers in the live broadcast room also pricked up their ears and began to listen to what Professor Luo Xiang had to say. Many people even started screen recording the live stream, wanting to save it. Professor Luo Xiang sighed deeply and then continued. But why is there so much hostility and antagonism between men and women in society today? In an instant, the screen was filled with the word why. Professor Luo Xiang spoke slowly and solemnly to the camera, because people's hearts are treacherous. Far too many people are exploiting loopholes in the law to seek personal gain. On online platforms today, some bloggers are teaching women how to make money, while others are teaching men how to get something for free. And some people exploit loopholes in the law, treating marriage as a business transaction, as a stepping stone to climb the social ladder. Ultimately, the fault lies not with the law, but with these treacherous individuals. Professor Luo Xiang's words instantly enlightened a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room. As an old Huxia saying goes, tools are for human use. If used correctly, they are correct. If used incorrectly, they are incorrect. After Professor Luo Xiang's impassioned speech, many viewers in the live stream suddenly realized the truth and flooded the chat with messages like, "Thank you, Professor Luo Xiang, for your guidance." However, among these comments, a few stood out as particularly offensive, instantly sparking controversy in the live stream once again. Zhao Xin encounters a scumbag. When did I ever see men and women as opposing forces? Su Xiaomo is a scumbag. Am I wrong to criticize him? I don't eat cilantro. Exactly. It's all you men who create this gender conflict. We fairies are just stating the facts. Disney's runaway princess. Zhai Xingxin has money, looks, and her own villa. I think Su Xiaomo wants to use Zhai Xingxin to achieve upward social mobility. Disgusting. Luo Xiang's face instantly turned cold as he looked at the infuriating comments. Just then, the court broadcast the trial live. Professor Luo Xiang immediately clicked to rebroadcast and then spoke to the comments section. The court hearing is about to begin. Let the law decide right and wrong. The Jiangcheng City People's Court launched a live-streamed court hearing. As soon as it started airing, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in instantly. However, as soon as everyone entered, they were deeply shocked by the scene in the courtroom. In the audience, the sight of more than a dozen people dressed in white mourning clothes instantly widened the eyes of everyone in the live stream. Courtroom proceedings began with people dressed in mourning clothes. This was something no one expected. Each of them wore a pained expression, immersed in the grief of losing Su Xiaomo. The audience then realized what was happening. Today is not only the day of Su Xiaomo's trial. It was also the 7th day after Su Xiaomo's death. In an instant, the live stream screen was flooded with comments. May Su Xiaomo rest in peace. We urge the law to deliver justice to Su Xiaomo. Su Xiaomo's soul must have followed his family to the courtroom. However, what is even more surprising is that, with 1 minute left before the court session began, two people in white coats helped a man in a firefighter's uniform with a full beard and a dejected expression slowly walk into the courtroom and sit in the far corner of the gallery. Soon, then someone recognized him. It's Huang Yu, the captain of the Jiangcheng City Fire Brigade. I heard he's been seeing a psychologist lately because of Su Xiaomo's death. I never imagined it was true. Captain Huang Yu, please don't blame yourself. Su Xiaomo's death isn't your fault, you've already experienced it. Looking at Captain Huang Yu's weathered face, it really breaks my heart. Ever since that day when Su Xiaomo broke free from Huang Yu's hand and jumped off the rooftop, he then fell into deep self-blame and developed a mental disorder. In the past few days, whenever he closed his eyes, the scene of Su Xiaomo jumping off the rooftop would appear in his mind. He was once consumed by deep self-blame. If I were a little stronger. If only I had been one step faster back then. Even if people downstairs mock him, he can still save Su Xiaomo. But in the world, There are no what-ifs. Suzayamo's death. Like a nightmare, it deeply entangled him, dragging his mind into an endless abyss, causing him to suffer from mental disorders and be hospitalized. But today, Suzayamo's case went to trial. He insisted on attending the court hearing. The doctor couldn't refuse this people's hero, so he accompanied him to the court hearing. At this point, there was 1 minute left before the court session began. However, the atmosphere at the scene was already thick with tension. In the dock, Zhou Tao frowned as he looked at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. He then covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Yang Wei beside him, "What's going on? Why are 2 lawyers from the other side also present? What about our plan?" Yang Wei looked at Su Wen and involuntarily clenched his fists. He had just been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Su Wen in Jiang Yaokai's case. Now, his eyes were filled with rage. He was determined to get back at Su Ziyamo in the case, rest assured. Yang Wei's voice was somewhat cold as he continued. The opposing defense attorney remains Fang Hui. Our plan remains unchanged. Before the trial, the two had already devised a tactic targeting Fang Hui. However, Su Wen suddenly applied to become Fang Hui's assistant lawyer before the trial, disrupting their original plans. Today's court hearing is being broadcast live. Zhai Xingxin is an extremely intelligent woman. Knowing that she was in front of the camera, she did not act arrogantly as usual. Instead, she kept her head down, making herself look very pitiful. Seeing how pitiful Zhai Xingxin was, the live chat exploded with comments. Zhai Xingxin looks so pitiful, how could she possibly do something to force Su Ziyamo? Exactly. Luo Xiang's live stream actually accused us of supporting feminism. That's outrageous, we have so many more women here. Support Zhai Xingxin, all scumbags deserve to die. He's dead, but he caused Zhai Xingxin so much trouble. I bet he was a complete jerk when he was alive. Zhai Xingxin is such a good girl and he didn't know how to cherish her. He deserved to die. Fang Hui clenched her small hands nervously, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Her palms were covered in sweat. This was not only Fang Hui's first court appearance. Moreover, it was a very rare live-streamed court hearing. Moreover, the 2 lawyers hired by the defendant were both top lawyers in Jiang Cheng's legal profession, one of whom was his former boss. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie. Fang Yao originally wanted to come to the court hearing since it was his sister's first time appearing in court, but Fang Hui explicitly stopped him. I was already nervous enough. If my family members were watching, I would feel even more nervous. Nervousness is normal. Su Wen noticed Fang Hui's nervousness, put down the documents in his hand, turned to look at Fang Hui and said softly, "When I had my first court appearance, it was early winter and I was incredibly nervous. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing outside, so I got up and closed the windows. The other party simply said, 'Don't close the window.'" Upon hearing this, Fang Hui slowly raised her head, winked at Su Wen and asked with a curious expression, "He doesn't close the windows when it's windy in winter, isn't he cold?" Su Wen smiled slightly and continued, "The other party said something very seriously at the time. Don't close the window yet, I'm about to swear an oath to heaven. PFFD tilde." Upon hearing this, Fang Hui couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth. Su Wen watched Fang Hui's performance, a slight smile playing on his lips. "How are you, not nervous anymore?" Fang Hui nodded emphatically, "Yes, I'm not nervous anymore." She knew. Su Wen applied to be his own legal counsel. And the joke I just told about my first court hearing was all to try and calm myself down. She will definitely not let Su Wen down this time in court. At the same time, teacher Luo Xiang watched Su Wen's trial live without blinking and couldn't help but feel nervous. If Su Wen and Fang Hui lose Su Ziyamo's case, this will not only exacerbate gender antagonism, but also embolden those who teach others how to be money-making female bloggers online. At that time, those who exploit loopholes in the law will harm even more people. Ultimately, this will only lead to men's fear of marriage, impacting the country's birth control plan. We absolutely have to win. Luo Xiang clenched his fists involuntarily, but he knew winning this case will be extremely difficult. Not only is substantial evidence required, but defense lawyers also need a unique understanding of the law. Just then, suddenly, the courtroom bell rang. Jiang Zhenghua raised his head with a serious expression and looked around the scene. He picked up the gavel and struck it heavily, then slowly rose to his feet, his solemn voice ringing out once more. Court is in session. Jiang Zhenghua looked at the people in the audience, all dressed in white mourning clothes, immersed in grief and indignation, and his eyes were moved, according to the procedure. At this point, Jiang Zhenghua instructed everyone to stand up and led the group in reading out the court rules. But this time, Jiang Zhenghua did not do that. He simply emphasized the courtroom rules before speaking. Both the plaintiffs' and defendants' representatives are in place. The court hearing begins. Looking at Su Wen, who stood calmly in the audience, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes twitched slightly. This kid, why are you participating in this court hearing again? With him around, this trial is bound to be anything but easy. But in Jiang Chenghua's heart, a faint anticipation began to rise for Su Wen's amazing performance. Plaintiff's attorney, please begin explaining the case. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui took a deep breath, patted her chest, slowly stood up, picked up the prepared indictment, and began to speak. 6 months ago, my client's brother, Su Zhairamo, met the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, on a dating website. Soon, the two became a couple, and 2 months later they married. To this day, the two have only known each other for 6 months. During the marriage, the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, exerted long-term psychological control over my client. Using various pretexts and through deception, coercion, and other forms of soft violence, they swindled my client's brother, Su Zhairamo, out of varying amounts of money, totaling 10 million Huxia yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live stream froze in place. Then, a flood of comments appeared on the screen. Wow, she must be a gold digger, she doesn't have to do anything and she earns more in 6 months than I would in a lifetime. If you can't even earn 10 million a year, what kind of man are you? Think about whether you've even tried. Nonsense, Miss Zhai Xingxin is already very wealthy. Do you think she cares about 10 million? What she wants is the attitude. Besides, isn't the money you men earn meant for us women to spend? What's the big deal about spending 10 million, you bunch of bumpkins? If I were a man and my beloved woman wanted to spend money, I'd be willing to give her anything, not just 10 million but 100 million. At the same time, Zhou Tao, who was in the defendant's seat, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, "Plaintiff's lawyer, please watch your wording. What do you mean by violent means? Did our client force him to give money?" As he spoke, Zhou Tao turned his head directly to the presiding judge on the platform and began to speak in a righteous and stern manner. Your Honor, the opposing counsel is trying to incite conflict between men and women and undermine the impartiality of the judgment. I request that the opposing lawyer watch their wording, interrupt the opponent's defense, and use other contradictions to shift the focus of their argument. This is a common defense tactic used by lawyers. Although doing so is against court rules, it is not illegal. As a veteran lawyer, Zhou Tao is very skilled at using this method. This was Fang Hui's first time in court, and when the other party suddenly pulled this stunt, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly spoke. I was simply stating the facts. I wasn't trying to incite conflict between men and women. When Luo Xiang, who was broadcasting the show, saw this scene, he sighed slightly and explained to the camera. The defense attorney's timing was extremely precise, disrupting Attorney Fang's defense rhythm. Attorney Fang, you're still too young. Luo Xiang saw through the opponent's scheme at a glance. Fang Hui's current performance has indeed been affected by Zhou Tao's strategy. If Fang Hui continues to argue about whether or not she is inciting conflict between men and women, it will influence the presiding judge's subjective opinion and be very detrimental to the case. If that's the case, then Attorney Fang is no match for Attorney Zhou. Does that mean they're going to lose this case? If even a gold digger can win this case, then the world is truly disappointing. Gold diggers getting away with it. This is terrifying. I'm even afraid to get married. Luo Xiang ignored the comments and instead focused his attention on Su Wen. Just as Fang Hui was about to argue with the other party, Su Wen sat calmly in his seat and slowly spoke. Stay calm, don't fall for it. Su Wen's voice seemed to have a magical power. Upon hearing it, Fang Hui instantly calmed down and a bead of cold sweat slid down her cheek. So close. I almost fell into their trap. Fang Hui took a deep breath, suppressing her inner panic, turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench and began to speak. Your Honor, the other party's remarks have interfered with my speech. Please stop them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's stern gaze fell upon Zhou Tao, and he spoke in a low voice. Defendant's attorney, please do not interrupt the plaintiff's presentation. Any objections can be raised later. Zhou Tao shrugged indifferently, then sat down with a cold smile. His actions just now were merely a test of the opposing lawyer's capabilities. Whether they succeeded or not was irrelevant. Seeing Zhou Tao sit down, Fang Hui continued. Not long ago, the company owned by my client's brother, Su Xiaomo, went bankrupt due to a broken capital chain. As Su Xiaomo's legal wife, the defendant, though unwilling to weather the storm with him, still took advantage of his misfortune. We demand that our client's brother, Su Xiaomo, compensate her for her lost youth with 10 million Huxia yuan, a villa in Sanya, and a luxury car worth millions. Fang Hui's voice grew increasingly impassioned, her eyes filled with resentment as she continued. She even threatened her husband, saying that if he didn't give it to her, she wouldn't agree to a divorce and would even report Su Xiaomo's company for tax evasion. As a result, Su Xiaomo was forced to the rooftop, where he ended his own life. As soon as Fang Hui finished speaking, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Zhai Xingxin in the defendant's dock. The people in the audience were all Su Xiaomo's family and friends. They knew that Su Xiaomo's suicide was related to Zhai Xingxin, but they didn't know that so much had happened in between. After everyone came to their senses, their eyes were filled with anger. Zhai Xingxin, you vile woman, you deserve to die a horrible death. Give me back my son. With Su Xiaomo's mother's angry outburst, the anger of the people in the audience was ignited. Everyone stood up and began to angrily berate Zhai Xingxin in the defendant's dock. I never imagined you were this kind of person. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. You killed your own husband, you're a murderer. I think you're just blinded by money. He's bankrupt and you're still forcing him to pay 10 million. Aren't you afraid of getting what's coming to you? Hearing the insults from the crowd, Zhai Xingxin lowered her head, a smile appearing on her lips, but she quickly hid it. Then, Zhai Xingxin looked pitiful, slowly raised her head, a tear rolled down her cheek, and said in a choked voice, Well, after his company went bankrupt, he said he didn't want to live anymore and wanted to jump off a building. It was me who kept stopping him. Then Zhai Xingxin looked at Fang Hui with an angry expression, pointing at Fang Hui and gritting her teeth. It's all his fault. If Su Xiaomo hadn't listened to her nonsense, I wouldn't have been wrongly imprisoned. All I can do is watch him and prevent him from jumping off the building. Zhai Xingxin pointed fiercely at Fang Hui, feigning anger, and said through gritted teeth, Tell me, are you and Su Xiaomo having an affair? Comments. What Zhai Xingxin said sounded so true. Yang Wei looked at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat with a sinister expression. This gift. I wonder if you'll like it, Zhai Xingxin's case. From the very beginning, they were planning to target Fang Hui. No one has ever stipulated that you cannot target the opposing lawyer in court. As soon as Zhai Xingxin finished speaking, the barrage of comments surged like a volcano, filling the entire screen. Oh my God, it turns out the plaintiff's lawyer was having an affair with Su Xiaomo, indirectly causing Su Xiaomo to commit suicide. Looking at Fang Hui's innocent appearance, I never expected her to be such a hypocrite. How laughable. Don't talk nonsense, these are all just Zhai Xingxin's guesses, there's no evidence whatsoever. What more evidence do you need? Didn't you hear Zhai Xingxin say she kept stopping Su Xiaomo from jumping off the building? That's what a wife would do, I believe Zhai Xingxin. Zhai Xingxin's performance was so realistic. Even Su Xiaomo's relatives and friends in the audience almost believed her lies. Fang Hui was so angry at Zhai Xingxin's words that she trembled all over. She's never even been in a relationship in her entire life. How could she possibly be having an affair with Su Xiaomo? You're talking nonsense. Fang Hui was, after all, going to court for the first time, and she had encountered such a vicious opponent. For a time, she was at a loss, and even her counterattack seemed so weak and powerless. Zhou Tao looked at Fang Hui with disdain in his eyes and said in a mocking voice, Your Honor, my client's statements are not unfounded. I request to present my first piece of evidence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's expression immediately turned serious. Zhou Tao's application at this time did not follow the standard procedure, but it was still a reasonable request. Just then, Su Wen looked at Zhou Tao with great interest and slowly began to speak. Your Honor, I'd also like to see what their evidence is. After speaking, Su Wen turned to look at Fang Hui, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Don't let them influence you. Their temporary arrogance will only lead to their own downfall in the end. Yang Wei and his accomplices resorted to such despicable means. In his previous life, Su Wen was known as Breaking Bad, a lawyer with a 100% win rate in thousands of cases. How could he not have a plan to deal with such a petty trick? But Fang Hui still needs to grow as a female lawyer. She was bound to encounter such despicable tactics sooner or later. Rather than letting her face it alone in the future, it's better to take advantage of the time when he's by Fang Hui's side to hone her skills. At least I'll be there for you, no matter what happens in court. He can guarantee Fang Hui's safety. Good. Fang Hui, who was initially a little flustered, felt much more at ease after hearing Su Wen's voice. She didn't understand why Su Wen would agree to let the other party produce evidence. But she believed in Su Wen. Seeing this, Jiang Zhenghua slowly spoke. The defendant's request is agreed upon. As the clerk operated the machine, on a large screen to one side of the judge's bench, a video was played, and then Su Xiaomao's image appeared. Even though we're not married yet, I don't mind adding her name to the deed of the house because I love her. In the video, Su Xiaomao happily put his arm around Zhai Xingxin's shoulder, his face beaming with happiness. Zhai Xingxin, holding Su Xiaomao's arm, lowered her head slightly and kissed him on the cheek. The scene shifted and another video reappeared on the big screen. In the video, Su Xiaomao faced the camera and happily made a promise. I, Su Xiaomao, swear to God that I will only love Zhai Xingxin in this lifetime. If I file for divorce from her, I will compensate her with 5 million yuan for emotional distress. After that, several similar videos were played in succession. After watching the video, the viewers in the live stream were even more certain of what Zhai Xingxin had said before. These videos completely prove that Su Xiaomao and Zhai Xingxin are truly in love. Our Zhai Xingxin is a fairy, not a gold digger. Exactly. If Fang Hui hadn't interfered in their relationship, they would definitely be very happy. Why, those mistresses who destroy families, they deserve to die a horrible death. When Luo Xiang, the teacher who was broadcasting the court hearing, saw this scene, his heart sank. In the video, Su Xiaomao actually made a promise himself. If he initiates a divorce with Zhai Xingxin, he will have to compensate her with 5 million yuan for emotional distress. Goodness. Even someone with a severe case of being hopelessly in love wouldn't say something like that. Just then, Luo Xiang noticed a comment floating across the screen. Teacher, could this kind of promise be considered invalid? Upon seeing this comment, Professor Luo Xiang sighed slightly and began to explain. Su Xiaomao publicly promised on social media that if he files for divorce from Zhai Xingxin, he will pay her 5 million yuan in compensation for emotional distress. Such a promise in common sense is legally binding. Therefore, everyone should never assume that you can say whatever you want online. The internet is not a lawless zone. One should not make oaths lightly on it. If the promise is valid, doesn't that mean the plaintiff is going to lose this case? Luo Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. If at this moment, the defense lawyer in the plaintiff's seat were himself, what will he do? But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. To win this case, we need to find evidence to prove that Su Xiaomao said those words. Evidence of past violence or forms of subtle violence is required. Although Luo Xiang knew he had to do this, finding such evidence is harder than climbing to the sky. Leaving aside the fact that Su Xiaomao has already jumped to his death. Even if Su Xiaomao were still alive, it would be difficult for him to provide the corresponding evidence to his lawyer. At the same time, Jiang Zhenghua looked at the evidence provided by the defendant and sighed inwardly. This lawsuit. Without a miracle, Su Wen will have a very difficult time winning. Jiang Zhenghua was well aware that if Zhai Xingxin won the lawsuit, it would have a very serious negative impact on society. But in court, it's a place that values evidence. Even though deep down he didn't want Zhai Xingxin's side to win the case. However, as the presiding judge, he had to be strict with himself and could not have any selfish motives. On the plaintiff's side, Su Xiaoxun's eyes were filled with disappointment. looking at Zhai Xingxin, who had a smug look on her face in the defendant's dock. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to rush up to her and slap her twice. However, just then, Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he slowly sat up straight. His extremely handsome eyes slowly fell on Zhou Tao, his gaze filled with boredom. They thought the other party's eagerness to show evidence meant they had some big surprise in store for them. But to my surprise, it turned out to be just a few completely useless videos. In Su Wen's eyes, this was no different from children playing house. Utterly boring. Su Wen suppressed the urge to yawn and said lazily, "Defendant's lawyer, show us what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Arrogant, that's absolutely outrageous. Su Wen's words clearly showed that he didn't take the other party seriously. His arrogant behavior immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the viewers in the live broadcast room. Isn't he just a barrister? Why is he talking so arrogantly? I think he's just being stubborn. He has no evidence and can only show off here. Holy crap, it's Attorney Su. That's the Attorney Su who won old Zhang's case. I didn't even notice him. At this time, someone in the live stream recognized Su Wen. After all, old Zhang's case had caused quite a stir, and Su Wen had gained some fame online as a result. What kind of lawyer is Su? Even the best lawyer needs evidence. I think he's doomed to lose this case. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Zhou Tao immediately snorted coldly. They were practically facing certain death and didn't even realize it. How foolish. Then I'll show you our evidence. As he spoke, Zhou Tao turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua again and spoke. Your Honor, we request to present evidence relating to the opposing defense attorney. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua frowned instantly. What evidence is there regarding Fang Hui? He naturally knew Zhou Tao and Yang Wei. Both of them are well-known, veteran lawyers in Jiangcheng City. Why do they always seem to have a problem with a young girl? The defendant's lawyer's request is rejected. Evidence irrelevant to the case will not be accepted. Zhou Tao knew Jiang Zhenghua would say that, but he was already prepared. Your Honor, although the evidence is not directly related to this case, it corroborates some points and we insist on presenting it. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Jiang Zhenghua's eyes. However, Zhou Tao disagreed and launched a strong attack. If we reject the request, it might be detrimental to the outcome of our client's trial. Zhou Tao spoke firmly, though his words carried no threat. But anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance that Zhou Tao was putting pressure on the presiding judge. An ordinary lawyer, after having their request rejected, would simply shake their head in dismay. But as a veteran lawyer, Zhou Tao naturally knew how to deal with the presiding judge. As expected, after hearing Zhou Tao's words, everyone in the live stream started sending comments. Why was the application rejected? Did the presiding judge accept a bribe from the plaintiff? What happened to fairness and impartiality? They won't even let us present the evidence. How can there be fairness and impartiality then? I strongly suspect there's something fishy going on here. In a short time, the people in the live stream seemed to have been brainwashed by Zhou Tao and they all expressed angry remarks. Upon seeing these comments, the clerk standing nearby gasped and quickly turned to Jiang Zhenghua, whispering something to him. Your Honor, the netizens are making a huge fuss. Perhaps we should just grant their request. Jiang Zhenghua snorted coldly, his voice filled with righteous indignation. I have lived an upright life and the rejection just now was in accordance with court rules. There is nothing to be afraid of. The court clerk took a deep breath, her eyes filled with worry. But, watching the exchange between Jiang Zhenghua and the court clerk on the judge's bench, Zhou Tao's lips curled into a cold smile. Their reason for agreeing to livestream the trial was to use public opinion to put pressure on Su Wen and others, and even the presiding judge in order to achieve their own goals. In a short time, the courtroom was completely silent. However, at that moment Su Wen slowly spoke. Your Honor, since the other side wants to present evidence, let them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua froze on the spot. This. Has Su Wen gone mad? How can you keep speaking up for the other side, however? Seeing Su Wen's relaxed and carefree expression, Jiang Zhenghua's furrowed brows relaxed. Perhaps he's worrying unnecessarily. Based on Su Wen's previous performance, he's probably already starting to set traps for his opponents. You should know. Su Wen's deadly rule is praised by even Professor Luo Xiang. Thinking about this, Jiang Zhenghua felt a faint sense of worry for the defendant, having offended such a powerful figure. I bet the consequences will be dire. Pulling himself back to his senses, Jiang Zhenghua's gaze regained its authority and he spoke in a steady voice. In that case, we agree to the defense attorney's request. However, at this time, Zhou Tao and Yang Wei both frowned. What exactly is Su Wen up to? It was as if, like a fool, he was always speaking up for himself. Although they didn't understand why Su Wen did this, the pace of the trial was still in their hands. We must act swiftly and decisively. Soon, Zhou Tao took out a USB drive and handed it to the bailiff standing next to him. Then, the bailiffs inserted the USB drive into the large screen and a folder appeared containing hundreds of videos. Your Honor. Zhou Tao stood up abruptly, walked to the center of the courtroom and continued speaking. These videos were collected by Attorney Yang and me over a long period of time. It's full of opposing defense lawyers. They've been involved in all sorts of illegal activities. Everyone present, as well as all the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, everyone perked up and focused their attention on the evidence on the large screen. Holy crap, there's even more juicy gossip. Fang Hui is actually a criminal. I told you long ago, she's a complete hypocrite. Upon seeing the hundreds of videos in the folder, Fang Hui was immediately startled and her body began to tremble involuntarily. This is. Just then, the bailiff opened the first video. In the video, Zhou Tao is seen holding Fang Hui's photo as he walks into a hardware store and asks the owner a question. Hello boss, do you remember this girl? The boss put down his work, carefully examined the photo in Zhou Tao's hand and quickly responded. Oh, this little girl, she stole a few screws from my shop before, you know. The video ended before the boss could finish speaking. The subsequent videos are basically the same as the first one. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the video. This Fang Hui is actually a thief. Just then Zhou Tao's voice rang out again. These videos are sufficient proof that the plaintiff's lawyer, Fang Hui, is an outright thief. Everyone knows that theft is due to a lack of money. Attorney Fang keeps saying my client is a gold digger, but actually. Zhou Tao pointed his finger fiercely at Fang Hui, feigning a righteous and stern demeanor as he spoke. Actually, she's the real gold digger. After saying that, Zhou Tao continued speaking without waiting for anyone's reaction. Many people probably don't know that this lawyer, Fang, was an intern at our Hema law firm before I fired him. And the reason for her dismissal was precisely because she stole something from our client, Miss Zhai Xingxin. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even among Su Xiaomao's family members in the audience, a few curses could be heard. The lawyer we hired turned out to be a thief. What a disgrace. At such a young age, why would you do something so trivial like petty theft? Fang Hui buried her head in her chest, remaining silent and trembling. However, Su Wen, standing to the side, had a slight smile playing on his lips. The fish has taken the bait, it's time to fight back. Su Wen slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Zhou Tao and said unhurriedly, after talking for so long, are you thirsty? Next it's my turn at the same time. The live chat was absolutely in an uproar. A lawyer who's a thief and a repeat offender at that's utterly despicable. He's so cute, I never imagined he'd be a thief. What a disappointment. She keeps calling others gold diggers, but she's out stealing all day long. I think she's the gold digger. She's a disgrace to women. When did Attorney Fang ever say that Zhai Xingxin was a gold digger? Isn't that what the defendant has been saying all along? Shut up, you scumbag upstairs. You're only speaking up for Fang Hui because she's pretty. Disgusting, get out of here. After Zhou Tao finished speaking, he heard someone in the audience insult Fang Hui. His face was full of smugness. He turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua and continued. Your Honor, when Fang Hui was working at my firm, Hema Law Firm, she had a conflict with my client and learned that my client's husband, Su Xiaomao, was the owner of an IT company worth tens of millions. Based on the above evidence, we have reasonable grounds to suspect that after being dismissed, Fang Hui deliberately approached Su Xiaomao to deceive him and retaliate against our client. Therefore, I request that Fang Hui be disqualified from representing me in this case. Jiang Zhenghua lowered his eyes in deep thought. Although Zhou Tao did not provide any evidence of an inappropriate relationship between Fang Hui and Su Xiaomao, However, public opinion was very unfavorable towards Fang Hui at this time. The court wouldn't mind if Fang Hui continued to participate in the trial. But Fang Hui is, after all, a woman, and after the trial she will likely face unimaginable cyberbullying. Jiang Zhenghua secretly wanted to agree to Zhou Tao's request, but this was entirely out of a desire to protect Fang Hui. The best course of action now is to have Fang Hui leave court as soon as possible to prepare her testimony. Zhou Tao looked at Fang Hui coldly, his eyes full of mockery as if to say, "What kind of lawyer are you, a woman? What kind of court appearances are you in?" Women are emotional beings, and it's difficult for them to remain rational when faced with these situations. If Fang Hui loses control of her emotions, she will lose her rhythm in the courtroom, be overwhelmed by her own actions, and be unable to win. However, just as Zhou Tao and the others were feeling smug, Su Wen stood up and slowly said, "After saying all that, you must be thirsty, right? Now it's my turn." At the same time, Fang Hui slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Su Wen and murmured to herself, "Attorney Su truly has a flawless plan." Su Wen had anticipated this step long ago when he had Fang Hui go live to clarify things for Su Xiaomo. Fang Hui's purpose in starting the broadcast, besides helping Su Xiaomo clarify things, was another. The point is to let Zhou Tao and the others know that Su Xiaomo's lawyer is Fang Hui, in a short time. The previously arrogant Zhou Tao and his group immediately frowned. "Your Honor, regarding the evidence presented by the defendant, we also have evidence to present." No sooner had Su Wen finished speaking than Zhou Tao immediately interjected, "I object." "Objection overruled," Jiang Zhenghua stated directly, continuing, "Plaintiff, please present your evidence." Like Zhou Tao, Su Wen took a USB drive out of his pocket and handed it to the bailiff next to him. The bailiff took the USB drive and plugged it into the large screen. They were all in the same folder, contained over 100 videos, and even the beginnings of the videos were almost identical. The difference is, the videos have different perspectives and different lengths. Soon, the bailiffs opened the first video. In the video, Zhou Tao is still holding Fang Hui's photo, walking into a hardware store with a cold smile on her face. "Hello boss, do you remember this girl?" The boss glanced at the photo and immediately burst out laughing. "Oh, this little girl, she stole a few screws from my shop before." Although Fang Hui stole a few screws, the boss showed no anger towards her. Instead, his face was full of smiles as he continued speaking. "It's really strange, you couldn't really call it stealing. After she took a few screws, her brother quickly followed her in. They gave me 500 Huxia yuan right away, saying it was for the cost of these few screws. I've never met such a generous person." The video ends here. Fang Yao lay languidly on the luxurious sofa in the living room, watching the evidence on the live stream, a slight smile playing on his lips. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. This evidence was obtained by paying someone to follow Zhou Tao and film her. Su Wen learned that Fang Hui had stolen a warehouse full of things due to a pathological theft. He had anticipated that this day would come, even if Zhou Tao and the others didn't go looking for this evidence, just in case. Su Wen will also instruct Fang Yao to collect this evidence as soon as possible. Since it concerned Fang Hui, Fang Yao dared not slack off in the slightest. He directly spent a lot of money to find people to supplement the evidence from the shops that Fang Hui had stolen from to prove that Fang Yao had paid for everything and that there was no theft. In this process, they discovered Zhou Tao and his group, who were also searching for evidence of Fang Hui's theft. A decision was made immediately. Instead of painstakingly trying to recall where Fang Hui had stolen from, it was better to do so. It's better to just follow them. Enjoy the fruits of others' labor without lifting a finger. After the video finished playing, the crowd at the scene erupted in uproar, and the viewers in the live stream also widened their eyes in astonishment. Holy crap, there's a plot twist. Spending 500 yuan on a few screws, they must be loaded. So what? Fang Hui still stole from the hardware store owner, didn't she? The bailiffs played more than a dozen videos in a row. In the video, all the shop owners clearly stated that Fang Hui had paid for everything she took and that she had even overpaid. You actually followed me." Upon seeing the video, Zhou Tao flew into a rage and pointed at Su Wen, shouting loudly, "You're despicable." At this moment, Zhou Tao was blinded by anger and lost all reason. The evidence was painstakingly collected by myself over a long period of time. Unexpectedly, Su Wen had arranged for people to follow them. Oh shit. This is absolutely infuriating. Seeing this, Yang Wei knew that Zhou Tai had lost his mind, so he quickly stood up and said to Judge Jiang Zhenghua, "Your Honor, the evidence provided by the opposing party only proves that Fang Hui made up for the store's losses after the theft, but it does not prove that Fang Hui did not steal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua frowned slightly and turned to look at Su Wen. Su Wen sneered, looking at Yang Wei with disdain, and said, "I really don't know how you became a legal partner. Your professional competence is so low. Theft is defined as appropriating another person's property with the intent of illegal possession. But the items Fang Hui took all have the potential to be sold, and Fang's brother paid for them immediately. How can it be considered theft? But it's you guys." Su Wen suddenly became sharp-tongued, pointing directly at Yang Wei and the others, and said in an icy voice, "You maliciously edited the video, blatantly distorted the truth in court, manipulated online public opinion, and falsely accused and framed our litigation lawyers in accordance with the law. He should be sentenced to 3 years in prison." His voice was passionate and inspiring, instantly energizing everyone present. Zhou Tao and Yang Wei trembled instantly, then exchanged a glance. They both saw panic in each other's eyes. Their original plan. The scheme involved attacking Fang Hui, falsely accusing her of being a gold digger and having an improper relationship with Su Xiaomao, thus preventing her from continuing to participate in the court proceedings. Once the plan succeeds, they then argued that Zhai Xingxin and Su Xiaomao had a very good relationship in order to defend Zhai Xingxin's innocence. But now, Su Wen only took 2 minutes. This completely shattered their plans, even. The evidence Su Wen provided might just send them to jail. At this moment, the courtroom was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Wen, who stood calmly on the stage, their eyes filled with shock. Good. In the audience, someone cheered first, followed by enthusiastic applause. Su Wen's words. This not only cleared Fang Hui of the charges of theft, money laundering, and having an affair with Su Xiaomao. This completely reversed the situation, catching the opponent off guard. The viewers in Luo Xiang's live stream chat also started flooding the screen with comments. "Holy crap, who is this lawyer? His eloquence is incredible. He easily diffused the other side's carefully laid trap." As expected of Attorney Su, watching his 2 court hearings was incredibly impactful. At this moment, a comment slowly floated across the live stream, which Luo Xiang keenly observed. "But Fang Hui stole the item first and her brother paid for it later. In a sense, wouldn't that also be considered theft?" Luo Xiang smiled slightly and began to explain. "Seeing that some people are still questioning whether Attorney Fang's actions constitute theft, I'd like to explain this to everyone." Seeing Su Wen turn the tide, Luo Xiang was also excited and continued to explain. As Attorney Su said, the items Fang Hui took all possess the attributes of commodities. Let's change the scene and compare Fang Hui to a wealthy young lady from ancient times, while her brother is the servant attending to her. A haughty young lady saw an item she liked on the street, picked it up, waited in her hands for a couple of moments, and then simply took it. And the servant boy simply stepped forward and paid for the young lady's meal. Can that be considered stealing? However, even after Professor Luo Xiang finished explaining, many people in the live stream still didn't understand. "I still believe Fang Hui is suspected of theft, since subjectively she intended to steal." I agree. Although the final result was payment, Attorney Fang didn't subjectively intend to pay when she took the items. I don't think there was any theft. It's like going to a restaurant and paying after you've eaten. Seeing that the controversy surrounding whether Fang Hui stole the film still lingered in the comments, Professor Luo Xiang spoke up again. "From a legal perspective, we can't just look at Fang Hui's actions alone. We also need to consider her brother's actions. Fang Hui took the items and her brother paid for them, if her brother didn't pay on time. Or rather, it was only after Fang Hui was caught stealing that she paid to make amends, which involves theft. But the current evidence shows that Fang Hui left and her brother went up to pay right after, so it cannot be classified as theft." I see, I understand now. Thank you for your explanation, Professor Luo Xiang. Understood, simply put, only if Fang Hui's brother also harbors the intention not to pay can the crime be classified as theft. Looking at the comments, Professor Luo Xiang nodded and said happily, "It seems everyone in the live stream is very smart." However, what teacher Luo Xiang didn't know was, Fang Yao was also in his live stream at that moment. Upon hearing Luo Xiang address him as a servant, Fang Yao's lips twitched involuntarily. Me, a handsome, rich, and successful man being called a servant, if word gets out I'll be utterly humiliated. What is a servant? That was an ancient term for male servants. Subsequently, Fang Yao's gaze gently fell on the screen and Fang Hui's happy face immediately broke into a sullen laugh. Very well, being called Fang Hui's servant isn't so bad. At this moment in the courtroom, Fang Hui sat in the plaintiff's seat watching Su Wen's back, her lovely face beaming with joy. Su Wen said before, if the opposing lawyer uses evidence of her previous theft to cause trouble in Su Xiaomao's case, if it's handled properly, for Fang Hui this is actually a good thing, at least. She will never have to worry about this again, and no one can use her story against her anymore. Su Wen turned around, smiled, and walked to Fang Hui's side, speaking softly, now it's up to you. After saying that, Su Wen returned to the plaintiff's seat with a relaxed expression. His application to be the assistant counsel was specifically to resolve Fang Hui's matter. Now that his mission is accomplished, he is even more eager to see Fang Hui's performance in court now that she has no more worries. And after this court hearing concludes, he had another big surprise to tell Fang Hui. He planned to tell Fang Hui about Aunt May's arrest after she won the battle. Fang Hui nodded heavily, clenching her fists and making a silent vow in her heart. We absolutely cannot let Attorney Su down. Fang Hui stood up and with no more worries she exuded a confident aura. Now that the counterattack had begun, Su Wen clenched his fist tightly. What she needs to do now is regain the momentum and severely suppress her opponent. Your Honor. Fang Hui glanced at Zhou Tao coldly and continued speaking. The evidence we just presented has proven that I am not a gold digger, and therefore there is no improper relationship between me and Su Xiaomao. Now, we would like to elaborate on our demands and provide corresponding evidence. Fang Hui exuded confidence, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Jiang Zhenghua nodded to himself. With Su Wen's help, this girl will surely become an excellent lawyer in time. The plaintiff's statement is permitted. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's gaze fell on Zhai Xingxin in the defendant's dock. She had rehearsed this scene in her mind thousands of times. In preparation for this trial, Fang Hui barely rested, practicing at home every day and memorizing her demands. It's all for the sake of restoring justice and fairness to my client. Feeling Fang Hui's gaze, Zhai Xingxin trembled instantly. She still remembered that when she first met Fang Hui was just a naive intern who didn't even catch her eye. But how much time has passed? When she met Fang Hui's gaze, a sense of fear arose within her. Just then, Fang Hui's clear voice slowly rang out in the courtroom. Our demands. First, the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, approached and deceived our client's feelings primarily for personal gain, from the establishment of their romantic relationship to their marriage. They defrauded our client of cash transfers, real estate, vehicles, and other valuables, totaling 13 million Huxia yuan. Their actions are egregious. This meets the definition of fraud under Huxia law, therefore the person has committed the crime of fraud. 2. I feel the solemn and dignified atmosphere of the courtroom. Fang Hui's initial nervousness vanished. Instead, a mysterious and profound feeling arose in my heart. It was a thrill she had never experienced before, even a wild, beast-like madness. This feeling was far more intense than the thrill she experienced while stealing. Seeing Fang Hui's current state, Su Wen smiled. Su Wen's judgment was correct. Fang Hui's current state was like that of an old monk in deep meditation, a state that is rare and precious. In Fang Hui's mind, at this moment she had already discarded all distracting thoughts. In her eyes there is nothing but court hearings. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hui exuded an undeniable magnetic field and spoke again in a clear, cool voice. Secondly, the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, has long subjected Su Xiaomao to psychological control. using soft violence to coerce my client's brother by making unreasonable promises to him on social media platforms. Therefore, I hereby apply to the court that all unreasonable demands made by Zhai Xingxin during the course of Su Xiaomao's relationship and marriage are invalid. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tao slammed his hand on the table and stood up, roaring angrily. Be opposed to. Fang Hui's cold gaze fell on Zhou Tai. Zhou Tao seemed to feel a chill and gasped. Jiang Zhenghua raised the gavel in his hand and slammed it down heavily. Bang. Objection overruled. Please observe court discipline. Zhou Tao gritted his teeth, his body trembling with anger. Fang Hui took a deep breath, and the horrific scene of Su Xiaomao's death involuntarily flashed through her mind, causing her face to turn cold. Looking at Zhai Xingxin, whose face was filled with panic in the defendant's seat, he spoke in an icy voice. Thirdly, the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, demanded an exorbitant divorce settlement and threatened Su Xiaomao, saying that if he didn't pay, she would report Su Xiaomao's company for tax evasion. This act caused severe psychological distress to the brother of our client, Su Xiaomao, who chose to commit suicide by jumping from a building. According to the definition of intentional homicide in Huxia law, Zhai Xingxin meets the criteria of an indirect perpetrator of intentional homicide and should be prosecuted for intentional homicide. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomao's parents couldn't help but burst into tears. Give me back my son, give me back my son. However, even though things have developed to this point, there are still many fans in the live stream who have stood up to support Zhai Xingxin. Why is this considered intentional homicide? It's clearly Su Xiaomao's poor mental resilience. What does it have to do with Zhai Xingxin? Is Zhai Xingxin's youth worthless? What's wrong with us women asking for some compensation in a divorce? Besides, Zhai Xingxin does have feelings for Su Xiaomao, so why accuse her of mentally controlling him? We fairies are already a vulnerable group, and this court hearing is like a second blow to us. If the court rules against Zhai Xingxin, we'll protest outside the courthouse. Yes. Let's go have some fun. As modern women, we never give up. At this point, the number of people watching the live stream was increasing. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the court hearing alone reached 300,000 in the backend. However, the comments section was mostly filled with posts from a group of beautiful women. The driving force behind this phenomenon, those are the unscrupulous bloggers who teach others how to make money online. If Su Xiaoxun wins this trial, it will be tantamount to cutting off their source of income. For them, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, they all posted videos and started live streaming to guide their fans to rush into the live broadcast room of the court hearing. They want to influence the court's ruling through public opinion. On the judge's bench, the court clerk beside Jiang Zhenghua looked at the screen full of comments, her eyes filled with worry. Your Honor, public opinion is now out of control. If the trial continues, it could have a significant negative impact on society. The clerk was in a hurry and his voice reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Su Wen had told her this from the very beginning. In this court hearing, she faced not only the defendant but also a deluge of online criticism. The cake of capital. It's never something that can be moved easily. Upon hearing the clerk's words, Yang Wei and the others' previously panicked eyes suddenly lit up. However, the next second, Jiang Zhenghua snorted coldly, slammed his gavel down heavily and spoke righteously and sternly. What's there to be afraid of? I've spent my whole life in court. The four words fairness and justice are etched into my very being. If we cower and shrink back because of concerns about public opinion, how can we live up to the people's trust and the emblem of justice on our chests? Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, looked steadily at the camera and sat up straight. If this trial causes serious consequences, I will resign from my position as judge and bear all the responsibility myself. The trial continues. At this moment, Judge Jiang Zhenghua seemed to be draped in the radiance of the law, brimming with righteous indignation. His words instantly moved everyone in the live stream. Even many legal professionals were moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. I trust the court, and I believe the presiding judge can be fair and impartial. Judges who dare to say no to public opinion are the kind of judges the people truly need. Public opinion should not be used as a weapon to manipulate the law. Douyin TikTok moderators, please remove all these girls. In an instant, voices supporting the court and Jiang Zhenghua drowned out the comments from the female netizens. Su Wen looked at Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench, his eyes filled with respect. Jiang Zhenghua staked his career and his beliefs. It's all for the sake of a fair and just trial. Su Wen knew. Even now, the online discourse is overwhelmingly supportive of Jiang Zhenghua, but after this incident, Jiang Zhenghua will most likely be disciplined. Judge Jiang Zhenghua, who has no personal bias and has upheld fairness and impartiality throughout his life, deserves our respect, however. Su Wen smiled slightly. Let us handle this public opinion situation. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui, who was also looking at Su Wen at the same time. They both nodded at the same time, and Fang Hui's voice rang out again. Fourth, the defendant Zhai Xingxin, during her marriage to Su Ziyamo, repeatedly engaged in sexual relations with different men at a price of 2,000 yuan per night. Her actions constitute prostitution and are a violation of public security regulations. This behavior severely impacted the mental well-being of our client's brother, Su Ziyamo, becoming the final straw that broke his spirit. In violation of the spirit of the marriage contract, according to Huxia law, her right to the division of marital property should be revoked, and all of Su Ziyamo's property should be returned. As soon as Fang Hui finished speaking, Zhai Xingxin in the defendant's seat widened her eyes and began to tremble involuntarily. You're talking nonsense. You have no evidence. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Zhai Xingxin's eyes were filled with panic. Upon hearing Fang Hui's accusation that he had engaged in prostitution, his previous composure crumbled instantly. Divorce is not a big deal. Losing the lawsuit doesn't matter. As long as she retains her good looks, she can leverage her advantages to find the next wealthy man. But once her prostitution is confirmed, no one will be willing to pay for her youth and looks anymore. She will become someone who has nothing. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhai Xingxin in the defendant's dock in disbelief. Prostitution? The live stream of the court hearing was filled with question marks in the comments section. Seriously, buddy, are you serious? She already took 10 million Huxia yuan from Su Ziyamo. Would she really sell her body for 2,000 yuan? Haha, what a plot twist. Let's see what you girls have to say now. I don't believe it. How could Miss Zhai Xingxin be that kind of person? Fang Hui must be making this up. I need evidence. Evidence, right. In her daily life, Fang Hui has always been a very cute little girl. But in court, she seemed like a completely different person, always exuding a cool and aloof aura. Presiding judge. Fang Hui glanced at Zhai Xingxin with a cold look. Zhai Xingxin was immediately alarmed. Could it be that they had actually found evidence against her? Impossible. The password to that phone was known only to her. It was impossible for anyone else to discover it. However, the next second, Zhai Xingxin's eyes widened in surprise. She forgot something very important. It's Su Ziyamo. Just then, Fang Hui's voice rang out again. Your Honor, we request to present our evidence. No way. Zhai Xingxin grabbed Zhou Tao's arm tightly and shouted loudly. Hurry up and reject it, aren't you so great? Why are you mute now? Zhou Tao looked completely innocent, but his gaze towards Zhai Xingxin was as if she were a lunatic, though there was also a hint of aggression in his eyes. You should have said 2,000 earlier. I'd give it 2,000 if I could. Damn, this S***T was hiding her true colors so well. She has never talked to me about this. You're calling me mute? Zhou Tao said, pulling away from Zhai Xingxin's hand, clearly displeased. You're the mute one. Why didn't you say something so important beforehand? Zhai Xingxin was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. You yelled at me. Zhai Xingxin felt a surge of anger welling up inside her, and on instinct she blurted out her answer. I didn't say it was my fault, but are you completely without fault? This scene was broadcast live from the court hearing, and tens of thousands of comments appeared instantly. Hahaha, I admit I was wrong, but my crime doesn't warrant death. You made even the slightest mistake and your entire family should be exterminated. Absolutely outrageous. You can feel the suffocation even through the screen. It's simply outrageous. Shifting the blame to men, isn't that exactly how women usually behave? Let her come to my great Guangdong region if she dares. I'll take down Hakami with one punch each. Call me Lord Set. Just then, the court clerk opened the evidence that Fang Hui had submitted. It was a dense collection of chat logs. These are all chat logs from the past few months between Zhai Xingxin and at least 30 men on WeChat. It contained detailed records of every transaction and even some photos of Zhai Xingxin with her face blurred. Zhai Xingxin is a very intelligent woman. Her clients were all in other cities and she would always say she was on a business trip, then go to those cities to be with these men. In addition to the fixed amount of 2,000 Huxia yuan, these people also had to cover Zhai Xingxin's food, lodging and travel expenses. Because the trial was being broadcast live, Fang Hui had already blurred the photos in the chat logs before presenting the evidence. Even with the blurring effect, the photo's explosive nature is still palpable. Zhai Xingxin, Mr. Wang, I'm boarding the plane. I'll give you a surprise when we meet. Legs on the plane.jpg. Mr. Wang. Once you arrive, just come directly to the hotel. Looking forward to it. .jpg. Zhai Xingxin, I've gotten off the plane. I specially wore lace today just so you can see it secretly. Lace lingerie. .jpg. Mr. Wang. This is great, I can't wait. Zhai Xingxin's WeChat moments. Mr. Wang is so amazing, he exhausted me. As compensation, he treated me to Western food. Steak photo. .jpg. Comment on WeChat moments. Beautiful lady, are you free the day after tomorrow? Could you come to Changsha? Zhai Xingxin replied, yes, does the boss have any special needs? Reply to WeChat moments, can I wear a JK uniform? Zhai Xingxin. No problem boss, but you'll need to add 500 sexy JK. .jpg. Zhai Xingxin, Mr. Wang, could you please book my return flight? My husband is urging me to go back. Mr. Wang. Okay, I need to go home now, otherwise my wife will get suspicious. Zhai Xingxin's WeChat moments. The trip to Guiyang was very enjoyable. Bosses who need my services, please reply with 1. Flights are available nationwide. The day after Su Xiaomo jumped to his death, Fang Hui then went to Su Xiaomo's house and took away the second cell phone that Su Xiaomo had found Zhai Xingxin. In order to more effectively assist the court hearing, Fang Hui did not directly capture the chat logs as evidence. Instead, they were very meticulous and organized each of Zhai Xingxin's trips according to a timeline. While this is explosive, Zhai Xingxin is actually a PR ***** Ute. My god, compiling this evidence was such a whirlwind of activity. Call on girls, why have you stopped? Have you given up so quickly? After the evidence was presented, Su Wen slowly stood up and walked to the center of the courtroom, his face extremely grave. He closed his eyes. The image of Su Xiaomo standing on the rooftop flashed through my mind, professing his love for Zhai Xingxin, but his eyes were filled with despair. The woman he cherishes. Not only was she a gold digger, but she also cheated on me with other women. What exactly did he do wrong? Why do we keep chasing after pain? Su Wen opened his eyes and Su Xiaomo's image seemed to be reflected in them. He then addressed the audience in the gallery. On the day he chose to commit suicide, he discovered evidence of Zhai Xingxin's prostitution. This was the final straw that broke him, causing his complete mental breakdown. He told me that he loved Zhai Xingxin very much. If only Zhai Xingxin could honestly tell him that she had loved him. Su Xiaomo is even willing to regroup and start a new business to pay Zhai Xingxin the 10 million yuan compensation she demanded as soon as possible. In a short time, a soft sobbing sound came from the audience. Zhai Xingxin, sitting in the dock, was moved. She was well aware of Su Xiaomo's kindness towards her. Just then, Zhou Tao stood up, interrupting Su Wen before he could finish speaking. Your Honors, I question the authenticity of the evidence provided by the plaintiff. Even if the evidence is true, then they. Zhou Tao faced the presiding judge, pointed at Su Wen and the others and spoke fiercely. This constitutes a serious violation of my client's right to privacy. Just as Su Wen was about to speak in rebuttal, Fang Hui's cold gaze fell on Zhou Tao and she reprimanded him. Su Xiaomo cracked your phone password, are you planning to sue him? Zhou Tao immediately felt a chill. This chill didn't just come from Fang Hui, but even more so from Su Xiaomo's family members in the audience. Or do you think this evidence is insufficient to prove the absurd things Zhai Xingxin did? Seeing Fang Hui's retort, Su Wen smiled slightly and slowly sat back down in his seat. Zhou Tao was slightly taken aback, gritted his teeth and looked at Fang Hui with displeasure. This square fennel. Just a few months ago, I was a newbie in the legal profession, doing the work of a water dispenser for my own team. But how much time has passed? Her words had become so sharp, yet she remained completely calm in the face of his attack, easily diffusing the crisis. Zhou Tao had never seen a lawyer grow at such a rapid pace. Although he was unwilling to admit it, given time, Fang Hui would definitely make a name for herself in the Huxia legal profession. For a moment, Zhou Tao felt a pang of fear towards Fang Hui, but he still spoke up to defend himself. According to our country's laws, although our client was at fault to begin with, this is not sufficient to erase her right to marital property. Fang Hui ignored Zhou Tao's explanation and turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench, continuing to speak. Your Honor, we request to continue presenting evidence. Zhou Tao wanted to object, but Yang Wei stopped her by raising his hand. Yang Wei could tell that Zhou Tao was already struggling against Fang Hui, this piece of trash. He also envisioned making his Hema law firm a force to be reckoned with, comparable to Zhang law firm. It's utterly ridiculous. Your Honor, my client is extremely agitated. We request a recess. As he spoke, Yang Wei stretched out his leg and secretly kicked Zhai Xingxin twice. Zhai Xingxin's eyes were filled with anger and she shouted, "Why did you kick me? Are you sick?" Yang Wei was taken aback. Holy crap, is this guy an idiot? With that level of intelligence, how did they manage to swindle 10 million? Zhou Tao reacted immediately, quickly stood up and said to Jiang Zhenghua, "Our client is currently experiencing confusion and needs to rest." As the presiding judge, Jiang Zhenghua knew that the other party was making excuses and wanted to request a recess to discuss the next defense strategy. Also no. Zhai Xingxin did not show any signs of loss of consciousness at this time. But requesting a recess was their right and they had no reason to refuse after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Zhenghua's solemn and dignified voice rang out. A 20-minute recess is agreed upon. After saying that, Jiang Zhenghua got up and walked out. After a morning of court proceedings, my water glass was empty, so I took this opportunity to refill it. Luo Xiang's live stream was instantly flooded with comments. What the hell, they're at the crucial moment, why are they requesting a recess? However, I think the plaintiff has essentially already won this case. Professor Luo Xiang, could you please analyze the tactics of both lawyers and predict who will win? The recess lasted a full 20 minutes, simply waiting like this isn't the right approach. So Luo Xiang picked up his water glass, cleared his throat and began to speak. I don't know if you've noticed, but so far both sides have been using the same tactics. The viewers in the live stream were immediately stunned. What? Are they using the same tactics? Luo Xiang nodded. From the very beginning, the defendant devised tactics specifically targeting the plaintiff, Fang Hui. The aim is to suppress the opposing lawyer, causing them to lose their composure and be unable to make correct judgments during the trial. But at this point, Luo Xiang couldn't help but become emotional. But attorney Su Wen truly lives up to his reputation as a deadly lawyer. Before the trial, we anticipated the opposing tactics, so at the last minute I applied to become Fang Hui's assistant lawyer, thus thwarting their strategy. The viewers in the live stream suddenly understood after hearing Luo Xiang's explanation. So that's how it is. I was wondering why attorney Su Wen was Fang Hui's legal counsel. Typically, assistant lawyers are the counsel for the lead defense attorney. Fang Hui was just a fledgling lawyer, so Su Wen couldn't possibly be her assistant. However, Luo Xiang's guess was only half right. Just then, a comment slowly floated across the center of the screen. I have a feeling that Su Wen isn't as simple as he seems. Upon seeing this comment, Luo Xiang frowned slightly. He had previously studied Su Wen's performance in the old Zhang case very carefully. However, Su Wen's performance so far has not been particularly impressive. No. Luo Xiang suddenly realized something, his pupils dilated instantly, and his voice was filled with astonishment. It wasn't that Su Wen guessed the opponent's defense strategy. But instead, Luo Xiang's body tensed, his eyes filled with surprise. That's right, everything is right. Professor Luo Xiang, stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly happened? Could it be that Attorney Su has even more sophisticated methods at his disposal? Tell me quickly, I'm going to send you gifts, I'm so impatient. Luo Xiang took a deep breath, his heart was still pounding. I had underestimated the situation before. He tried to calm his voice, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't stop trembling. From the very beginning, Su Wen was orchestrating a scheme to have the other side target Fang Hui. Luo Xiang's words immediately shocked everyone in the live stream. How is that possible? Su Wen is just a person, not a god. How could you possibly control other people's thoughts? Stop joking. If you keep going, Attorney Su will be deified. Attorney Su looks so young. How could she possibly be as incredibly healthy as Professor Luo Xiang described? Everyone, please calm down and listen to Professor Luo Xiang's analysis. By this time, Luo Xiang had figured out the cause and effect of the incident. As I mentioned before, a few days before the trial, Attorney Su had Attorney Fang host a live broadcast. During that live stream, Attorney Fang not only exposed her identity, but also lost control of her emotions and broke down in tears due to the verbal abuse from women in the live stream. This behavior seems very stupid. But actually, this was all intentionally done by Attorney Su. As Mr. Luo Xiang finished speaking, the shock he felt gradually subsided. What does this have to do with the court hearing? I still don't understand. Luo Xiang crossed his arms tightly, sat up straight and faced the camera with a serious expression, speaking slowly. This is Attorney Su. Deliberately giving them to them. A flaw has been exposed, damn it, we've fallen for their trap. Outside the courtroom, Yang Wei lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and spoke with a tone full of anger. So what if she fell for it? Damn it, Zhai Xingxin is a filthy B***ch, she deserves to lose this case. Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, a hint of displeasure flashed in Yang Wei's eyes and his chest ached with anger. Zhou Tao is such a complete idiot. If you lose this lawsuit, do you think Zhai Xingxin will still pay the remaining balance? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's eyes widened immediately. Damn it, I should have collected more money earlier. Damn it. Zhou Tao threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out forcefully, venting his emotions. Seeing that Zhou Tao had already started to give up, Yang Wei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. A terrible teammate. That's such a terrible teammate. Think about it, if you lose this lawsuit, wouldn't it be like Fang Hui shitting on your head? For Yang Wei, Su Wen had already thoroughly humiliated him once. If we lose again, the partners in the law firm will likely start to question his abilities. At that time, his position as a partner at Zhang Law Firm is likely to be lost. But now that this teammate is playing idly, leaving him to fight two opponents alone, his chances of winning are probably not high. Just then, Yang Wei suddenly thought of a wicked plan. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhou Tao's eyes immediately filled with anger. Damn it, she dares to shit on my head. She's gone too far. Seeing Zhou Tao's anger flare up, Yang Wei's lips curled into a sinister smile as he grinned. The court hearing will start soon, so don't go in yet. Go find something. What is it? Yang Wei sneered, then lay down next to Zhou Tao and whispered, "Suicide note." After saying that, Yang Wei held up two fingers, stubbed out his cigarette and went inside. As soon as I entered, I bumped into Zhai Xingxin. Even if Zhai Xingxin is stupid, she can see that the situation is very unfavorable for her. However, at this crucial moment, Yang Wei even had the audacity to go out for a smoke, leaving himself alone in the courtroom. He's not a real man, Zhai Xingxin glared angrily at Yang Wei and sneered in a shrill voice. You be ************* Yang Wei, we're about to lose this case and you're still out smoking. You scoundrel. Yang Wei finally understood. This woman in front of me will attack any man who doesn't do things her way. She's acting like she's the Empress Dowager, expecting every man to listen to her. No wonder Su Ziyama was driven to suicide by her. Lose, Yang Wei scoffed. Do you know what will happen if you lose the case? Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhai Xingxin was taken aback and then spoke with dissatisfaction. Just return all of Su Ziyama's money, what else can you do? Yang Wei gave Zhai Xingxin a cold look. She really was a fool. But in order to win the case, Yang Wei feigned sadness, sighed deeply, then grabbed Zhai Xingxin's arm, avoided the cameras, found a secluded spot, and said in a sorrowful tone, "They're framing you. You drove Su Xiaomao to his death. You've committed intentional homicide. They also said that the 10 million yuan Su Xiaomao gave you was a scam. And you're also involved in prostitution, with these charges combined." Sigh. Yang Wei deliberately sighed heavily again, which made Zhai Xingxin's heart tremble and her eyes widen immediately. "What? I've committed so many crimes, one of them is still considered intentional homicide." A deep sense of fear rose in Zhai Xingxin's heart and she asked in a trembling voice, I didn't intentionally kill anyone, I didn't commit fraud either, wah." Zhai Xingxin was terrified and tears streamed down her face. A sly smile crept across Yang Wei's lips as he slowly spoke. "If you lose, you'll face multiple charges and the lightest sentence will be life imprisonment or even the death penalty." Yang Wei deliberately emphasized the severity of the death penalty. In an instant, Zhai Xingxin felt like her world had collapsed. Death penalty? I'm still young, so good-looking, and I still have so much money left to spend, how can I die? Seeing that no one was around, Zhai Xingxin grabbed Yang Wei's arm, rubbing her ample breasts against his arm as she pleaded. "Attorney Yang, I beg you, you must save me. I'll do anything you ask as long as I'm not sentenced." Yang Wei slowly pushed Zhai Xingxin away and spoke. "There is indeed a solution, but we need your cooperation." "What method?" Upon hearing that she could still be saved, Zhai Xingxin's voice became urgent. "As long as she isn't imprisoned, she'll do anything she wants right now." Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly like a venomous snake and stared at Zhai Xingxin as he slowly spoke. "Go and forge a will." "A forged will? How is that possible?" Zhai Xingxin's eyes widened immediately, and she shook her head vigorously. "I can't imitate Su Xiaomao's handwriting, I'll definitely be exposed. Besides, this constitutes forgery and if I'm caught I'm finished." Smack! No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Wei's slap landed hard on Zhai Xingxin's face. "Don't you G do anything stupid, you'll die if you lose. You'll only have a chance if you give false testimony, besides who told you? Can't you forge a convincing suicide note without imitating someone else's handwriting?" "Oy. You did a good job just now. After the case is settled, I'll give you an extra percentage point in commission." Su Wen leaned back in his chair, seemingly quite content, even a little bored. Upon hearing that she could earn more commission, Fang Hui immediately smiled happily, her two long pigtails swinging back and forth on her back, looking extremely cute. During the recess, Fang Hui reverted to her previous lowly-like state, but her eyes couldn't hide her excitement. The court hearing was incredibly exciting for her. She really enjoyed this feeling. It was much more fun than stealing. However, the next second, Fang Hui let out a soft sigh. "Unfortunately, the other side requested a recess which disrupted my plans. I wonder what strategy they'll come up with." Su Wen smiled slightly and spoke casually. "Let them jump around, they're just a bunch of clowns. Whatever they do won't affect the trial outcome." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Su Wen. "I don't think so." The two turned around and before they knew it, Cheng Yao had appeared behind them. Fang Hui glared at Cheng Yao with hostility, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Fang Hui had already heard about the affair between Su Wen, Cheng Yao, and Yang Wei. Cheng Yao's arrival here at this moment definitely indicates she's up to no good, perhaps they're here to spy on the enemy. Su Wen glanced at Cheng Yao indifferently, then turned away and ignored her. Seeing this, Cheng Yao's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she mustered her courage and spoke. "On, can we talk?" "On." "Ah Wen is dead, so you're the one who's cuckolded." This was how Cheng Yao addressed the original owner of this body when they were together. But ever since Cheng Yao dumped the original owner of this body and got together with Yang Wei, she's always referred to the original owner as a piece of trash. Upon hearing Cheng Yao call him on, Su Wen's brain instinctively skipped a beat for a moment, then he felt a wave of nausea. In essence, Cheng Yao and Zhai Xingxin are the same type of person. However, what Zhai Xingxin did was even more outrageous than what Cheng Yao did. Seeing Su Wen's indifferent attitude towards her, a hint of panic flashed in Cheng Yao's eyes. Could it be? Has Su Wen stopped loving himself? Su Wen is becoming more and more impressive these days. Moreover, just an hour ago he won Jiang Yaokai's case, earning millions in agency fees alone, compared to Yang Wei. At this moment, Su Wen seemed even more reliable to her. No, I must go back to Su Wen's side. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao hurriedly walked around to Su Wen's side, her voice even carrying a hint of pleading, and spoke. What happened before was my mistake. I want to make amends, is that okay? Make amends for past mistakes. Su Wen spoke slowly without even lifting his eyelids. Yes, I have dirt on Yang Wei. The two lawsuits you lost before were both because he interfered. Hearing Cheng Yao's words, Su Wen slightly raised his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, and looked at Cheng Yao with great interest. Is this the beginning of a backstabbing? The original owner of this body was framed. How could Su Wen, a top lawyer, not see through the deception? Did Yang Wei commit perjury and collude with the opposing lawyer to frame me? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yao froze on the spot. You knew all along. Yang Wei was very secretive in his actions, and she only discovered these things by accident after she got together with him. But how did Su Wen know about these things? If that's all there is to it, then you should leave. I have no interest in people who are tainted. For a moment, Cheng Yao panicked. Not interested in me? How could I possibly not be interested in you? He used to love me so much. When the two of them were together, he wouldn't even let himself do any housework. Every day after get off work, he would carefully prepare dinner for himself. He remembered all their anniversaries and meticulously prepared various surprises. But now, how could he utter such cold words? I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll love only you from now on, okay, please. Faced with Su Wen's indifference, Cheng Yao even began to feel inferior. That Yang Wei, he must have gone to commit perjury now, please believe me. Regardless of whether Su Wen wanted to listen or not, Cheng Yao finished speaking. Then a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Su Wen glanced at Cheng Yao indifferently. Cheng Yao was not a stupid woman, on the contrary, she was very smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obtained evidence of Yang Wei's previous crimes, such as perjury. At this moment, she directly told Su Wen that Yang Wei might commit perjury, which was her way of pledging allegiance to Su Wen. Only in this way, after finishing all her work for the day, will Cheng Yao have an excuse to approach Su Wen. However, just when Cheng Yao thought Su Wen would be very shocked, Su Wen and Feng Hui exchanged a glance and then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Cheng Yao frowned immediately. Su Wen curled the corners of his lips and slowly asked, So, what kind of perjury do you think Yang Wei would commit? Cheng Yao pondered for a moment, then answered firmly, a suicide note. Zhai Xingxin is currently in a near-death situation. To turn things around, she needs to work on the evidence against Su Xiaomo. And a suicide note was their best option. After speaking, Cheng Yao looked at the two of them with a smug expression, secretly hoping to receive praise from Su Wen. Su Wen sneered and said in an icy tone, If you've thought of that, surely we have too. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yao froze on the spot. What, you already guessed it. Su Wen opened the evidence catalog on the desktop, took out an evidence page, and slowly said, What a coincidence, I also have a copy of Su Xiaomo's suicide note. Upon seeing the suicide note in front of her, Cheng Yao's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Her voice was filled with shock. Su Xiaomo did not leave a will before he died. As she spoke, Cheng Yao seemed to have thought of something incredible, looking at the two of them in disbelief and saying in a surprised tone, This suicide note of yours is fake too. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he slowly nodded. So what if it is? This is perjury. If you're caught, you'll go to jail. Su Wen narrowed his eyes and glared fiercely at Cheng Yao. If he can commit perjury, why can't I? Once we produce the suicide note first, Yang Wei will have no way to produce it later. Cheng Yao naturally understood the meaning behind Su Wen's words. If two suicide notes are found, the complexity of the case will increase several levels. At that time, once the police get involved, they will begin investigating the suicide note. Then Su Wen and Yang Wei won't have an easy time either. Cheng Yao sighed heavily. Su Wen's approach was far too risky. If you're willing to come with me, I can provide evidence that Yang Wei gave false testimony. That way you won't have to take any risks. I really know I was wrong. All I want now is to be with you, okay? Upon hearing Cheng Yao's words, Su Wen's face immediately turned cold and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Where were you when I was framed? Where were you when I lost my job and struggled to make ends meet? When I was at my lowest point, you abandoned me and ran off to Yang Wei. Are you even human? Now that you see I'm getting better, you want to come back to me. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Cheng Yao, you're a F asterisk 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 GB asterisk asterisk CH. I'd rather go to jail than see you again. Get out of here. Blinded by hatred, Su Wen thoroughly humiliated Cheng Yao. Upon hearing Su Wen's insults, Cheng Yao froze on the spot, her eyes filled with disbelief. I. After regaining her senses, Cheng Yao was so angry that she trembled all over, her mind was incoherent, and she pointed a trembling finger at Su Wendao. I'm a woman, how dare you call me a S asterisk asterisk T. Su Wen snorted coldly, his face contorted with rage as if he wanted to devour Cheng Yao whole. Want to hear it again? I'll grant your wish. US asterisk asterisk T, US asterisk asterisk T, US asterisk asterisk T. Feeling humiliated once again, Cheng Yao's eyes were filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Su Wen. You just wait. After saying that, Cheng Yao turned around and glared angrily as she walked towards Yang Wei outside the courtroom. Seeing Cheng Yao leave, Su Wen, who had been furious, instantly calmed down. Fang Hui, her eyes gleaming, asked a question. Attorney Su, how did you know Cheng Yao would definitely come looking for you? Su Wen glanced indifferently at Cheng Yao's departing figure and said slowly. Because a dog can't stop eating shit. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Jiang Zhenghua walked in through the side door of the judge's bench, his face filled with anger. During the first half of the trial, Jiang Zhenghua disregarded the consequences and, in the face of online public opinion, openly stated to tens of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room. If this trial causes serious consequences, I will resign from my position as judge and bear all the responsibility myself. Because of this sentence, Jiang Zhenghua was summoned for a talk by the dean. The court president berated him, asking how someone who had spent his entire life as a judge could do something so absurd. In today's society, the conflict between men and women is already quite significant. As a judge, one cannot only consider the case itself, but also its potential impact on society. You don't need to participate in the second half of the trial. Let another judge preside. These are the original words of Hu Yifeng, the president of the Jiangcheng City People's Court. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua felt dissatisfied. What does it mean to have an impact on society? Every day, hundreds or even thousands of people come to the court seeking help. They came here precisely to demand the fairness and justice they deserve, didn't they? Only by restoring the truth of the case can the public trust the court and the law. Public opinion, it must never be used as a means to manipulate the law, Hu Yifeng. He was clearly afraid that things would escalate and affect his career. As a result, Jiang Zhenghua and Hu Yifeng had a big argument, and Jiang even made some harsh remarks. If anyone dares to stand in court in my place, I'll lie down in front of their house starting tomorrow and never leave. Jiang Zhenghua worked at the court his entire life. Everyone knows this stubborn old man. If he can say those words, he's definitely capable of doing them. Therefore, although Dean Hu Yifeng did not want him to continue presiding over court hearings, no one dared to take over Jiang Zhenghua's work, so he had no choice but to let Jiang Zhenghua continue presiding over court hearings. Bang! Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel with a livid face. The recess has ended, court will resume. At the same time, the live broadcast of the court hearing also resumed. The court hearing has finally started. Those 20 minutes felt like forever. Why are two people missing from the defendant's seat? Could it be that they got scared and just ran away? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yang Wei in the defendant's seat. Yang Wei leaned back in his chair with a roguish look on his face, even crossing his legs. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Yang Wei with a serious expression, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The time has come, why haven't your people returned yet? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's lips curled slightly and he spoke slowly. I don't know, they disappeared after I went to the restroom. Bang bang. Bang. Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel 3 times heavily in succession. This is a blatant disregard for court rules. If they don't return, I have the right to issue a default judgment. Yang Wei snorted dismissively. Who are you trying to scare? Your Honor, I am also one of the defendant's lawyers. Even if they are absent, it won't affect the normal conduct of the trial, will it? Jiang Zhenghua glared at Yang Wei, a feeling of dissatisfaction rising within him. As is well known, the role of a defense attorney in court is to help organize case materials and assist the lead attorney in conducting the trial more effectively. Now the client and the lead defense lawyer have both fled. What's the point of leaving only one adjudicator here? Your Honor, Yang Wei yawned and continued, let's not waste time, let's get started. Although Zhang Zhenghua was angry. However, according to the procedure, what Yang Wei said was not wrong. Although Yang Wei was only a supporting attorney, he was still considered a lawyer hired by the defendant. Not only could he not comply with the default judgment, but he also had to continue presiding over the court hearing. Jiang Zhenghua turned to Fang Hui and said, "Plaintiffs, you may now supplement your evidence." Su Wen nodded to Fang Hui, who slowly stood up and began to speak. What we are presenting now is evidence number 2 in the evidence list. At the same time, a receipt appeared on the court's large screen. Century Flower Romance online dating website annual membership received 98,000 yuan. Payer, Jai Xingxin. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes upon seeing this evidence. Holy crap, what kind of dating website is this? The annual fee is a whopping 98,000 yuan. My annual salary is only a little over 30,000 yuan. I'd have to save for 3 years without spending a penny to afford a 1-year membership. That's terrifying. This is ridiculous, a yearly membership fee of 98,000 yuan, and Jai Xingxin just paid it like that. Could there be something fishy going on? Just then, Fang Hui spoke up to explain to everyone. I'm sure everyone is very curious, why can a dating website charge 98,000 yuan a year for membership? Let me explain. This dating website called Century Romance lists outstanding men separately after reviewing the basic information of the registrants. Then this information is provided to so-called VIP members. Fang Hui paused slightly at this point. Looking at the empty seat in the defendant's dock, his eyes were filled with disdain. And our client's brother, Su Xiaomo, has become a multimillionaire at a young age. His information is therefore confidential data accessible only to these VIP members. The defendant, Jai Xingxin, obtained Su Xiaomo's basic information through this dating website. This is enough to prove that Jai Xingxin approached Su Xiaomo with a purpose from the very beginning and didn't actually have feelings for him. Upon seeing this evidence, everyone present was stunned into silence. The evidence Fang Hui presented completely shattered everyone's worldview. No wonder those money-grubbing women always seem to be able to pinpoint their targets so accurately. It turns out these dating websites were behind it all. Does the defendant have any objection? Jiang Zhenghua turned his head, his gaze falling on Yang Wei. Under normal circumstances, Yang Wei should have stood up at this point and argued with Fang Hui. But then, he stuck out his little finger and picked at his ear, saying with a roguish look on his face, I don't know, perhaps we should wait for the person involved to return before discussing it." Everyone present gritted their teeth upon seeing Yang Wei's current state. Holy crap, Yang Wei is utterly shameless. I have never seen such a shameless person. Damn it, if you don't want to go to court, then get out. What kind of nonsense is it to say you don't know? Immediately, the live chat was flooded with comments criticizing Yang Wei. Jiang Zhenghua glared at Yang Wei fiercely, then looked at Fang Hui and spoke. Does the plaintiff have any further evidence to present? Fang Hui nodded. The third piece of evidence is all the transfer records of our client's brother, Su Xiaomo, since he met Jai Xingxin. The transfer amount, amounting to millions, filled dozens of sheets of paper. After reading the evidence, everyone gasped in shock. However, Yang Wei still spoke with a helpless expression. I don't know. Then came the third piece of evidence. The chat history between Su Xiaomo and Jai Xingxin shows that Jai Xingxin asks Su Xiaomo for money or gifts almost every day. Just a few months later, she demanded over 1 million yuan worth of gifts from Su Xiaomo, which was shocking. However, Yang Wei still said the same thing. I don't know. The fourth piece of evidence. Threatening text messages sent by Jai Xingxin to Su Xiaomo. You've seen all the videos, right? If you don't agree to my conditions, I'll keep sending more videos. And I'll report you to the relevant authorities for tax evasion, get you imprisoned, and make sure you suffer a terrible fate. Yang Wei yawned nonchalantly and spoke again. I don't know. Seeing Yang Wei's shameless behavior, Su Wen chuckled in annoyance and glanced down at his watch. Let's calculate the time, they should be back by now, Su Wen then nodded to Fang Hui. After receiving the signal, Fang Hui turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua and said with a serious expression, Your Honor, based on the above evidence, this is sufficient proof that Zhai Xingxin's marriage to Su Xiaomo involved fraud, defrauding my client's brother, Su Xiaomo, of tens of millions of yuan. Furthermore, through threats, she forced Su Xiaomo to pay her an exorbitant divorce settlement. He was convicted of fraud, extortion, and intentional homicide. Considering multiple offenses, we request that Zhai Xingxin be sentenced. Death penalty. However, at that moment, a voice rang out at the courtroom entrance. Wait a minute. In an instant, everyone turned to look. Zhou Tao appeared at the courthouse entrance panting with Zhai Xingxin by his side. Wait a minute. Zhou Tao was obese, and running this route almost took his life. We have just found crucial evidence, requesting to see it. Upon seeing Zhou Tao return, Yang Wei slowly sat up straight, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. Before the trial, Cheng Yao found him, her face full of anger. She told him about Su Wen's plan to forge a will. Yang Wei immediately understood the key point. Whoever produces the will first, that person would have a certain advantage. Therefore, Yang Wei sent Zhou Tao a text message, telling him to come back as soon as possible with the suicide note and to show him the evidence which led to the scene before us. Those in the gallery gasped in shock upon hearing that Zhou Tao had found crucial evidence, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Holy crap, the trial was almost over and then they suddenly found crucial evidence. Could this turn the tables? My God, this trial is so exciting, it's like watching a TV drama. Could there really be some hidden story? Isn't Zhai Xingxin a gold digger? HMPH, I knew Zhai Xingxin wasn't a gold digger. Our fairies are descended from heaven, how could they possibly be gold diggers? Exactly, I support Miss Zhai Xingxin. The comments section immediately sprang to life, filling the entire screen in an instant. Seeing this scene before them, even Jiang Zhenghua's heartbeat began to pound violently. Permission granted for display. Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath. Presenting evidence was their right and he had no reason to refuse. Zhou Tao bent over, took 2 deep breaths, then stood up, straightened his clothes and slowly walked into the courtroom, displaying the evidence in his hand in front of the camera. Everyone, look carefully. This is the suicide note Su Xiaomo wrote before he jumped. It is Su Xiaomo's signature on it. Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, everyone present was taken aback. The bailiffs took the suicide note and projected it directly onto the top of the large screen. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the contents of the suicide note. Suicide note? The pressure has been immense lately. The company's bankruptcy caused me to have frequent mental breakdowns and I often had suicidal thoughts. If there's anyone in this world I still cherish, that leaves only my wife, Zhai Xingxin. So that Xingxin can live happily after I pass away, I have decided to leave all my assets to my wife, Zhai Xingxin, alone. Signed, Su Xiaomo. The contents of the suicide note were computer printed. However, the signature was written with a pen. After seeing the contents of the suicide note, many people in the live stream couldn't help but cry. Why, Su Xiaomo really loved Zhai Xingxin so much. Why is God so unfair, making Zhai Xingxin lose Su Xiaomo? With such a loving husband, how could she possibly swindle Su Xiaomo out of his assets and threaten him for 10 million? Zhai Xingxin previously said she wanted 10 million yuan in divorce fees to stop Su Xiaomo from committing suicide. I didn't believe her at first, but now I do. Zhai Xingxin then faced the camera and began to cry. I admit I've done some wrong things. But Xiao Mao and I are truly in love. His sudden suicide, no one is more heartbroken than me. As she was talking, Zhai Xingxin suddenly buried her face in her arms on the table and burst into tears, her cries heart-wrenching. In a short time, the entire courtroom was filled with Zhai Xingxin's sobs. Don't cry, Miss Zhai Xingxin. Su Xiaomo in heaven would never want to see you so heartbroken. Live well, we fairies will all support you. Those who slandered you deserve to go to the deepest hell. They almost wronged such a good girl. It's fake, it must be fake. How could Mauer write such a suicide note? In the audience, Su Xiaomao's mother stood up and pointed at Zhai Xingxin, cursing at her. My Mauer was killed by this vile woman, don't believe her. You shameless woman still pretending to be virtuous here, you'll die a horrible death, give me back my son. As she continued cursing, Su Xiaomao's mother also started crying loudly. Su Xiaomao's father stood up, embraced his wife, tears welling in his eyes, and spoke to Judge Jiang Zhenghua. Your Honor, I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly and give my son justice. Bang bang. Bang. Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel 3 times in a row and said solemnly, Please observe courtroom discipline. As he spoke, Jiang Zhenghua turned to look at Su Xiaoxun and asked, As Su Xiaomao's sister, can you recognize Su Xiaomao's handwriting? Su Xiaoxun took a deep breath, suppressing the grief in her heart, and nodded, Recognize. Is the signature on this your brother's handwriting? Although Su Xiaoxun was unwilling to admit it, the signature on it was indeed his brother's handwriting. It's my brother's handwriting. After saying that, Su Xiaoxun's eyes were filled with helplessness. Brother, how can you be so love-obsessed? Su Xiaomao's admission instantly widened the eyes of everyone present. How is this possible? Even Jiang Zhenghua's eyes were filled with disbelief. If this suicide note was indeed written by Su Xiaomao, in that case, Su Wen truly lost the lawsuit. Yang Wei's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared intently at Su Wen in the plaintiff's seat. HMPH, you're far from being able to compete with me. With victory in hand, Yang Wei felt extremely pleased. Zhai Xingxin lay on the table, continuing to feign a sorrowful cry unseen by anyone. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the smile on her lips. Zhou Tao looked at Fang Hui with a smug expression, his eyes full of mockery. Damn Fang Hui. Does he really think he can beat himself? He's incredibly arrogant. The family members of Su Xiaomao in the audience all had eyes filled with despair. It was clearly Zhai Xingxin who killed Su Xiaomao. Why are gold diggers still able to get away with it? As teacher Luo Xiang watched everything unfolding on the live stream, he let out a heavy sigh, feeling as if a boulder was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He thought about it for a long time, but the outcome was basically decided. Even if he went up there, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Could it be? Is fairness and justice really that difficult to achieve, friends? Teacher Luo Xiang seemed deflated, speaking weakly and listlessly. That's all for today's live stream. After saying that, Luo Xiang moved the mouse, preparing to click to close the live stream. Just then, Su Wen's voice suddenly rang out. Luo Xiang immediately released his grip on the mouse, his eyes fixed on Su Wen's figure on the live stream screen. Su Wen slowly stood up and addressed the crowd. A suicide note. What a coincidence, I have one too. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he slowly stood up from the defendant's seat. Now that all the arrangements have been successful, it's time for this absurd farce to come to an end. All eyes in the room were fixed on Su Wen in disbelief. Su Xiaoxun, standing to the side, widened her eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, those in the defendant's dock frowned, their hearts filled with unease. Zhou Tao squinted, gritted his teeth, and looked at Su Wen coldly. Is Su Wen courting death? Yang Wei gave a cold smile. Don't worry, nothing unexpected will happen. Yang Wei believed in his methods of perjury. The suicide note he produced was convincing enough to pass for the real thing and would not be discovered. But things were different for Su Wen. If Su Wen also produces a suicide note as evidence, if even the slightest trace of forgery is detected, that would directly ruin his career. He might even go to jail. Holy crap, how could there be 2 suicide notes? This court hearing was so exciting, it was like a TV drama. Of the 2 suicide notes, one must be fake. Su Xiaoxun has already admitted that the signature on the defendant's suicide note is indeed Su Xiaomao's handwriting. For attorney Su to produce another document now seems to constitute perjury. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen with a worried expression and after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke. Plaintiff's lawyer, are you aware of the consequences of perjury? Su Wen smiled slightly and nodded faintly. Of course I know. Do you still want to produce more evidence? Jiang Zhenghua spoke again. He had high hopes for Su Wen and didn't want to see Su Wen commit perjury for the sake of a victory. I especially don't want to see Su Wen follow in his father's footsteps. His remarks at this moment were a reminder to Su Wen not to continue presenting evidence. Su Wen slowly shook his head, then uttered a startling statement. Who said I was going to use my will as evidence? What? For a moment, everyone froze in place, staring at Su Wen in shock, not presenting it as evidence. Do you take this courtroom as a joke? Su Wen calmly took out his will and addressed the crowd. I just wanted to share something interesting with everyone. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wei immediately understood their meaning. Cold sweat instantly soaked his collar. I object. Yang Wei hurriedly stood up and said to the presiding judge, this is a courtroom, not an amusement park. Unless evidence is presented, I request that the judge reject his request. Su Wen gave Yang Wei a cold glance. Now you're scared, too late. Zhou Tao breathed a long sigh of relief and whispered to Yang Wei. Attorney Yang, he doesn't even dare to use it as evidence. What are you afraid of? You idiot, you don't know anything. Yang Wei lost control of his emotions and started cursing at Zhou Tao. The next second, Su Wen took out the suicide note he had prepared in advance and began to speak to the people in the audience. You are all Su Xiaomao's family members. Is the signature on this suicide note Su Xiaomao's handwriting? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the suicide note that Su Wen had taken out. Upon seeing the signature at the bottom, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The handwriting on this suicide note was exactly the same as the handwriting on the suicide note that Zhou Tao had just provided. There was no difference whatsoever. Su Xiaoxan also saw the suicide note and said in a shocked voice, This is also my brother's handwriting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes were filled with astonishment. Quickly, bring this suicide note up. After handing the suicide note to the bailiff, Su Wen turned to look at Yang Wei in the defendant's dock. Yang Wei was filled with terror, his whole body frozen in place, his body trembling slightly, muttering to himself repeatedly. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. How did he know this method? Zhou Tao froze on the spot, then looked at Yang Wei angrily and said in a low voice, Didn't you say only you could make this will? How come he has a copy too? Upon hearing Zhou Tao's accusation, Yang Wei snapped out of his daze, then narrowed his eyes and coldly said to Zhou Tao, What suicide note? I didn't know about it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao was stunned and immediately realized that he had been tricked. The suicide note was written by him and Zhai Xingxin. He submitted it to the court himself. There is no evidence to prove that this suicide note has anything to do with Yang Wei. Jiang Zhenghua glanced at the suicide note submitted by Su Wen, then handed it to the court clerk beside him. His cold gaze fell on the defendant's seat as he began to speak. Project this suicide note onto the big screen. Soon, the suicide note that Su Wen produced was projected onto the big screen and presented to the viewers watching the live stream. Compared to the suicide note Zhou Tao produced, Su Wen's suicide note contained only 2 brief sentences. Last will and testament. We implore the law to restore the truth. Please help me get justice. Signed, Su Xiaomao. It is the same as the suicide note provided by Zhou Tao. The suicide note that Su Wen took out at this time was also computer printed. However, the signature was written with a pen. Moreover, it is exactly the same as the one provided by Zhou Tao. In an instant, the screen was filled with comments. Holy crap, there really were 2 suicide notes and the handwriting on them was exactly the same. How is this possible? How could one person write 2 different wills? The contents of this suicide note look very strange. What exactly happened? Can someone please explain? When teacher Luo Xiang saw this scene, he immediately burst into laughter. Incredible, absolutely incredible. No wonder it's Breaking Bad. This is going to wipe out everyone on the other side, ha ha ha. Hearing what teacher Luo Xiang said, the comments section was flooded with requests for an explanation. However, Professor Luo Xiang smiled mysteriously and slowly began to speak. Please don't worry everyone, I'll explain everything properly after the court hearing. All we can say now is that Attorney Su has truly mastered every strategy, completely outmaneuvering the other side. The trial scene. Yang Wei, sitting in the dock, looked at Su Wen's figure with fear in his eyes. At this moment, he has understood he had been tricked by Su Wen. Zhou Tao slammed his hand on the table, stood up and roared. Your Honor, the suicide note they provided is fake. I'm going to sue them for perjury. Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he looked at Zhou Tao as if he were a fool. Perjury. Su Wen's voice was full of disdain. When did I say I was going to produce evidence? What I've always said is that I want to come up with something fun. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Zhou Tao immediately clenched his fists. Oh shit. They all think they can take me for granted, huh? He really wanted to punch Su Wen and Yang Wei, who was standing next to him, to death. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen with a serious expression and slowly asked, "Where did you get this suicide note?" Su Wen slowly looked at Jiang Zhenghua and spoke calmly. "This suicide note, naturally. I forged it." "What? Is this suicide note forged?" As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief, some even forgetting to breathe. The courtroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhai Xingxin was the first to regain her senses, pointing at Su Wen and shouting, You actually fabricated evidence." Su Wen gave Zhai Xingxin a disapproving look. "When did I say I fabricated evidence?" Zhai Xingxin quickly interjected, "You've already admitted it's a fake." Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he looked at Zhai Xingxin with the kind of look one might give someone with intellectual disabilities and said disdainfully, "I only said it was a forgery. When did I say this was evidence?" Zhai Xingxin was immediately rendered speechless by Su Wen's retort. Su Wen turned around and addressed the audience. "As you can see, this is a forged suicide note. But why is the signature on this suicide note Su Xiaomao's handwriting?" Viewers watching the live court hearing began posting comments on the screen. "Stop keeping me in suspense. How exactly was this will written? Why are the signatures on both wills exactly the same? Just tell me straight. I play as the stone golem and my brain isn't up to the task. New machine, there's only one truth and that is." The truth is, Su Wen coldly looked at Yang Wei in the defendant's dock, his extremely handsome eyes narrowed and said in a cold voice, "Both of these suicide notes are forgeries." The entire audience erupted in uproar once again. "What? Are they all fake? But why can't I tell it all that it's fake?" Su Wen turned around, pointed to the suicide note he had taken out earlier and spoke to Jiang Zhenghua. "Your Honor, could you please give me back that little gadget?" Jiang Zhenghua smiled, looked at Su Wen with great interest and nodded. The clerk, who was standing nearby, picked up the suicide note, ran to Su Wen's side and handed it to him with both hands. Su Wen nodded in acknowledgement, then turned around to face the audience and the live broadcast cameras, a slight smile playing on his lips. Subsequently, he grabbed the suicide note with both hands, and then, in front of everyone, with all his might, tore it apart. Holy crap, is this some kind of evidence destruction? Everyone present stared wide-eyed. However, the sound of paper being torn, which I had imagined, did not come. Everyone stared intently at the suicide note in Su Wen's hand, noticing that it was not in duplicate. However, the surface of the paper, like plastic, was stretched much wider. What's going on? What exactly happened? He used so much force, how come he didn't tear it to pieces? Everyone was stunned by what they saw and some even couldn't believe their eyes. Su Wen smiled slightly and continued to explain. To everyone else, it's just a piece of paper, but it's not. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, everyone's eyes widened and they stared intently at Su Wen. Yang Wei, however, was slumped in his chair in the defendant's dock. He remained silent. Su Wen continued speaking. "It's like making counterfeit money. You need 3 different types of paper glued together to create evidence that's convincingly fake. At the very bottom is a standard A4 sheet of paper. This paper is used to print out the contents of the will. In the middle layer, there was a small piece of paper with Su Xiaomao's signature printed on it. This method of rubbing is very simple. You just need to find Su Xiaomao's autograph elsewhere. And coincidentally, Su Xiaomao's autograph is on the company's official website." Su Wen paused at this point. Jiang Zhenghua hurriedly spoke to the clerk beside him. "Quickly check if there's an identical signature on Su Xiaomao's company's official website." At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Soon, the clerk's astonished voice reached everyone's ears. "Your Honor, as Attorney Su stated, we have indeed found an almost identical signature." Yang Wei tried one last time to argue and retorted, "They're all Su Xiaomao's signatures, of course they're the same." Upon hearing this, some viewers in the live stream who possessed common sense stepped forward and voiced their doubts. Even if it's a rubbing of a signature, handwriting analysis can still reveal it to be forgery. Attorneys Zhou and Yang are both senior lawyers, they naturally know these things. How could they possibly produce false evidence? Just then, Su Wen continued speaking. Many people probably think that by examining the notes, one can distinguish between genuine and fake items. As he spoke, Su Wen shook his head. It's no use because there's a third layer of paper. The third layer of paper is extremely special. It is only 0.02 millimeters thick. Although it's called paper, it's completely unusable for writing. But if you stick it on the very top layer, it will do. Su Wen looked at Yang Wei with icy eyes and slowly spoke. Deceive the heavens and cross the sea. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wei's eyes widened and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. How did he know? He developed this method himself and never told anyone else about it. No one could possibly know. Even Cheng Yao only knew that he had committed perjury, but she didn't know the specific methods. Zhou Tao was sweating profusely, looking at Su Wen with a terrified expression. He submitted the evidence, so if he's to be convicted, he won't be able to escape responsibility. What you've said only proves your suicide note is forged, not mine. Su Wen glanced at him indifferently. They really won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. As he spoke, Su Wen turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua and continued, the third layer is a special material. Although it cannot be used for writing, it is extremely tough and very difficult to tear. To prove whether the defendant's suicide note was forged, all it takes is a simple tear and the truth will be revealed. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua was slightly taken aback and immediately looked at Su Wen with some dissatisfaction. Goodness, this is asking me to tear up the evidence on the spot. Didn't he know that this could very well constitute obstruction of testimony? But, looking at Su Wen's confident expression, Jiang Zhenghua lowered his eyes and pondered as he looked at the suicide note that Zhou Tao had provided earlier. The live stream was now filled with the word tear. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and slowly picked up the suicide note, his eyes filled with determination. For the sake of fairness. For the sake of fairness, don't want. Zhai Xingxin hurriedly shouted. However, the next second, Jiang Zhenghua exerted a little force with both hands and a slight tearing sound was heard. Hiss. Everyone stared intently. A small crack appeared at the top of the paper. Everyone present was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Tear torn open. Could it be that the letter Zhou Tao provided is a real suicide note? In the audience, Su Xiaomao's family members had eyes filled with helplessness. The tear in that suicide note was like a giant hand reaching out from the abyss, dragging everyone into hell. The girls also started sending comments. I knew this suicide note was real. Miss Zhai Xingxin is the best. Those despicable men who slandered Zhai Xingxin, may they all die. That lawyer surnamed Su is spouting nonsense and can't distinguish right from wrong. He should be arrested so he can stop harming people. Girls, I just looked up Su's past. He's got people arrested twice before. This lawyer surnamed Su is incredibly powerful. Why didn't he send all of Su Xiaomao's family members in too? In a short time, the live chat was flooded with insults directed at Su Wen. What should we do, Your Honor? The clerk standing next to Jiang Zhenghua looked panicked. If the judge's actions were investigated further, although it would only be a small crack and the content would not be damaged, it would not reach the level of destroying evidence. But whether it's Jiang Zhenghua or him, after the court hearing he will definitely be punished by his superiors. Jiang Zhenghua let out a deep sigh. He should accept the punishment for his mistake, but he was unwilling to accept it. Anyone with eyes can see that Zhai Xingxin is a genuine gold digger. Based on the current evidence, it would be extremely difficult to convict Zhai Xingxin, if that's true. A criminal is about to escape punishment safely right under their noses and go unpunished. Upon seeing the paper tear, Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock. What a stroke of luck, I thought I was doomed. Unexpectedly, fate was still on my side. Zhai Xingxin's face was also full of arrogance. She stood up and scolded Jiang Zhenghua. Your Honor, your actions just now were absolutely outrageous. I want my evidence back. As she spoke, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Zhai Xingxin ran directly towards Jiang Zhenghua, trying to snatch the suicide note back. Jiang Zhenghua looked down in astonishment at the contents of the suicide note, unaware that Zhai Xingxin was running towards him. One hand was still pressed firmly on the suicide note, trying to find a flaw in it. Zhai Xingxin, however, snatched it away forcefully. Hiss. All they heard was the sound of paper tearing. The bailiffs nearby rushed forward to stop them. However, the next second, everyone on the judge's bench widened their eyes in surprise. The suicide note that Zhai Xingxin had snatched was now only torn in half. The rest of the space was stretched out just as Su Wen had demonstrated. In a short time, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Jiang Zhenghua's eyes. This suicide note is a forgery. His voice was filled with excitement. What a stroke of luck! Yang Wei gave Zhou Tao a cold look and asked sternly, "What's going on?" Zhou Tao seemed deflated, slumping into his chair and speaking in a hoarse voice. I only pasted half of it." Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, Yang Wei cursed at Zhou Tao viciously. "Useless. You can't even handle this simple matter." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's eyes immediately filled with anger and he stood up and pointed at Yang Wei. "Damn it, how dare you curse at me? If I hadn't only stuck it on halfway, you would have been found out just now. You said it was flawless and wouldn't be discovered. You're the biggest idiot of all." Now that this has happened, it is a fact that Zhou Tao gave false testimony. In any case, he cannot escape the punishment of the law. The person responsible for this outcome is none other than that beast, Yang Wei. If I hadn't listened to Yang Wei's instigation, I would have at most lost a lawsuit instead of going to jail. Zhou Tao's shouts were loud and reached everyone's ears. Yang Wei slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and roared. "What does this have to do with me? During the recess just now, it was you and Zhai Xingxin who went out to fabricate evidence. I know nothing about it. Now that things have gone wrong, you're trying to push me out to take the blame. Let me tell you. What goes around comes around. You colluded with Zhai Xingxin to fabricate evidence. This is absolutely unacceptable." With that, Yang Wei turned around and addressed the presiding judge on the platform. "Your Honor, I have absolutely no knowledge of this matter. Zhou Tao's actions just now constitute perjury. We urge you to sentence him swiftly." Zhou Tao's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, is this a betrayal? To call him a beast is an insult to beasts. They really think they're living a life of luxury. "You be ****D, I'm going to beat you to death today." Before Yang Wei could get a reply from Jiang Zhenghua, Zhou Tao kicked him hard to the ground. Then Zhou Tao, weighing nearly 200 pounds, sat directly on Yang Wei, delivering punches that landed squarely. "Get out of the way, what are you doing?" The bailiff shouted and quickly stepped forward to separate the two. But Zhou Tao was truly filled with hatred. In just a few dozen seconds, she beat Yang Wei until he was bruised and swollen, looking like a human being. Watching them fight like dogs, Su Wen sneered, then said calmly, "Attorney Yang, haven't I sent you any messages today?" As soon as Zhou Tao entered the room, he eagerly presented the evidence, clearly at Yang Wei's behest. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Zhou Tao's eyes lit up immediately, and then he spoke to Jiang Zhenghua. "Your Honor, this evidence was made by this beast. I have evidence." As he spoke, Zhou Tao hurriedly took out his phone, found the message Yang Wei had sent him, and handed it to the bailiff standing next to him. As the bailiff took the phone away, Zhou Tao spat at Yang Wei and said viciously, "Damn it, they're trying to get me killed. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. You better pray you don't end up in the same prison as me, or I'll be torturing you every day." Upon seeing this scene, Yang Wei immediately lay down on the ground, his eyes glazed over in fear, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over." If Cheng Yao hadn't reminded him that Su Wen had also forged a suicide note, he wouldn't have been able to get it. He wouldn't send that text message to Zhou Tao either. Now, this text message became evidence pointing to his crime. All of this, it's all that be ***ch Cheng Yao's fault. Cheng Yao stared in astonishment at everything that had happened, unable to recover for a long time. Then, she looked at Su Wen with a terrified expression. Just then, Su Wen was also looking at him with a mocking expression. Could it be? This was a conspiracy orchestrated by Su Wen. Impossible. How did he become so amazing? Just then, Fang Hui's voice slowly rang out. Your Honor, we still have some evidence to present. As she spoke, Fang Hui looked coldly at Zhai Xingxin, who was like a walking corpse with lifeless eyes, and slowly began to speak. Is it still necessary to show it now? Zhai Xingxin's face was filled with fear. The girl looked to Yang Wei for help, but Yang Wei lowered his head and muttered something to himself. I plead guilty and accept punishment. Yang Wei is, after all, a veteran lawyer. Now that he has committed perjury, only by pleading guilty and accepting punishment can he mitigate his criminal liability. Zhai Xingxin's body trembled involuntarily as she looked at Zhou Tao, who was staring at Yang Wei with a furious expression, his teeth clenched. At this moment, Zhou Tao only had eyes for Yang Wei. All he could think about was killing Yang Wei. Now we've reached a critical moment. Zhai Xingxin had no one to help her. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes gleamed. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke. Plaintiffs, you may now present your claims. In the audience, Su Xiaomao's relatives and friends shouted excitedly after hearing Jiang Zhenghua's words. Su Xiaomao's parents then embraced each other and wept bitterly. Fang Hui looked at everyone with a cold gaze and a serious expression, and slowly began to speak. First, we request that the defendant Zhai Xingxin be found guilty of fraud and that her marriage with Su Xiaomao be dissolved, and that she return the cash, real estate, vehicles, and other valuables she defrauded from Su Xiaomao, totaling 13 million RMB. Secondly, Zhai Xingxin subjected my client's brother, Su Xiaomao, to long-term psychological manipulation and verbally threatened him, ultimately leading to his suicide by jumping from a building. According to the judicial interpretation of intentional homicide under Huxia law, Zhai Xingxin is guilty of extortion and intentional homicide. According to the law, he should be sentenced to death, life imprisonment, or imprisonment for a term of 10 years or more. Upon hearing this, Zhai Xingxin immediately knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with panic. Thirdly, the defendant Zhai Xingxin, lead defense attorney Zhou Tao, and assistant attorney Yang Wei fabricated evidence disrupting the normal judicial process. The defendant defense counsel, or litigation agent, is guilty of destroying or fabricating evidence or obstructing testimony, and the circumstances are egregious. According to the law, he should be sentenced to imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. As soon as Zhai Xingxin finished speaking, Zhou Tao rushed towards Yang Wei again but was firmly stopped by 2 bailiffs. Zhou Tao struggled incessantly, raging impotently at Yang Wei. I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Tao's life. Yang Wei ruined it like this? Yang Wei collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on the dazzling emblem of justice above the judge's bench. He once naively thought that what I do can be done anywhere, but now he realizes it. Fairness and impartiality, these 4 seemingly simple words contain an inviolable sacred radiance. Su Wen observed Fang Hui's current behavior. A relieved smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Fang Hui did not betray her trust. She withstood the pressure of public opinion and defeated her former unscrupulous boss. To win back the fairness and justice that Su Xiaomao deserves, a corner of the audience section, 2 doctors in white coats couldn't help but shout out, "We won, Huang Yu, look. We're about to win." They were psychiatrists who accompanied Huang Yu to the court hearing. As victory seemed imminent, the 2 expected Huang Yu to be excited, to shout, and to weep. But when they turned their heads, Huang Yu's expression remained blank, her eyes filled with pain. Just as the 2 were wondering about Huang Yu's performance, Huang Yu slowly stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Wise. One of the doctors sighed and said to the other. His inner turmoil didn't stem from Su Xiaomao. The person traveling with him nodded and also let out a heavy sigh. It's that bystander. Huang Yu had already captured Su Xiaomao. It was the one who started it who shouted something at Su Xiaomao. Jump, jump if you dare. You're not human if you don't jump. If it weren't for him, Su Xiaomao might have already been rescued by Huang Yu. Now, although the instigators have been detained by the authorities, but for now, the possibility of him being sentenced, very low or even impossible. Thinking of this, the 2 men's eyes were filled with complex emotions as they looked at Su Wen, the plaintiff. Perhaps only he could help Huang Yu regain her spirits. Those who instigate should be punished as they deserve. Only then was Huang Yu able to overcome her heartache, see the light after the storm, and regain her smile. At the same time, the screen was flooded with comments. This trial will have profound implications for society. Ji Wang, whether it's a gold digger or a phoenix man, they both act out of self-interest, taking shortcuts and causing tragedy for others. Society needs a lawsuit like this to deter those scoundrels. And those online who incite conflict between men and women for the sake of gaining clicks should also be punished by law. Trust in the law, it will surely provide society with a perfect answer. Jiang Zhenghua pondered for a moment, then turned to discuss it with the clerk and others. Court clerk, Your Honor, this case will probably require further discussion with the panel of judges after the court session. Jiang Zhenghua said in a low voice. This case has already attracted widespread public attention. Not only do the families of the deceased need an explanation, but the people need to see this outcome even more. I know that our court is under a lot of pressure regarding this case, whether it's public opinion or those who lurk behind the scenes, profiting from the conflict. Everyone is using all their resources, abilities, and methods to try and put pressure on the court. But I still maintain that the law cannot be manipulated by public opinion, much less become a tool of public opinion. Upon hearing this, the clerk's eyes were filled with emotion. He knew. Jiang Zhenghua is determined to announce the trial results now. He and Jiang Zhenghua have been partners for many years. He knew that if Jiang Zhenghua announced the results on the spot, it would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. Jiang Zhenghua gave the court clerk a determined look, then reached out and covered the emblem of justice on his chest. That emblem symbolizes fairness and justice. At this moment, it radiated a fiery light just like his heartbeat. Old Liang, I know you're worried about me, but we are prepared for the worst-case scenario, as I said before. If this trial leads to any serious consequences, I will resign from my job and take full responsibility. Presiding judge. The court clerk's eyes were filled with tears. This stubborn old man, he really hasn't changed at all. Okay, then I'll go with you. A moment later, Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel in his hand, slowly stood up and looked at Zhai Xingxin, whose eyes were lifeless, with a dignified gaze before striking the gavel beside him. Zhai Xingxin. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's voice, Zhai Xingxin trembled, her face filled with terror. Zhai Xingxin, regarding all the crimes described by the plaintiff. You plead guilty. Zhai Xingxin's eyes were filled with despair. Both of her lawyers have already pleaded guilty. Now, there was no one left to help her. In her heart, he was filled with regret. She was a graduate student from a prestigious university and was also the school's recognized beauty queen. With her education and looks, she could have easily found a good job after graduation. But she, however, driven by selfish desires, they embarked on a crooked and evil path. She chose to become a gold digger. Now they've ended up like this. If I could do it all over again, I plead guilty. Zhai Xingxin lowered her head in remorse, a single tear falling. A gasp of surprise rippled through the audience. Jiang Zhenghua slowly picked up the gavel in his hand. He knew this could very well be the last time he strikes the gavel, but he doesn't regret it. Bang! The sound of the gavel echoed in every corner of the courtroom, resonating in everyone's hearts. I hereby pronounce the verdict. In a short time, everyone stood up, their gazes solemn as they looked at the emblem of justice above the judge's bench, their eyes filled with emotion. After deliberation in case number XXXX Minchuks, the plaintiff, Su Xiaoxun, filed a lawsuit against the defendant, Zhai Xingxin, requesting the investigation revealed. The plaintiff's lawyer provided complete evidence and leads in accordance with our country's laws. The defendant, Zhai Xingxin, defrauded Su Xiaomo of cash, real estate, cars, luxury goods, and other valuables totaling over 13 million RMB during their marriage. This conforms to the judicial interpretation of the crime of fraud under Huxia law. Later, due to the divorce proceedings, he threatened and intimidated Su Xiaomo, offering him 10 million yuan as compensation. His heinous acts caused Su Xiaomo to succumb to the pressure and commit suicide by jumping from a building. He is guilty of extortion and intentional homicide. Considering multiple offenses according to the law, his civil rights are revoked, and he is sentenced to death with a 1-year reprieve. And within 3 days, return the money that was defrauded from Su Xiaomo's family. The verdict is in. The case, which dragged on for nearly an hour, has finally been decided. When Zhai Xingxin heard that she had been sentenced to death, she stood there dumbfounded like a walking corpse. She has accepted the outcome. It's also possible. She was filled with remorse. If we hadn't taken this path in the first place. Perhaps she was wearing a white dress, a symbol of purity, as she moved through the bustling office building. Although Zhai Xingxin was sentenced to death, it was a great relief to the people. There were no cheerful cheers from the crowd. A gloomy look was written on everyone's face. Everyone knows how hard-won this lawsuit was. But this kind of thing, this is happening repeatedly in every corner of society. Those victims. How many people are fortunate enough to encounter such excellent lawyers as Su Wen and Fang Hui, who can help them seek justice like Su Xiaomo? This lawsuit. This serves as a warning to the world and especially to those lawless individuals, urging them to stop committing heinous acts. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Xiang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with tears. Friends. Luo Xiang's voice was deep and powerful. At this moment, he was finally able to utter the words buried deep in his heart. If you suddenly find that someone of the opposite S*X who perfectly matches your ideal type appears before you and falls in love with you at first sight, then you must be careful because there is no such person in the world. In an instant, the live stream chat was flooded with comments again. Professor Luo Xiang's eyes were fixed on the live chat as if he was waiting for something. A barrage of comments flashed rapidly before Professor Luo Xiang's eyes. Zhai Xingxin failed because of her greed. If she had stopped in time and lived a good life, it would have been a perfect life. This is truly gratifying. Today I finally felt the sacredness of the law. Funny big woman, this judge is making a terrible judgment. Zhai Xingxin is just a weak woman. What did she do wrong? When Luo Xiang saw the comment titled Funny Big Woman, his eyes narrowed instantly, his gaze turning unusually cold. Funny strong woman, you finally couldn't hold back anymore. In previous live streams, Luo Xiang mentioned several times that there are many bloggers who use the guise of teaching others how to date. They promote gender antagonism and teach others how to make money. These people have even formed an entire industry chain. After Zhai Xingxin's case was exposed, in order to avoid affecting their own careers, these people incited their fans online, attacked men in various live streaming rooms, and stood up for Zhai Xingxin. Now, Zhai Xingxin was sentenced to death, and those behind her could no longer sit still and jumped out. Luo Xiang was waiting for them to come out. I saw you in my live stream a long time ago, but you've never said a word. Don't think that just because you say a few words here, you can help Zhai Xingxin or clear your name. I, Luo Xiang, am telling you this today in front of everyone in the live stream. I'm going to personally sue you. Just wait for the court summons. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. Professor Luo Xiang is a leading figure in the legal profession, with tens of millions of fans across the internet. As a public figure, one might worry about their client being exposed in order to prevent causing a huge impact on society. He has already. It's been a long time since there's been a court hearing. But today, because of Su Xiaomo's case, Professor Luo Xiang actually took the initiative to say that he would appeal against Cricket Big Woman, which is simply shocking. In an instant, the screen was filled with the 6 large characters support teacher Luo Xiang, and the blogger with the ID Cricket Big Woman. Upon hearing Professor Luo Xiang's words, he immediately fled in a panic. Just then, teacher Luo Xiang continued speaking with a serious expression. Friends, the law must never yield to illegality. Judge Jiang Zhenghua is absolutely right. Public opinion must never be used to manipulate the law. If you have any evidence of bloggers teaching people how to make money, please send it to me privately. I refuse to believe that these lawbreakers can continue to run rampant. At the trial, after delivering Zhai Xingxin's verdict, Jiang Zhenghua did not stop. Instead, he turned his gaze coldly to Yang Wei and Zhou Tao. For Jiang Zhenghua, these lawyers who commit perjury are showing contempt for the law and disloyalty to the judiciary. These people, every single one of them should be arrested and tried, the investigation revealed. Everyone could hear the coldness in Jiang Zhenghua's tone. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's voice, Yang Wei and Zhou Tao's bodies began to tremble violently. They knew after Zhai Xingxin was sentenced, their verdicts were announced. I plead guilty and accept punishment. Fear filled Yang Wei's eyes, and he pleaded with Jiang Zhenghua in a trembling voice. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. I beg your honor to sentence me with discretion. Please, I really know I was wrong. Jiang Zhenghua snorted coldly, ignoring Yang Wei, and his authoritative voice rang out again. Prisoners Yang Wei, Zhou Tao. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Yang Wei and Zhou Tao with icy eyes, his tone tinged with anger. The investigation revealed that, in the case of Su Xiaomo, the two individuals assisted the party in fabricating evidence and induced the party to commit perjury, which constituted egregious conduct. This not only violates professional ethics for lawyers, but also constitutes a deliberate breach of the law and blatant disregard for the law. According to relevant provisions of Huxia law, Yang Wei and Zhou Tao are hereby sentenced. 7 years imprisonment. Upon hearing this, the two of them felt as if they were in an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble violently. His gaze turned to Su Wen. They felt that Su Wen's figure was like a demon, stretching infinitely in their eyes until it swallowed them up. Good. In the audience, someone shouted first, followed by enthusiastic applause. At the same time, the audience in the live stream cheered. Lawyers who commit perjury are breaking the law and should be severely punished. I can't imagine how dark the world would be if all lawyers were like those two. Thankfully, there are people like attorneys Su and Fang who stood up to uphold justice. Presiding Judge Jiang Zhenghua is also very decisive. The people need good judges like him. Seeing the thunderous applause from the audience, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes were filled with emotion. After today, he may be about to step down from his position as judge. But what you see before your eyes, for him, all the sacrifices were worthwhile. The words fairness and justice are crucial. This is perfectly embodied in Jiang Zhenghua. Several bailiffs stepped forward and escorted Zhai Xingxin, Yang Wei, and Zhou Tao out. As Yang Wei passed Su Wen, he forcefully broke free from the bailiff's restraints and looked at Su Wen coldly, saying, "Do you know why I targeted you in the first place?" Su Wen narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yang Wei. "Oh. Because I want revenge. You may have defeated me, but the people behind me will not let you live." As he spoke, Yang Wei burst into laughter as if he had gone mad, his laughter shrill and piercing. "Ha ha ha, in the near future, you will die a horrible death." "That's terrible." Upon seeing this, the two bailiffs immediately grabbed Yang Wei's arms and took him away. "Walk." Fang Hui frowned, looking at Su Wen with a worried expression. "Attorney Su, he." Su Wen waved his hand dismissively, "Just a clown." Just then, Jiang Zhenghua spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "The court hearing is over." After saying this, Jiang Zhenghua lowered his head, forcing back the tears welling up in his eyes, refusing to let them fall. The court hearing has ended. His professional career thus came to an end. Jiang Zhenghua dedicated his entire life to his work, embodying the principles of fairness and justice. And now, he was saying goodbye to this place. He was reluctant to part with it. He wanted to stay there a little longer to imprint everything about the courtroom firmly in his mind. Looking back on my life, his stubborn personality has earned him the label of being cold and unapproachable, which has also drawn the ire of many people. Now only 55 years old, he didn't even have a single friend to talk to. He gave everything he had. They dedicated themselves to the law, to the people, and to the fairness and justice in their hearts. This life, I have no regrets. Just then Su Wen's voice slowly rang out, "Your Honor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua immediately raised his head, but the next second he froze on the spot. Su Wen stood in the center of the courtroom. Behind him were the courtroom staff and a group of new and old friends of Su Xiaoxun and Su Xiaomo. Even the bailiffs who had just escorted Zhai Xingxin and the others rushed back and stood behind Su Wen. Everyone stood tall, their gazes softening as they looked at the slightly hunched giant on the judge's bench. "Your Honor, thank you for everything you've done." After speaking, Su Wen bowed first, followed closely by the crowd behind him. Now, the national emblem on the courthouse dome gleamed in the sunlight. The reflections of everyone overlapped on the marble floor, forming a forest. Even the camera crew behind the lens, with tears in their eyes, pointed the camera at Jiang Zhenghua, took a step back and bowed deeply. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xiang was immediately moved to tears. This is the meaning of the law, it is the people's trust in the law, and it is the pride of Daxia, swoosh. Luo Xiang stood up from his chair and bowed deeply to Jiang Zhenghua in the picture. Everyone watching the live stream was deeply moved. In a short time, across the country, viewers watching the live broadcast stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Zhenghua. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Zhenghua could no longer hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. He took a deep breath, slowly rose, removed the emblem of justice from his chest and placed it on the judge's bench, then solemnly took a step back. A deep bow, this bow was to express gratitude to the audience. It's also a farewell to everything here. Useless, utterly useless. Zhanghe Law Firm Partners Meeting Room. Yan Xiaocheng slammed his fist on the table and clenched it tightly. Immediately issue a statement saying that Yang Wei has been dismissed by our lawyers. Everything he did has nothing to do with our firm. Shen Yudeng nodded emphatically. I'll find someone to do it right away. With that, Shen Yudeng picked up the documents and prepared to leave. Just then, Cao Jin, founder of Zhang Law Firm, spoke slowly. Also, take out all the case files Yang Wei has handled before and make 2 copies. One copy should be given to the Bar Association, and the other should be given directly to the Judicial Bureau. Also, everyone Yang Wei brought with him and those closely associated with him are all dismissed. Upon hearing Cao Jin's words, everyone present widened their eyes in surprise. Over the years, Yang Wei has handled numerous cases and brought many people with him. If you do that, Zhanghe Law Firm will fire 1/5 of its staff. Moreover, all the cases that Yang Wei had previously handled were handed over to the Bureau of Justice. This is to get the Judicial Bureau to thoroughly investigate Yang Wei. This is absolutely kicking someone when they're down. How cruel! However, Cao Jin was one of the founders of Zhang Law Firm, so Shen Yudeng couldn't refute him and could only nod and do as he was told. Let's not mention Yang Wei anymore, just pretend he never existed. Everyone go home. Upon hearing Cao Jin's words, everyone left the conference room. After watching everyone leave, Cao Jin remained silent for a moment, then took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered quickly. Cao Jin stood up, bowing slightly like a lapdog, and said in a fawning tone, "Boss, Yang Wei is in trouble." A moment later, a mysterious voice came from the phone. "Find a way to tell him not to say what needs to be said, and that I'll ensure he lives a comfortable life in prison. If I said something I shouldn't have, then he's not far from death." Cao Jin took a deep breath and hurriedly spoke. "Don't worry, I know what to do." "That's Su Wen." The mysterious voice gave a cold snort, its tone filled with icy chill. "If you can't even handle him, then go inside and join Yang Wei." After bowing deeply, Luo Xiang slowly sat down. His eyes were still filled with immense shock. This lawsuit. It was the most thrilling lawsuit he had ever seen in his many years of practice. At the same time, it was also the most touching moment for him. How could one not be deeply moved to see dozens of people in white mourning clothes bowing simultaneously to a presiding judge who sacrificed himself for justice? This is a moment of justice belonging to the law. This made even a legal tycoon like him, who hadn't appeared in court for many years, want to do the same as Su Wen, dominating the courtroom. Send all those who exploit legal loopholes for personal gain to jail. Professor Luo Xiang, could you now give us a proper analysis of this lawsuit? Looking at Su Wen on the screen, teacher Luo Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and slowly sighed to the camera. Attorney Su Wen, you truly live up to your reputation as a deadly lawyer. From the very beginning, he had set a trap, waiting for the opposing lawyer to walk right into it. A trap. I didn't see it coming. Stop keeping me in suspense, I'm so eager to know. Attorney Su Wen, is he really as miraculous as Professor Luo Xiang claims? Luo Xiang nodded in agreement and continued. Like you, and even Yang Wei, Zhou Tao, and others, I only saw the first layer of Su Wen's story. But now I understand, Attorney Su Wen, he's in the atmosphere. From the moment attorneys Su and Fang took over the case, Su Wen had already laid a trap. First, we had Fang Hui go live to let the other side know that Su Xiaomao's lawyer was Fang Hui. This is Attorney Su's first layer of deception. At this point, Professor Luo Xiang couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with shock. Luo Xiang had already explained this to everyone before. Because of this live broadcast, Yang Wei and others specifically devised their own courtroom strategy targeting Fang Hui. Therefore, Zhou Tao and Yang Wei collected a lot of evidence about Fang Hui's theft, hoping to overpower her in court and win the case. This strategy is similar to the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Can. They never expected that Attorney Su would apply to appear in court as a supporting lawyer before the trial, directly disrupting their plans. And by directly exposing the evidence presented by Yang Wei and others, there is a suspicion of slander against Fang Hui. At this point, I thought Attorney Su would retaliate by accusing them of defamation. Speaking of which, the viewers in the live stream then realized what was happening. Su Wen did indeed say that. Yang Wei and others maliciously edited the video, blatantly distorted the truth in court, manipulated online public opinion, and falsely accused Fang Hui. He should be sentenced to 3 years in prison, but the matter was never mentioned again. Since they could have gotten the opposing lawyer arrested from the start, why choose to continue the trial? Sending the opposing lawyer in and then continuing the trial would still win the case. Isn't that redundant? Professor Luo Xiang, please tell me quickly. My roommate, before he died, wanted to hear your analysis of this matter. Pathological theft. Teacher Luo Xiang stroked his chin and slowly began to speak. If I'm not mistaken, Attorney Fang suffers from a psychological disorder related to pathological theft. That's precisely why Yang Wei and his group were able to find fault with her and target her. But Attorney Su wanted to use this case to tell everyone. Attorney Fang, there was no theft. That way, no one will be able to use this against Fang Lu again. It was because of this that Attorney Fang overcame her inner demons, leading to her outstanding performance later on. Hi. I'm so confused by what Professor Luo Xiang said. So, does Attorney Fang's case constitute theft? Although pathological theft is a mental illness, the act of stealing is still considered theft. Luo Xiang looked at Su Wen on the screen and smiled slightly. Let me offer you my humble assistance. Don't forget that servant, he's a relative of Attorney Fang. As I said before, theft only constitutes theft if the servant participates in the theft but doesn't pay for it. The merchant suffered no loss. Therefore, Attorney Fang has not committed theft. Servant, your whole family are servants. I'm not sure if this guy is really handsome. I've left the live stream. Upon seeing this, Fang Yao left the live stream with a resentful expression. Let's calculate the time. He should also go to court to pick up his sister who has just won her first battle. Thinking of this, Fang Yao took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is this the flower shop? Yes, I want all the gladiolus flowers in your store, as many as you have. Expensive, I'll transfer you 200,000 right now. Within half an hour, I need you to find all the gladiolus flowers in the entire city. Some people make promises lightly, like smoke and clouds that easily dissipate. Others keep their vows as steadfast as a sword, its edge sharp and unyielding. As long as my sister is happy. He was willing to buy her all the gladioli in the city. After hearing Luo Xiang's explanation, everyone started flooding the chat with comments in his live stream. If Attorney Su is called the deadly lawyer, then how about Attorney Fang is called the master thief lawyer? Ha ha ha. Haha, great name. From now on we'll call her Master Thief Jialu. Professor Luo Xiang, you haven't finished analyzing it for us yet. My roommate is on his last breath. Is it the Master Thief Jialu? Netizens really know how to come up with names. A cute and stunning face paired with twin tails and the name Master Thief Jialu. Although not particularly dashing, it was quite interesting. Seeing the joyful comments on the screen, Luo Xiang smiled and said, of course, Attorney Fang's theft is unrelated to Su Xiaomao's case. Attorney Su is well aware of this. Even if the dispute continues based on Yang Wei and others' slanderous accusations, it won't affect the outcome of the case. Therefore, he didn't dwell on it too much, but instead used it as a starting point to press his advantage. Through the series of evidence presented by Fang Hui, the other party was driven into a corner, but don't kill him outright. Speaking of which, Teacher Luo Xiang's emotions began to surge. This was the second trap Su Wen had set for them, false evidence. Teacher Luo Xiang's voice became passionate, although I don't know exactly what happened during the recess. But Attorney Su must have somehow managed to get the news that he had a will to the opposing lawyer. Luo Xiang's gaze fell on Cheng Yao, who was sitting blankly in the audience. He had already guessed Su Wen's method, however this may involve Su Wen's privacy, therefore. He didn't intend to say it. It was precisely for this reason that the opposing lawyer, fearing that Su Wen's perjury would be valid, hastily fell into Su Wen's trap and preemptively provided his own false testimony. Thereby, he personally sent himself there. On the judge's bench, Jiang Zhenghua slowly rose, looked at Su Wen's figure and sighed softly. Truly worthy of being called breaking law. As he spoke, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes suddenly lit up, his gaze sharpening, and he spoke to Su Wen. Does Attorney Su's law firm have any hiring plans? Everyone present was slightly taken aback upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's voice. Su Wen's eyes immediately lit up as well. As a judge, Jiang Zhenghua must have passed the bar exam. Furthermore, he works in court, holding hearings almost every day, and his experience is definitely no less than that of veteran lawyers. As he was looking to expand his law firm, Fang Yao had already helped him find a suitable location. The design drawings are also ready. Once old Zhang finishes the renovations, they will be able to move in and start working. However, the law firm only has 2 lawyers, Su Wen and Fang Hui, and both are very young. Many people don't like to hire young lawyers. They are currently lacking a seasoned lawyer like Jiang Zhenghua who has extensive experience. If Jiang Zhenghua could join the Good Luck Law Firm, that would greatly enhance a lawyer's paper strength. Your Honor, if you don't mind, our law firm's doors are always open for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua burst into laughter and then left the courtroom. In a short time, Su Xiaomao's relatives and friends immediately surrounded him. Su Xiaomao's parents held Su Wen's hands tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Thank you, Attorney Su, for standing up for us. Without you, Xiaomao might not be able to rest in peace. You should know. Su Wen helped them get back over 10 million. There are also valuable items such as RVs, even if Su Xiaomao's parents do nothing next. This will allow them to enjoy their later years in peace. Su Wen coldly looked at everyone, withdrew his hand, and turned to look at Su Xiaoxun beside him. Your brother's matter is basically over here. Su Xiaoxun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Su Wen before speaking. I will transfer the money to Attorney Fang as soon as it arrives in my account. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Su Xiaomao's mother hurriedly spoke up. Attorney Su, isn't that fee too high? Could you perhaps? Mom. Su Xiaoxun quickly spoke up, interrupting Su Xiaomao's mother. Attorney Su has helped us so much, what are you saying? Su Xiaomao's mother rolled her eyes at Su Xiaoxun. Where did I go wrong? He just opens his mouth in court and we're going to give him over 6 million, that's way too expensive. Su Wen gave Su Xiaomao's mother a cold look, which made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and she quickly shut her mouth. Then Su Wen spoke to Su Xiaoxun. In that case, we'll be going. After saying that, Su Wen turned and left. Fang Hui saw this and hurriedly ran after him. Attorney Su, you seem to dislike Su Xiaomao's family quite a bit. Su Wen's eyes were unfocused, his thoughts seemingly pulled back to the day Su Xiaomao jumped off the building. He clearly remembered Su Xiaomao's desperate expression and the words he uttered. Attorney Su, have you ever been loved? Others might not know, but Su Wen listened clearly to every single word Su Xiaomao said. If we say, Su Xiaomao committed suicide by jumping off a building, are there other perpetrators involved? And his parents? He is undeniably culpable. Su Wen never understood why there was an old Huxia saying. It's called spare the rod and spoil the child, this sentence. Can you really raise a filial son by beating him? It's still those parents who hit their children just finding an excuse for themselves. Su Wen slowly shook his head, clearing his mind of all the jumbled thoughts. It's not that we dislike them, it's just that the agency relationship has ended, so we have nothing to do with them anymore. Su Wen signed the first instance power of attorney. After the first trial, he had no further contact with Su Xiaomao's family. If the other party files an appeal, that depends on whether they will still seek your services. Oh tilde. Fang Hui gave a soft "oh," not quite understanding the meaning behind Su Wen's words. Su Xiaoxun and she were not much different in age. If possible, she would still like to be friends with Su Xiaoxun. Just as the two were about to leave the courtroom, a middle-aged man in a white coat suddenly stopped them. "Hello, Attorney Su, may I speak with you for a few minutes?" Su Wen was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Seeing Su Wen nod, Huang Yu's psychologist smiled and introduced herself. "I belong to the political department of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau and serve as a police psychological counselor." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and continued. "You can call me Zhang Bin." Upon hearing Zhang Bin's self-introduction, Su Wen smiled slightly and extended his hand. "Officer Zhang, hello." Zhang Bin extended his hand and shook hands with Su Wen in a very friendly manner. However, before Zhang Bin could speak, Su Wen spoke first, speaking calmly. "The action of adjusting glasses frames in psychology is related to retrieving brain memories and organizing language logic. As a psychologist, your mental fortitude is likely stronger than that of the average person. For you to do this, there must be something bothering you, or something you're embarrassed to say. Please feel free to speak." As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, Zhang Bin's eyes widened in surprise. Su Wen discerned my inner thoughts with just one gesture. If he hadn't known that Su Wen was a lawyer, he would have even suspected that Su Wen was also a psychologist. Fang Hui, standing to the side, looked at Su Wen in disbelief, her eyes shining. "Wow, Attorney Su, I didn't know you knew about psychology." Having been seen through by Su Wen, Zhang Bin gave an awkward laugh and scratched the back of his head. "I never knew you also had research in psychology." Su Wen smiled slightly, neither denying nor denying, and spoke. "Even a basic understanding of behavioral psychology and criminal psychology can be very helpful to us lawyers." Upon hearing this, Fang Hui hurriedly took out the pen she had just swiped from Su Wen, then took out her notebook and began to take notes diligently. Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Zhang Bin's eyes. He had met many lawyers before in his impression. Lawyers are inherently self-serving. Their grasp of a case and their chances of winning depend entirely on the amount of evidence their clients provide. Like Su Wen, this was the first time he had ever seen a lawyer who specifically studied psychology in order to win. However, that's what a good lawyer should have, isn't it? "Attorney Su, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I've come to you today because I need your help with something, but..." Zhang Bin paused, his face filled with embarrassment. Su Wen picked up where Zhang Bin left off and continued speaking. "So you just don't have money and you can't gain fame either, right?" Zhang Bin was slightly taken aback and said with a hint of surprise in his voice. How did you know?" Seeing Zhang Bin's astonished expression, Su Wen's eyes flashed with regret, and he slowly spoke. "I just saw Captain Huang Yu leave." Su Xiaomao's death must have had a significant psychological impact on Captain Huang Yu. "You came to me because you want me to help him resolve his inner conflict, right? You noticed that too." Zhang Bin's tone was filled with shock. In front of Su Wen, he was like a transparent person, and Su Wen could see right through him. In a short time, Zhang Bin couldn't tell the difference between the two of them. Who is the real therapist? Su Wen frowned slightly and slowly began to speak. "Captain Huang Yu, how are you doing right now?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin's eyes filled with pain and he let out a heavy sigh. "Let's go outside and talk." With that, Zhang Bin turned and walked out of the courtroom, then took a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen. Su Wen waved his hand, and Zhang Bin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Thick smoke, accompanied by his thoughts, escaped from Zhang Bin's mouth. Major depressive disorder. Zhang Bin looked at the rising sun in the sky, his eyes unblinking from the blinding sunlight, and continued. "Captain Huang always believed that Su Xiaomao's death was entirely his fault. But clearly he's already caught Su Xiaomao. It's..." Zhang Bin's voice was choked with emotion. "Since Su Xiaomao's suicide, Huang Yu has suffered from severe depression. They shut themselves off and refuse to actively cooperate with treatment. Zhang Bin and Huang Yu are not only doctor and patient but also longtime friends." Seeing his once smiling friend suffer from severe depression after a rescue operation, as a psychologist, he didn't have a good solution to this. He was in immense pain. "They're the ones stirring up trouble." Fang Hui clenched her small fists, her eyes filled with anger. "He was right behind me at the time. It was his words that made Su Xiaomao lose the will to live." As she spoke, Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with pleading eyes. "Attorney Su, I also want to beg you to ensure that those who instigated this disturbance receive the punishment they deserve." Su Wen sighed softly, Zhang Bin came to see him for the same reason. Only by ensuring that those who instigated the disturbance receive the punishment they deserve can Huang Yu's pain be alleviated, enabling her to actively cooperate with treatment and recover her health as soon as possible. It's easy to punish those who incite unrest, but upon hearing Su Wen's words, Zhang Bin's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Su Wen with a joyful expression. "Attorney Su, please speak freely." Su Wen frowned and said softly, "It's a public prosecution case. I'm just an ordinary lawyer, it's difficult for me to get involved." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin immediately spoke up. "If you agree to help, I'll figure something out." Su Wen nodded, "Okay." After saying that, Su Wen turned and left. Just then, Zhang Bin spoke again, addressing Su Wen. "Attorney Su, I know that lawyers charge fees for court appearances, and given your capabilities, your fees are not exactly low. But don't worry, I will do my best to pay you the agency fee." Su Wen received over 6 million yuan in legal fees for his lawsuit against Su Zai'amo. For Zhang Bin, this was an astronomical figure, therefore he had already made up his mind before he went to find Su Wen. He used his own money to ask Su Wen to hold a trial, thus clearing the shadow from his friend's heart. Even if he spent all his wealth, as long as Huang Yu recovers, it will all be worth it. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips curled slightly, he raised his arm and waved his hand, speaking without turning his head. "Money is never the measure of a lawyer's ability." Zhang Bin watched Su Wen's retreating figure, his eyes filled with emotion. Su Wen, this lawyer seemed different from any of the ones he had met before. Perhaps that's the real lawyer. Walking out of the courthouse, Su Wen and Fang Hui were immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. "Attorney Su, could you share some details about this case with us? Is there anything else you'd like to say about the idea of gender antagonism? Yang Wei was your former superior. He gave false testimony. What are your thoughts on this? You collected over 6 million yuan in agency fees. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Su Zai'amo is already dead. You've collected so many agency fees. Aren't you profiting from his death?" However, this time, Su Wen had no intention of being interviewed by these reporters. He looked coldly at the group of reporters and reprimanded them. "You're here conducting interviews, trying to report on Su Zai'amo's case. Isn't that profiting from someone's tragedy? Since it's a live court hearing, there will naturally be a replay. I will not grant you any interviews." Su Wen knew. These journalists completely disregard the trial's outcome or even what happened during the trial itself. They just thought they managed to extract information from others that could generate sensational stories, thereby distorting the facts and gaining traffic. Journalists with no moral bottom line are capable of anything. Su Wen naturally wouldn't give them that chance. After saying that, Su Wen led Fang Hui, intending to break out of the encirclement. However, the group of reporters remained persistent, firmly surrounding the two of them. Just then, suddenly, a deafening car horn blared from behind the reporter, startling everyone. Everyone turned around with displeasure, their eyes widening instantly. In the distance, a dozen luxury cars were seen driving towards them. Each of these cars is worth no less than 1 million. Fang Yao, holding a walkie-talkie, looked at the group of reporters with a lazy expression and began to speak. "You'd better move aside. If you damage my car, I'll sue you." Upon seeing this, a group of reporters quickly made way for them. Just then, a dozen luxury cars under Fang Yao's direction stopped in front of Fang Hui. Immediately afterwards, all the car doors opened, and a rich floral fragrance instantly filled everyone's nostrils. Inside, more than a dozen luxury cars, all were filled with sword-shaped, multicolored gladiolus flowers. Passers-by stopped and stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Holy crap, I've never seen so many flowers before. These flowers must cost tens of thousands, that's terrifying. Tens of thousands, I feel like it's hundreds of thousands. Wow, how romantic. And the guy who delivered the flowers was so handsome. This is utterly inhumane, this is absolutely inhumane." Upon seeing this scene, Fang Hui blushed instantly, walked up to Fang Yao with a mixture of embarrassment and anger and said angrily, "Brother, what are you doing? Close the car door, it's so embarrassing." Fang Yao put his arm around Fang Hui's shoulder and said with a smug look on his face, "My sister had a great start today and I'm so happy as her brother. As he spoke, Fang Yao turned his head and gave Su Wen a slightly provocative smirk. Ever since Fang Hui started working for Su Wen, she always mentions Su Wen's name when she gets home. Fang Yao felt like he was soaking in a vat of vinegar, extremely unhappy. Now, the time had finally come for him to show off his skills. How could he not give Su Wen a good pat on the back? Come on. I'll take you out for something delicious today. Lawyer Su want to come along. Su Wen gave a sullen laugh. This Fang Yao, he's acting like a little kid. Bored, they must be bored. Yes, we must find a way to give him more things to do. There's probably no time for dinner. Su Wen glanced at the time. Su Xiaomao's case had gone to trial and taken quite some time. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Fang Hui's eyes. Attorney Su, shall we go out for dinner together? Su Wen waved his hand, slowly walked up to the Fang siblings, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said softly, to celebrate Fang Hui's victory in her first battle, I also prepared a surprise for her. Upon hearing this, the Fang siblings were slightly taken aback and Fang Yao frowned. What surprise? Su Wen's expression froze for a moment before he spoke. Human traffickers. Aunt May, yaping, we have to go. Inside the prosecutor's office. At the prosecutor's office, Hong Liang hurriedly shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of instant noodles, tidied up all the miscellaneous documents on the table, and shouted indistinctly at a girl not far away who was also organizing documents, her long, thin hair slightly disheveled. Wait just one more minute, I'll have the documents ready in a minute. Hong Liang took the opportunity to slurp down a couple more mouthfuls of instant noodles, then walked to Zhang Yaping's desk and tapped his finger on the surface. Yaping, we'll work on the information about workplace bullying when we get back. The most important thing today is still interrogating Aunt May, the human trafficker. After tidying up the documents, Zhang Yaping leaned back in her chair, looking exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. To me, everything is equally important. We are prosecutors and we must give every citizen who has been wronged an explanation. Hong Liang patted Zhang Yaping on the shoulder. His face was also etched with exhaustion. During this period of time, they only sleep about 4 hours a day, spending the rest of their time dealing with many things. In the name of the law, it is our duty to gain the public's trust in the judiciary and in our public security, procuratorial, and judicial personnel. But you also need to take care of your health. I just heard that the court recently handed down 2 verdicts, one of which involved Chen Jiu, whom we've been investigating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but become excited. You said Chen Jiu was sentenced to prison? Hong Liang nodded, then pulled Zhang Yaping up from the chair. Let's talk as we walk. After leaving the procurator's office building, the two quickly got into an SUV patrol vehicle. Hong Liang drove while Zhang Yaping lay down in the passenger seat. Feeling the soft seat, a wave of fatigue washed over her. If you're too tired, you can rest for a while. It'll take about 20 minutes to get to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yaping forced her eyes open, shook her head vigorously, and refused. You still haven't told me what's the situation with the aged wine. Hong Liang started the car engine, stepped on the gas, and continued speaking. I haven't found out the specifics yet, but I heard it's because of Jiang Yaokai's debt case. Those deadbeats have turned against him. And what's more, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping immediately became interested. In their efforts to find evidence of the crimes related to the aged liquor, they interviewed many ordinary people, some of whom were debtors who had defaulted on their debts. Ordinary people not wanting to cause trouble and with their own lives getting better and better are unwilling to help. As for those deadbeats, they were firmly bound to Chenjiu, as solid as a rock, impossible to break through. This allowed Chenjiu to evade justice for so many years. Hong Liang and Zhang Yaping had always viewed Chenjiu as a thorn in their side, but they just couldn't find any evidence. Which lawyer handled this? I definitely want to meet him sometime. Upon hearing that Chen Jiu had been sentenced to life imprisonment, Zhang Yaping seemed much more energetic. Hong Liang frowned and thought about it carefully. It seems. His name is Su Wen. Su Wen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping also frowned. That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Hong Liang thought about it for a moment and nodded. When I first heard it, it also sounded somewhat familiar. Just then, Hong Liang's phone rang. He turned around and said to Zhang Yaping, who was standing next to him, "It's the deputy director's phone, could you answer it for me? Put it on speakerphone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping quickly took Hong Liang's phone and answered it. Soon, the voice of Chen Yijun, the deputy chief prosecutor of the procuratorate, came through the phone. "Xiao Liang, where are you now?" Upon hearing this, Hong Liang focused on driving and said, "Dean Chen, we're on our way to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We're going to interrogate Aunt May, the human trafficker, this afternoon. By the way, have you contacted the lawyer I told you about? The interrogation is this afternoon. Bring him along too." Upon hearing this, Hong Liang immediately frowned. Chen Yijun had previously mentioned that a lawyer would be involved in the case of the human trafficker Aunt May and would participate in Aunt May's trial as a collaborator. But Hong Liang didn't take it too seriously. Although he also graduated with a law degree and passed the bar exam, but he has no fondness for lawyers outside of the prosecutor's office. To him, those law firms were either after money or fame. They have no regard for the fairness of the judiciary, nor will they earnestly seek justice for ordinary people. Chen Yijun suddenly shoved a lawyer in to join them in the trial of Aunt May, something Hong Liang had always believed. This is a lawyer with connections who wants to use Aunt May's case to enhance his own image. Therefore, Hong Liang has always been very disgusted by this matter. "Dean Chen, isn't it against procedure to involve an outside lawyer?" Soon Chen Yijun's cursing came through the phone. "Nonsense. Without Attorney Su, Aunt May would still be on the run. Besides, I've seen his abilities firsthand, he's no less capable than any of yours." Upon hearing this, Hong Liang let out a deep sigh. "If it's gilding, so be it. Why make it sound so high and mighty while trying to put us down? Okay, I understand." Hong Liang's voice was as perfunctory as could be. Chen Yijun's voice came through the phone again. "Also, this morning, the court issued verdicts in 2 cases. One was a fraud case involving Chen Jiu, and the other was the case of Zhai Xingxin, the money-grubbing woman. Chen Jiu and Zhai Xingxin have both been sentenced, and this has attracted significant public attention. Your workload will likely increase significantly going forward. If you can't handle it, let me know anytime." Upon hearing this, Hong Liang cleared his throat and continued. "As long as it's done in the name of the law to seek justice for the people, no matter how much work it involves, we can handle it." When Zhang Yaping heard that both cases had resulted in criminal sentences, her eyes widened in surprise. She had heard about Zhai Xingxin's case, but it was a very difficult case, and she once thought that Zhai Xingxin would escape legal punishment. Hearing that Zhai Xingxin had also been sentenced, I was extremely shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Dean Chen, what's the name of the lawyer who won the Zhai Xingxin case? Does Jiang Cheng have such a capable lawyer?" Chen Yijun snorted coldly and then spoke, "Su Wen." "Su Wen." Upon hearing Chen Yijun's answer, the 2 men's eyes widened in surprise. "This Su Wen, where did this person come from, winning 2 lawsuits in a row? That's incredible," Chen Yijun continued. "The recent crackdown on workplace bullying is also because Su Wen won his case against old Zhang. Su Wen is one of the few good lawyers, but his methods of handling cases are somewhat too ruthless." Upon hearing this, Hong Liang burst into laughter, his face filled with admiration. "Ruthless methods are fine, but what's worrisome is not doing what's right for the people. I like this Attorney Su." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping blinked her bright eyes and looked at Hong Liang in the driver's seat with disbelief. The two had worked together on cases for many years, and she had never heard Hong Liang praise a lawyer before. Just then, Chen Yijun's voice rang out again. "The lawyers involved in Aunt May's case have arrived at the city police station. Once you arrive, contact him first, then go in together." Upon hearing Chen Yijun's words, Hong Liang's face immediately fell, and he said in a displeased tone, Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Hong Liang snorted coldly and cursed in dissatisfaction. "What the hell, came here to get your credentials gilded? Watch how I deal with him." Jiangcheng City, at the entrance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Aunt May has been caught, so does that mean I might have a chance to find clues about my biological parents?" Fang Hui crossed her arms in front of her chest, a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes filled with surprise. After being abducted, Fang Hui was sold to Chen Liangxiang. Later, when Fang Yao was escaping with her, they were surrounded and attacked by a crowd. In order to protect Fang Yao, Fang Hui suffered a serious head injury and lost all her memories before she was abducted. Over the years, Fang Hui frequently visits doctors, but they say her memory is unlikely to be restored. Fang Hui, who has lost her memory, doesn't even know what her parents look like, although Fang Yao is with him. But deep down, she still longs to find her biological parents. Now that Aunt May has been arrested, there is a high chance that she will find her biological parents. Attorney Sue, thank you so much. This gift is such a wonderful surprise. Su Wen nodded, but that's on the condition that Aunt May is willing to provide any clues. Fang Yao stood not far from the two of them, pouting, looking like he'd fallen into a vat of jealousy. Compared to Su Wen's gift, the gladioli I prepared didn't seem so dazzling anymore. Fang Yao looked at Fang Hui not far away and muttered to himself in a proud tone. Shaw, even if you find your biological parents, I don't believe they'd spoil you as much as I do. Just then, a group of uniformed police officers suddenly jogged out of the city police station and shouted loudly as soon as they stepped out of the building. Attorney Sue. Upon hearing this, Su Wen turned around and saw Wang Qiang, the police station chief, running anxiously toward him. Director Wang, you look like you've lost a lot of weight lately. As he spoke, Su Wen grinned, looking at Wang Qiang, who, though tired, was full of energy, and continued. No, with such a great achievement, he'll probably be promoted soon. Wang Qiang quickly waved his hand and said, This is all thanks to you. As he spoke, Wang Qiang turned around and introduced himself to the group of police officers behind him. This is Lawyer Su, the one who provided us with the lead on the human trafficker, Aunt May. Moreover, just now, Attorney Su sent Chen Jiu to prison, and to life imprisonment no less. He's truly a role model for us all. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened instantly, staring at Su Wen in disbelief. Wang Qiang had often mentioned Su Wen before, praising how capable Su Wen was. They always thought, a lawyer with such strong abilities must be an old man with a white beard, but unexpectedly, the lawyer Su, whom Wang Qiang greatly admired, was actually younger than all of them. Moreover, Su Wen just sent Chen Jiu to jail. Who is Chen Jiu? Those were a scourge of Jiangcheng, people who escaped the crackdown on organized crime. Others might not know, but how could the police not? Chen Jiu is very meticulous in his actions. The public security, procuratorate, and judiciary have always wanted to arrest Chen Jiu, but they have been struggling to find evidence. However, the criminals who are a headache for everyone, but this young lawyer got him imprisoned and for life. This is absolutely gratifying. Attorney Su, thank you for eradicating a malignant tumor for Jiangcheng. After regaining his senses, one of the policemen immediately saluted Su Wen. Immediately afterwards, all the police officers saluted and shouted, Thank you, Attorney Su, for eradicating a scourge in Jiangcheng. The shouts were deafening, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Just then, a patrol car from the procuratorate slowly drove in. Hong Liang, who was inside the car, frowned upon seeing the scene before him and asked Zhang Yaping, who was standing next to him. Are any leaders here for inspection today? Zhang Yaping shook her head in confusion. I haven't heard of that. That's strange, no one's supervising, so what are these people doing here? Seeing Su Wen surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Yaping blinked and smiled. You know what, the guy in the middle is actually quite handsome. Hong Liang glanced at Zhang Yaping with annoyance. All you do is swoon over girls, I've never seen you find a boyfriend. Zhang Yaping clenched her fist and lightly tapped Hong Liang's arm, saying with a displeased expression, Working with you keeps me so busy I feel like I could be cleaved in two, how could I possibly have time to date? Hong Liang was speechless for a moment. I've been so focused on work that I haven't really thought about these things. After this busy period is over, you must help Zhang Yaping by introducing her to a few boyfriends. Although Zhang Yaping's name sounds a bit rustic, she is very beautiful with a curvaceous figure and long, wavy hair exuding the charm of a mature woman. When she first joined the procuratorate, she was once known as the court beauty and had a lot of suitors. But over time, as Zhang Yaping and Hong Liang spent more time together, they were also dubbed workaholics. And like Hong Liang, he is cold and unapproachable. Therefore, those men who originally wanted to pursue Zhang Yaping all stayed far away from her afterward. He was afraid that she and Hong Liang might go crazy and investigate him too. What are you thinking about? Seeing Hong Liang staring blankly, Zhang Yaping quickly spoke up to remind him. You can't just sit around thinking while driving. Hong Liang snapped out of his reverie, sighed softly, and then spoke. I wonder if the lawyer the vice president mentioned has arrived. If he dares to make me wait for him, HMPH. As he spoke, Hong Liang found a parking space and parked his car. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Qiang's voice reached their ears. Why haven't the prosecutors arrived yet? Hong Liang straightened his clothes, waved to the crowd, and walked quickly over. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, I'm a little late. Upon seeing Hong Liang, Wang Qiang's expression immediately turned somewhat displeased. They arrested the person. The clue was provided by Su Wen. The prosecutor's office wants to take me in for questioning, so I have to wait for them here. I'll just wait by myself. If Attorney Su is unhappy after waiting for so long, well. For a moment, all the police officers looked at Hong Liang, who was late, with displeasure. Hong Liang gave an awkward smile, then hurriedly stepped forward and shook Wang Qiang's hand. Director Wang, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting here. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang was slightly taken aback, withdrew his hand, and spoke. Who said we were waiting for you here? Hong Liang froze on the spot, his hands hanging in midair at a loss for what to do. Aren't you waiting for us? Are we really going to wait for that lawyer who's just here to get some experience? How ridiculous. However, at that moment, a policeman behind Wang Qiang muttered something under his breath. That's right, we're here to wait for Attorney Su Wen. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Wang Qiang, his voice trembling as he asked, What? Attorney Su Wen is here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping blinked excitedly and asked, Which one of you is Attorney Su Wen? Throughout the day, the name she heard most often was that of lawyer Su Wen. Although Su Wen won the case, it also brought them a workload, but in essence, it's still because the public security, procuratorate, and judicial organs failed in their duties that the people suffered injustice. Su Wen, a lawyer, did what the prosecutor's office wanted to do but had never done. Such a lawyer full of a sense of justice. Although she had never met Su Wen, Zhang Yaping already held him in high esteem. Wang Qiang put his arm around Su Wen's shoulder and said to Zhang Yaping with a smug look on his face, This is Su Wen, the renowned lawyer Su. We're all in the same system, so I can't hide it from you. I'll just be frank. The arrest of Aunt May this time was entirely thanks to Attorney Su's help. Upon hearing this, the two of them widened their eyes instantly. What? Su Wen not only brought the aged wine to justice, she even helped the police arrest the human trafficker, Aunt May. Aunt May has been in hiding for many years, her whereabouts are very mysterious, and to this day there is not a single real photo of her in the police system. The fact that a police station chief led a team to arrest Aunt May is already shocking enough. But now they say, the biggest contributor to Aunt May's capture was actually this handsome young lawyer in his early 20s. This is unbelievable. A genius, this guy is absolutely a genius. Hong Liang stared at Su Wen in front of him, utterly shocked. If we could recruit this talented individual and have him work like a slave in the procuratorate, he would surely be able to do a lot of good for the people. We must find a way to trick him. Oh no. They tricked him into going to the procuratorate. Thinking of this, Hong Liang hurriedly stepped forward, grasped Su Wen's hand with a fawning expression and grinned. Attorney Su, I've long admired your reputation, and meeting you today, I can confirm your extraordinary abilities. He looks like someone who would serve his country and its people, don't you all agree? As he spoke, Hong Liang turned around and laughed loudly at the crowd around him. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Hong Liang's words struck a chord with everyone. However, the next second Hong Liang spoke again. Unlike some lawyers who, just to enhance their resumes, actually pull strings to try and get involved in Theresa May's cases. Really? That's shameless. Hong Liang spoke with righteous indignation, passionate fervor, and spittle flying from his lips. However, the surrounding crowd, but their faces instantly turned cold and they stared at Hong Liang with ill intent, their eyes filled with displeasure. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. A moment later, a pleasant laugh rang out. Hong Liang sensed something was off and looked at Fang Hui, who was secretly laughing to herself and couldn't help but ask, What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Fang Yao, who was not far away, laughed so hard he bent over, his face turning completely red. Seeing Su Wen get his comeuppance, his friend, who was known for his mischievousness, was secretly overjoyed. Su Wen took a deep breath and said irritably, "That shameless lawyer you're talking about, that's me." Wang Qiang snorted coldly and spoke to Hong Liang in an icy tone. "If it weren't for Attorney Su, Aunt May would still be at large." "What do you mean by trying to use connections to enhance one's resume?" Among everyone present, anyone could have avoided being involved in Aunt May's case. Attorney Su is the only one who must attend. After saying that, Wang Qiang turned his head and walked into the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Hong Liang froze on the spot, looking at Su Wen with an embarrassed expression. Su Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud and patted Hong Liang on the shoulder. "Don't just stand there, we should go in." Subsequently, Su Wen and Fang Hui, surrounded by a group of police officers, entered the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Oops, you messed it up, didn't you?" Zheng Yaping passed by Hong Liang and patted him on the shoulder. "You've been too loud lately, haven't you, ha ha ha." After saying that, Zheng Yaping followed the others inside. After regaining his senses, Hong Liang took a deep breath and jogged after her. When he reached Zheng Yaping's side, he grinned sheepishly. "For the sake of the people, so what if we lose face? What's face worth anyway?" Watching Su Wen's retreating figure surrounded by a group of police officers, Hong Liang couldn't help but clench his fists. "What a talent! We absolutely have to bring him to the prosecutor's office." Municipal Public Security Bureau, Cell 1, Ward 1. The room was about 30 square meters and housed 8 female prisoners, although the place is not big. But it's big enough for 8 people to live in. However, in Cell 1, one of the female inmates had messy short hair, triangular eyes, and an aura of menace. Those hawk-like eyes, like those of a murderous demon, terrified the other 7 criminals who huddled together in a few square meters, trembling with fear. She, on the other hand, lay on the bed with a sinister expression. That's terrifying. When will she leave?" The other 7 female prisoners were mostly convicted of petty theft or fighting. Although Aunt May looks to be nearly 50 years old, many gray hairs have grown on his head, but ever since the day she came in, although she didn't say a word, she only gave the crowd a cold look which frightened them so much that they dared not approach. "Who is this person? How can they be so terrifying? Their eyes look like they've killed someone. I swear once I get out I will be a law-abiding citizen. I never want to come back to this jail again. How can there be such a terrifying person in the world? What crime did she commit? Could it be that he really is a murderer? Judging from her appearance, she must have killed more than one person." Just then, Aunt May suddenly turned over, her hawk-like eyes sweeping over the trembling crowd in the corner. "What's all the noise about? Don't you want to live anymore?" His voice was dry and hoarse, like a wailing sound from hell, sending chills down one's spine. In a short time, everyone was so frightened that they trembled uncontrollably. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened that they wet their pants. As soon as Aunt May's voice rang out, Cell 1 fell into an eerie silence, the only sound the faint murmur of people swallowing hard out of fear. Devil. For everyone, Aunt May was like a demon crawled out of hell. She only glanced at him. It became a deep-seated fear within them, a fear that would haunt them for life. Just then, the sound of a rusty iron gate suddenly rang out, the harsh scraping of metal like sharp thorns piercing everyone's ears. "The police are here! The police have arrived!" Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. This was the first time in their lives they had been so happy to see the police. Aunt May slightly opened her eyes and looked coldly towards the doorway. A police officer in a criminal investigation uniform stood at the door and shouted loudly into the house. "Prisoner 251, Pan Dongmei, come out for interrogation." The interrogation room was dimly lit. Aunt May sat in the interrogation chair, her hands firmly handcuffed. Wang Qiang sat opposite Aunt May, tapping his pen rhythmically on the table. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Aunt May, however, sat in the interrogation chair, head down, eyes closed, and fell fast asleep. Zheng Yaping, who was standing next to Wang Qiang, turned on the recording equipment and nodded to Wang Qiang. "Officer Wang, everything is ready." At the same time, inside the room where Su Wen and the others were, the scene of Aunt May's interrogation was simultaneously displayed on the large screen. When everyone saw Aunt May fast asleep, their faces immediately turned cold. Damn it, a human trafficker dares to be so arrogant he's asking for it. An old detective couldn't help but curse. This is because management is becoming increasingly strict. If this were 20 years ago, the cameras in the interrogation room would have suddenly shut down due to aging equipment, and Aunt May would have beaten herself out of fear. Hong Liang sat in the main seat with a microphone in front of him to communicate with Wang Qiang and Zheng Yaping. However, at this moment, Hong Liang felt extremely uncomfortable. "Attorney Su, would you please sit here?" Su Wen stood behind Hong Liang and waved his hand. "Regarding Aunt May's case, I'm just your assistant. I can't possibly take this position." But that's not what everyone thought. This location. Only Su Wen can sit here. Su Wen naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He patted Hong Liang on the shoulder and reassured him. "Although we've arrested Aunt May, we have far too little evidence to convict her of a serious crime." The police officer standing nearby echoed this sentiment. "We must get her to talk today, or we'll have to let her go." Upon hearing this, Su Wen frowned slightly but quickly relaxed and continued speaking to Hong Liang. "Don't overthink it, we all have only one goal. We must bring Aunt May to justice." Upon hearing this, Hong Liang nodded heavily. Looking at Aunt May, who was still fast asleep on the big screen, he felt as if a heavy burden was weighing on his shoulders. "Hello, hello, hello, can you hear me?" Hong Liang's voice was clearly heard by Wang Qiang and Zheng Yaping through the headphones. The two nodded slightly to the camera, and Hong Liang took a deep breath before speaking. The interrogation begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qiang slammed his hand on the table. Smack. "Pan Dongmei, your crimes are heinous, how dare you even sleep here?" Although Wang Qiang is currently the head of a police station, he was also an outstanding criminal investigator before that. He has extensive experience in interrogating prisoners. Momentum, it is a very important factor during the interrogation process. Only when you possess enough imposing presence to overwhelm the criminal can you force them to confess. However, upon hearing Wang Qiang's voice, Aunt May slowly opened her hawk-like eyes. Those sinister eyes instantly lowered the temperature in the interrogation room to freezing point. Even Wang Qiang couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Why would eyes like those of a demon from hell appear on one person? Heinous crimes, ha! Aunt May gave a dry laugh, her hawk-like eyes looking at Wang Qiang with mockery as she continued. "I'm just an ordinary village woman, how could I be so heinous?" Zheng Yaping stood up abruptly, pointed at Pan Dongmei and said fiercely, "Pan Dongmei, when you were arrested, 5 abducted children were also found. What excuse do you have left?" Pan Dongmei snorted disdainfully, her body slumped back in the interrogation chair like a venomous snake, looking at Zhang Yaping with a stern gaze. "What about abducted children? I went out to buy groceries, and when I came back there were several more children at home. I was wondering where these children came from." Seeing this scene, Hong Liang asked the group of criminal police officers behind him, "Did those 5 children say anything?" Upon hearing this, a detective sighed heavily and shook his head in disappointment. These 5 children, the youngest of whom has just been weaned. The other 3 were mostly 3 or 4 years old. After being rescued, they could only cry and couldn't provide any clues. And the detective paused abruptly, his body beginning to tremble slightly. The only 6-year-old child. The detective clenched his fist, his gaze fixed menacingly on Pan Dongmei on the screen. His tongue has been cut out, he can't speak let alone write. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang clenched his fists tightly. The pain from his nails digging into his palms was nothing compared to the grief and indignation in his heart. Just then, Wang Qiang's angry shouts came from the big screen. "You're talking nonsense. When we arrested you, you even drugged that baby who had just been weaned." At this point, Wang Qiang couldn't contain his anger any longer. He stood up, pointed at Aunt May, and cursed her viciously. "Are you even human? Furthermore, we also found the same sleeping pills in your rented apartment. How do you explain that?" Aunt May scoffed dismissively. "Officer, I'm getting old and have trouble sleeping. Is it illegal for me to buy some sleeping pills? As for those children, how would I know how they got there?" Aunt May has always been cautious in her actions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to keep a single portrait from being discovered by the police all these years. When renting a house, Aunt May deliberately chose this location, avoiding all the cameras. Therefore, There is no evidence to prove it, these children. Aunt May brought her into the rented room. The interrogation reached a stalemate as soon as it began, or rather. Aunt May wasn't afraid at all. She knew clearly. These police officers have no concrete evidence of her crime, and in a few days they'll have to obediently release her. Only, now that my true colors have been revealed, things will be much more difficult for me in the future. At this time, the atmosphere in both the interrogation room and the monitoring room plummeted to freezing point. For a moment, everyone present was at a loss as to what to do with Aunt May. Does this mean? If we can't get any valid evidence, we really have to release this beast. The detective's voice was filled with despair. It was so difficult to finally catch this human trafficker, Aunt May, who struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Daxia. If this is the case, it would be like releasing a heinous human trafficker back into the wild. I'm not reconciled. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Wen as if he were the last hope. Aunt May was caught thanks to a tip from Su Wen. He was even referred to by Luo Xiangdu as a lawyer with a deadly poison law. He'll definitely find a way to get Aunt May to talk. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. If all else fails, let's release her for now. But Zhu Wen hadn't finished speaking when voices of opposition instantly resounded throughout the monitoring room. Attorney Su, what are you saying? Aunt May has destroyed so many families, we mustn't let her go. If we release her, all our previous efforts will have been for nothing. Just then Hong Liang frowned, looked at the confident Su Wen and slowly spoke. Everyone, please don't panic. Let's hear what Attorney Su has to say. Su Wen glanced at Hong Liang. Although I didn't have much contact with Hong Liang, and we even made a fool of ourselves in the process. But he could tell that Hong Liang was a prosecutor who upheld the bottom line of the law. Su Wen still had a rather favorable impression of Hong Liang. Su Wen stood up and addressed the crowd. However, the condition for releasing her is that I must tell her one thing. At this point, Su Wen paused slightly, immediately piquing everyone's curiosity. What did you say? Su Wen smiled and began to speak. Chen Liangxiang, it seems like it'll be released soon, right? Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in confusion. Chen Liangxiang and the others knew about it. 11 years ago, he was charged with crimes including child trafficking, organizing disabled children to beg, theft, forced labor, and intentional injury. He was sentenced to 12 years and 3 months in prison. Now, although 12 years have not yet passed, however, the procuratorate decided to release Chen Liangxiang early on the grounds that she was too old. And Fang Hui. It was Chen Liangxiang who bought it from Aunt May and used it to steal things on the street. Su Wen spent his emotional points to exchange for a tracking card in the system and find clues about Aunt May in order to help Fang Hui resolve her inner conflict and find her biological parents. Today's interrogation unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Attorney Su, is there any necessary connection between releasing Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang from prison? Just as Su Wen was about to reply, Hong Liang suddenly spoke up. I understand. I'll do as Attorney Su says. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? Why won't you explain this to us? Hong Liang nodded to Su Wen and then spoke. Attorney Su, just tell us what you want us to do and we'll do our best to cooperate. Su Wen looked at Hong Liang as if he were an idiot. This Hong Liang has a strong sense of justice and is also a prosecutor who serves the people. But how could it suddenly ignite? Shouldn't a white phosphorus personality type be more suited to be a rapper? What responsibility will you bear? If no evidence is found today, Aunt May should be released according to normal procedures. Hong Liang scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled twice, and then spoke into the microphone. Officer Wang, ask her if she knows Chen Liangxiang. Wang Qiang nodded in the interrogation room, looked at Aunt May who seemed completely unfazed and asked, do you know Chen Liangxiang? 11 years ago, Chen Liangxiang was arrested and sentenced. He mentioned that he had made a deal with you. Upon hearing this, Aunt May's eyes suddenly darted around. My true colors have been revealed. It is said that Chen Liangxiang will be released from prison soon. If I could find Chen Liangxiang, let her charge into battle at the front. Wouldn't it be better to stay behind the scenes, only responsible for connecting the upstream and downstream? Chen Liangxiang, I've never even heard of her. Aunt May feigned impatience, then turned her head away after speaking, ignoring Wang Qiang and pondering her own plans. Zheng Yaping's face turned red with anger. She slammed her hand on the table and said fiercely to Aunt May, "Pan Dongmei, you'd better tell the truth. If we find any clues, it will be too late to confess." Chen Liangxiang turned her head and looked at Zheng Yaping with disdain. "Confess? Officer, are you trying to force me to confess? Although I'm just a rural woman, I also watch TV. Forcing me to confess is a blatant violation of the law." Chen Liangxiang turned the tables and continued speaking to Zheng Yaping. "I'm telling you, I know nothing. Even if you beat me to death today, I still won't know anything. Not only that, but after I get out, I'll also sue you for illegally performing your duties and abusing me, a rural woman. I want the people to see for themselves what kind of hypocritical police you are." Just as Wang Qiang was about to lose his temper, Hong Liang's voice suddenly came through his earphones. "Officer Wang, you and Yaping can come out first, 2 other people can take over." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang immediately turned to look at the camera, his face filled with anger. "No. I'm going to pry her mouth open today." Wang Qiang is already a very experienced veteran criminal investigator. Replacing him with someone else to interrogate them is tantamount to saying something in disguise. "You, Wang Qiang, are not as good as others." Wang Qiang is confident. No matter who comes, they can't do it better than him. Moreover, Wang Qiang was now seething with hatred for Aunt May, and no matter who came today, he would not give up his interrogation position. He was determined to get Aunt May to talk. However, the next second, upon hearing the voice coming from the earphones, Wang Qiang immediately burst out laughing. "Oh, oh, oh. Oh, it's Attorney Sue who wants to come in personally. Then I'll get out right away, ha." Wang Qiang was unaware of what was happening in the monitoring room. But when he heard that Su Wen was coming in to interrogate him, even though the procedure was unreasonable. But when it comes to the people in the interrogation room, apart from Su Wen, no one is as good as him. If Su Wen were to play, he would definitely be able to get Aunt May to talk. Wang Qiang's words also reached Aunt May's ears. Upon hearing this, Aunt May was slightly taken aback. Her hawk-like gaze grew even more fierce, her eyes darting back and forth, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. This lawyer surnamed Su. Who exactly is this person that they could participate in the interrogation as a lawyer? Let's go, we'll leave this to Attorney Su. Wang Qiang immediately gathered up the things on the table, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he grabbed the still bewildered Zheng Yaping and walked out. "Officer Wang, this doesn't follow procedure, does it?" Wang Qiang rolled his eyes in annoyance. "If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Besides, the 2 of us combined aren't as powerful as Attorney Sue. Let's go, let's go." For a moment, only Aunt May remained in the interrogation room. The room was eerily quiet without the slightest sound. Aunt May's heart couldn't help but tighten. Just then, Su Wen and an old criminal police officer walked to the door of the interrogation room. "Officer Pang, right?" The veteran detective nodded, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Su Wen. "You can just call me Lao Pang." Su Wen looked at the thick iron door of the interrogation room and asked Lao Pang, "What did you veteran detectives do with these stubborn criminals before?" Old Pang gave an awkward laugh, then hesitated before speaking. "Pull the switch and do it." Su Wen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Right. Once you're inside, if the other party becomes agitated, call for help. Pull the power." Pulling the switch. When Lao Pang heard that the power was to be cut off, he immediately became nervous. With such strict regulations now, if someone were to shut down the power and give someone a beating, they would definitely be punished. But the thought of being able to pull the plug filled me with excitement despite the tension. After all, Aunt May is a human trafficker and her attitude is so arrogant. Anyone would want to beat her up. Su Wen noticed the excitement in Lao Pang's eyes and quickly spoke up. "I don't mean you have to actually hit her, just scare her a little. After all, if you actually fight, you'll face administrative penalties." Old Pang curled his lip in disdain and said with a displeased expression, "Fine, I'll punish her then. I really want to beat her up and then I'll just go deliver takeout. You wouldn't believe it, the fortune teller said I'd be crowned emperor in my 40s, and now it seems my term is up." Old Pang looked tall and burly, with dark skin. Surprisingly, he was quite humorous. Su Wen looked at him with admiration in his eyes, patted his arm, and said seriously, "It's not worth losing your job for someone like that. At your age, you have elderly parents to care for and young children to raise. If you lose your job, your whole family will suffer." Upon hearing this, the light in old Pang's eyes dimmed instantly. Su Wen is right. At his age, if he loses his job, it will be very difficult for him to find a decent one again. He said he was going to deliver food, but he's already in his late 40s, almost 50. How can he compete with those recent college graduates in today's society? Finding a decent job is just too difficult. Seeing that Lao Pang had suppressed his impulse, Su Wen slowly revealed his plan. At this time, Aunt May. He sat nervously in the interrogation chair, his heart pounding with anxiety. 10 minutes have passed. Why hasn't that lawyer surnamed Su come in yet? This agonizing wait. It was like putting her in an oven to steam. I was tormented inside. Just then, the interrogation room door suddenly opened, revealing Su Wen with a toothpick dangling from his mouth and his shirt open at the chest, looking like a thug. Old Pang, having taken off his police uniform and now wearing a large floral shirt and sunglasses, followed behind Su Wen like a black bear, resembling a bodyguard. As soon as I stepped into the room, Su Wen pinched his nose, looked at Aunt May with disgust, and started cursing. "What the hell? How many days has it been since it had a bath? It stinks even worse than my dog." Aunt May's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. "Oh my God, how dare they call me less than a dog? Is this guy even a lawyer? What about manners? What about self-cultivation? Did they all get fed to the dogs?" However, after calming down, Aunt May's cold sweat trickled down her forehead. If the person who walks in is a polite and seemingly righteous lawyer, she wouldn't be worried at all. Such people are law-abiding and will not do anything out of line. But this Su Wen in front of me, bang bang. After sitting down in the chair, Su Wen raised both legs and slammed them heavily on the table. Then he half reclined and looked at Aunt May with a sneer. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Is this some kind of interrogation? They seem like thugs here to cause trouble. In fact, Su Wen came in this time to cause trouble. He stared coldly at Aunt May, who at first dared to meet his gaze. But Su Wen's icy gaze was like the eyes of death. When Aunt May met his gaze, she felt a chill run down her spine and ultimately lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Su Wen sneered and spoke. "You must be Aunt May, the human trafficker. Do you know me?" Aunt May heard this. What the hell? Is he really a lawyer involved in organized crime? It really proves the saying, "It's not that I'm afraid of thugs who can fight, it's that I'm afraid of thugs who are educated." Even more terrifying is that this scoundrel is even a law student. What kind of monster have I provoked? I don't know you. Who are you? In just one glance, Aunt May's aura was instantly overshadowed by Su Wen. Wang Qiang, watching from the monitoring room, was full of admiration. Look, as expected of Attorney Su, he immediately suppressed Aunt May's arrogance. Hong Liang stared nervously at the screen, then turned to Wang Qiang without turning his head. "SHH, don't speak yet, let's see what good ideas Attorney Su has." Upon hearing Hong Liang's words, everyone's gaze fell upon the image of Su Wen on the large screen. Su Wen suddenly sat up straight and slammed his hand on the table, startling Aunt May. "You don't even know this and you dare to act so arrogantly here. I think you have a death wish." Upon hearing this, Lao Pang immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush forward. Just then, Su Wen said calmly, "No rush, I'll ask her one more question. If she can't answer it, HMPH." Su Wen's lips curled into a sinister smile, making Aunt May's heart tremble. She even began to hesitate, wondering whether she should confess some things to save her own life. However, the next second, Aunt May saw the camera in the corner, its light still on, and immediately calmed her panic. "Bomb me. These two people are definitely faking it, trying to intimidate me and extract some clues. I can't reveal those clues I have. If you reveal even a little bit, the other party will be able to follow the clues and find even more. At that time, he'll get at least a decade or more in prison. Trying to blow me up?" Aunt May sneered, her eyes sharpening again, and continued, "Pa, in your next life I won't utter a single word." Upon hearing this, Su Wen immediately stood up from his chair and started cursing at Aunt May. "F***K your mother, you're asking for it, aren't you? You really think I won't dare touch you today? Aunt May, enraged by the scolding, immediately retorted with her own curses. I'm not telling you, I'll make you worry to death. You F asterisk 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 G dare to curse at me. Su Wen pretended to be trembling with anger, grabbed a chair behind him, and made as if to smash it towards Aunt May. Just then, suddenly, a power outage sound rang out and the lights in the room went out instantly. Old Pang hurriedly stepped forward and used his body to block the camera. Aunt May panicked immediately, her eyes filled with terror. Holy crap, is this for real? If that chair had hit me, I'd be bedridden for at least a few months. Officer. Aunt May's shrill voice suddenly rang out, instantly echoing throughout the entire police station. Come on, hit me. If you don't, you're my grandson. Officer, help. If they don't come soon, someone will die. In the darkness, Su Wen heard Aunt May's voice and his extremely beautiful eyes slowly narrowed. Fish, they've taken the bait. However, the next second I saw what Aunt May was doing. Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. The lights are off. All that could be seen was a blurry figure raising its hands and repeatedly slapping its own face left and right, its wails mingling with the sound of slaps echoing throughout the room. Snap, 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 Aunt May is truly ruthless, she's even capable of killing herself. Officer, help me. I'm going to sue you for illegal forced confessions, I'm going to report you. Old Pang was completely dumbfounded. More than a decade ago, they would joke that if the power suddenly went out and the cameras were turned off, the prisoners would hit themselves out of fear. But everyone just took it as a joke. What idiot would fight themselves? However, looking at Aunt May, she was diligently fanning herself. Old Pang just felt, I've never seen anything like this before, this kind of idiot, I've never seen one like it in all my years. Just then, the lights came back on and the interrogation room door was pushed open. Aunt May immediately stopped what she was doing and shouted loudly at the door, help me. If you don't come soon, they're going to beat me to death. Aunt May, her hair disheveled, pointed at Su Wen, who was holding a stool and kept accusing him. Su Wen suppressed a laugh, slowly lowered the stool and then sat down in the chair. At this moment, Aunt May's hair was disheveled, her cheek was swollen and red, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. When someone gets ruthless, they'll even hit themselves, they're capable of anything. Wang Qiang walked in with a cold expression. Seeing Aunt May beaten into a pig's head, he quickly suppressed the smile on his lips, then pretended to be angry and glared fiercely at Su Wen. Attorney Su, we asked you to come here to help, not to cause trouble. Su Wen sat calmly in his chair, crossed his legs and spoke with an air of fearlessness. Who's causing trouble? How can we find evidence without this kind of interrogation? Upon hearing this, Aunt May pointed directly at Su Wen and accused him. Officer, look what he's done to me. You must give me an explanation for this. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Wang Qiang's eyes. Then, feigning a troubled expression, he said to Aunt May, this is a difficult situation for us to handle as well. Besides, there was a sudden power outage just now and all the surveillance cameras were turned off, so we have no evidence that he hit you. How about we just let this matter drop? As he spoke, Wang Qiang walked up to Aunt May, his back to Su Wen, and whispered, he has connections, so we can't afford to offend him. Aunt May was overjoyed upon hearing this. She then remembered that Wang Qiang had said something when he left the interrogation room earlier. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone tall enough to catch it. He also told Zhang Yaping, even if we're together, we're not as good as Attorney Su alone. Now it seems, this is not about the abilities of this lawyer surnamed Su. It's not about his background, it's nice to have someone here. Everyone now believes that this lawyer surnamed Su hit them. In this way, he would essentially have something on the police which would allow him to make demands. Thinking of this, Aunt May hurriedly shouted loudly, so what if you have connections? Beating people and using torture to extract confessions are illegal. You must give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, I will definitely sue you. Aunt May was now convinced that Wang Qiang would back down. After all, a higher-ranking official can have absolute power. According to Wang Qiang, if Su Wen gets into trouble, his future will not be easy either. Are you sure you want to sue him? Wang Qiang sighed heavily, his face full of difficulty. I'm sure, I'm definitely going to sue. Wang Qiang turned his head and let out a heavy sigh. Attorney Su, what should we do? Su Wen snorted coldly, stood up and walked in front of Wang Qiang looking arrogant and domineering and said haughtily, "What, does Officer Wang intend to arrest me? If something happens to me, can you bear the consequences?" With that, Su Wen smiled triumphantly and walked straight out of the interrogation room. Aunt May, her face swollen and her eyes filled with mockery, looked at Wang Qiang and spoke. "Officer, is the detention period about to end? Look at me, I'm not getting any younger, I really can't take it anymore, shouldn't you let me out?" Aunt May's voice was full of threat. If Wang Qiang doesn't release her, she'll cause trouble for that guy surnamed Su. In order not to offend his superiors, Wang Qiang would definitely let himself go. Moreover, these incompetent police officers failed to find any evidence to definitively prove they were human traffickers. According to normal procedures, it's time to let go. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang tensed up, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth as he looked at Aunt May. A moment later, he seemed completely deflated, and then reluctantly shouted outside, "Release them." 20 minutes later, inside the interrogation room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, as everyone watched the surveillance footage of Aunt May walking arrogantly out of the police station, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this Aunt May really thinks we're fools. Actually, we let her out on purpose." Wang Qiang then put his arm around Su Wen's shoulder and laughed. "Attorney Su, did my performance just now look real?" Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. "This Wang Qiang, when I first walked in and saw Aunt May's pig-headed appearance, I almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Now she actually has the nerve to ask herself if her acting was realistic. Seriously." Su Wen did not answer Wang Qiang's question but instead asked a different question. "The plainclothes officers must be properly arranged, they must not be discovered by Aunt May. They must be kept under constant surveillance 24/7. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang grinned. "Don't worry, all the officers I've assigned this time are veteran detectives. They definitely won't lose track of them." However, at that moment, Zhang Yaping's weak voice suddenly rang out. If. What if we really lose them? Aunt May is very cunning. Otherwise, the police nationwide wouldn't have been unable to find a trace of her for so many years." Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he spoke slowly. "There are no ifs." The live broadcast of Su Xiaomao's trial brought Su Wen a lot of emotional stress. At this moment, the system's emotional value in Su Wen's mind had exceeded 200,000. Although the system wasn't of much use to Su Wen also adhered to the principle that true strength lies in one's own abilities and rarely used the system's exchange function. But if we lose track of Aunt May, Su Wen was able to find her quickly thanks to the items in the system shop. Just then, Hong Liang suddenly spoke up and asked, "Attorney Su, if we insist, the families of those 5 children have not yet been found. Aunt May is still suspected of human trafficking, so she can remain detained until clues are uncovered." But why do you insist on letting her go? Upon hearing Hong Liang's question, Su Wen narrowed his eyes and his expression became unusually serious. In a short time, everyone sensed a faint but palpable killing intent emanating from Su Wen. Most of the people present were veteran criminal investigators. They spent their lives fighting against vicious criminals, and some of them even killed armed criminals while on duty. But when he saw the murderous aura emanating from Su Wen, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This murderous aura was like that of a war god returning from a hellish battlefield, chilling to the bone. Su Wen slowly stood up and addressed the crowd. "Have you ever seen what the entire human trafficking network looks like?" Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Cases of human trafficking are extremely rare, and most of those present had never encountered one. Especially now that the surveillance system is spread throughout the country, cases of human trafficking are almost impossible to find compared to 20 or 30 years ago. However, some veteran detectives clenched their fists and their eyes were filled with anger upon hearing this. Zhang Yaping stood to the side, observing everyone's expressions, and asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't it just about kidnapping people and then selling them?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang's face instantly turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Zhang Yaping. "If that's what you think, then you're oversimplifying things." As he spoke, Wang Qiang turned his head and said to Hong Liang with a dissatisfied expression, If your procuratorate is going to get involved in Aunt May's case, it would be best to send some experienced senior prosecutors. What use can these greenhorns be? Wang Qiang's words were very blunt and unpleasant to hear. Zheng Yaping and Hong Liang are prosecutors under the jurisdiction of the procuratorate. Their duties are to preside over public prosecution cases, and they rarely get to participate in the front lines of fighting criminals. Cases involving human trafficking are extremely rare, they have almost never encountered them. Among the group of veteran criminal police officers present, several had gray hair but had genuinely participated in one or two human trafficker arrests. Those experiences, it was as if I had taken a trip to hell. Zheng Yaping lowered her head in shame after being mocked by Wang Qiang, while Hong Liang stood protectively in front of her and awkwardly smiled at Wang Qiang. I'm sorry, this is our problem. Back at the prosecutor's office, we will definitely do a thorough review of the previous human trafficking cases. Wang Qiang snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring Hong Liang. Just then, Su Wen slowly spoke. A 19-year-old female college student is listed for 200,000 yuan. Everyone assumed that those female college students had been sold to the countryside and imprisoned to become heartless breeding machines. But what's the truth? Su Wen's words immediately made everyone present feel as if a stone was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. In his previous life, Su Wen had represented families whose children had been abducted. In order to bring the entire human trafficking gang to justice, Su Wen infiltrated the gang and collected evidence for 2 months. And those 2 months, it was like hell. Even today, Su Wen can still clearly see those horrific scenes when he closes his eyes. They were treated like livestock, locked up and forced into prostitution, drug testing, filming, and fraud. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yaping immediately covered her mouth and gasped in shock, utterly astonished. She had previously seen some movies about human traffickers abducting female college students. She had always believed that human traffickers would send female college students to remote mountainous areas to be used as breeding machines. She never thought of it, those female college students are even sold into these kinds of jobs. Bastards, those human traffickers are beasts, old Pang cursed viciously. Wang Qiang brought over a thick stack of documents and handed them to Zheng Yaping with a disgruntled expression. These materials show what abducted children looked like when they were rescued. Wang Qiang's tone was filled with grief. Zheng Yaping took the documents, glanced at them, and then her body began to tremble involuntarily. The rescued children were living in a filthy, dilapidated factory. They were covered in filth, their clothes were full of holes, and their skin was covered in foul-smelling mud. And these children are lucky. Wang Qiang sighed heavily and continued speaking to Zheng Yaping. Look further back. Zheng Yaping took a deep breath and flipped through a few more pages. However, the next second, Zheng Yaping stared at the photo and froze on the spot, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears, it fell down unconsciously. All that could be seen in those photos were children who had been abducted. Some had their legs broken, their legs covered in festering sores, and they knelt on the ground, dragging their bodies as they begged in the streets. Some opened their mouths. Inside was only a short section of tongue with a clean cut, just like pork being cut on a meat cutter. And there are little girls, wearing specially made clothing and alluring makeup. You beast! These people are beasts, such a young child, how could they do that? Zheng Yaping's voice was filled with anger and sobs, she never thought of it. Those trafficked children and female college students face such horrific torture, only then did she understand. Why did Wang Qiang suggest that the procuratorate send some experienced senior prosecutors, she herself? Ultimately, I was too naive. I want to withdraw from the Aunt May case. When Zheng Yaping said this, she seemed deflated and looked much more dejected. On the way here, she was still full of confidence that she would bring the human traffickers to justice. But now, after seeing the children's tragic condition, she felt instead that she was incapable of handling the case. A profound sense of frustration instantly overwhelmed me. Hong Liang patted Zheng Yaping on the shoulder. Yaping, I understand your helplessness, but I hope you can persevere. Zhu Wen also spoke up to comfort them. While competence is important, what's even more crucial is upholding the bottom line of the law and having a genuine heart to serve the people. Stay here. The gloom in the sky needs your clever heart to transform into bullets and dispel it. Hearing Su Wen's words, Wang Qiang didn't know what else to say. In any case, he only trusts Su Wen. As long as Su Wen is around, he believes he can definitely bring Aunt May to justice. After seeing Zheng Yaping regain her spirits, Hong Liang turned to Su Wen and asked again. Attorney Su, you still haven't explained why you let Aunt May go. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly spoke. Use Aunt May as bait to expose her entire network of contacts, including those involved in human trafficking. I want them to sentence them all to death. Comments. Couples get half price on the buffet. Hong Liang's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the sign at the restaurant entrance. He then turned around excitedly to look at Su Wen, who remained indifferent behind him. Eat it yourself, I'm leaving. Funny, you want me to have a romantic meal with a grown man like you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If word gets out, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? Seeing Su Wen turn around, Hong Liang quickly grabbed Su Wen's arm. Don't go, we finally found a place with a half-price sale. Besides, you know I'm a public servant and I have a meal allowance. Could you please do me a favor and help me out? Help? Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. Was this some kind of shameless act just to get a meal? Which is more important, integrity or half price? If she agreed to Hong Liang's request, wouldn't she be pretending to be his girlfriend before going in for dinner? If it were a pretty girl, that would be fine. With a grown man, my integrity has been shattered. Su Wen does not accept the customs of Sichuan and Chongqing. Integrity? What integrity? This is half price. Don't miss out. Hong Liang frowned slightly. How could integrity be compared to half price? Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. He pointed at the words on the sign and shouted loudly. It's clearly written here, half price for couples, can't you see it? We're not even a couple. If you absolutely must go, you should go with your right hand. Hong Liang immediately adopted a righteous and indignant demeanor and began to speak. It's the 21st century now, a time for free love. You should put away your prejudiced eyes and not care about what others think. Come on, I'm begging you, it's half price. As he spoke, Hong Liang took Su Wen's arm and forcibly dragged him into the restaurant. The receptionist was stunned when she saw two men walk in. The way she looked at Su Wen was incredibly awkward. She even sighed, clearly heartbroken. Such a handsome guy, how could this be? Have they picked up Sichuan and Chongqing customs? What a pity. Hong Liang didn't care about any of that. He grabbed Su Wen and led him to the front desk, laughing awkwardly. Hello, is the dining price half price for couples? The receptionist took a deep breath, forcibly averting her gaze from Su Wen and spoke. Sorry, the half-price offer only applies to couples, two people. I'm afraid it doesn't comply with the regulations. However, before the receptionist could finish speaking, Hong Liang leaned his head on Su Wen's shoulder and even winked at her. We're a couple, is it that hard to tell? Upon seeing this scene, the receptionist's lips twitched involuntarily. I silently advised myself, it's the 21st century now and we have free love. I need to put away my prejudiced views, damn it. Such a handsome guy, what a waste. Gentlemen, we have no precedent for this here. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang immediately became anxious. No precedent. What does it mean to have no precedent? You mean neither of us meets the activity criteria. Your restaurant sign clearly states that couples get a 50% discount. There's no rule that it has to be a man and a woman. Let me tell you, this constitutes false advertising, which is illegal, you know. The receptionist panicked upon hearing this. How can this be illegal? Nobody told her that. That. The receptionist, looking embarrassed, pointed to the photo booth camera next to her and said, if you two are a couple, would you please take a couple's photo here and display it in our shop? Is that all right? Okay. No. Su Wen and Hong Liang said different things almost simultaneously. After saying that, Su Wen, with a dark face, shook off Hong Liang's arm and walked out of the store. Hong Liang hurriedly grabbed Su Wen, clasped his hands together, cupped them to Su Wen's chest and said with a pleading expression, please help me, I'm begging you, okay? As you know, we public servants don't get much salary. If you don't give me a 50% discount, this meal will cost me several days' wages. I'm begging you. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. But what Hong Liang said was indeed true. For public servants in third-tier cities, their salaries are indeed not high, barely enough to support their families. The restaurant Hong Liang brought him to was the most expensive buffet restaurant in Jiangcheng, and it was indeed very high-end. This is the event. Su Wen simply couldn't accept it. I can't accept having my photo posted here. This is Su Wen's bottom line. He can pretend now, but to post his own photo here, if someone recognizes you. He's in a situation he can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Okay, as long as we don't take any close-up photos, it's fine, right? Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang's face lit up with a joyful smile. He turned and walked towards the receptionist, then leaned over the counter and whispered something to her. You've noticed, we've been having a tiff lately and he doesn't want to take pictures with me. Please, just let the two of us in, please. The receptionist, hands on her hips, said with a serious expression. I won't let you in until you prove you're a couple. Just then, Su Wen slowly walked to the front desk and calmly spoke to the young lady. Beautiful lady, we really aren't a good match for taking photos. Beauty, he actually called me beautiful. The receptionist's eyes widened immediately and her face flushed red. To be called a beauty by such a handsome guy. I doubt any woman could stand that. Make an exception, just for that one word, beautiful woman, I have to make an exception. The young woman blushed and took out her walkie-talkie. Table 1 a couple. After saying that, the young lady winked at Su Wen and continued, Gentlemen, you may go in now. Hong Liang was stunned. What the hell, is that all? What about all that pleading I did before? Is he a clown? My nose feels itchy. Su Wen ignored Hong Liang and walked into the restaurant on his own. No wonder Zhang Yaping called him a miser, so it seems he's still a penny pincher with no integrity. Soon, the table was covered with food, including 2 or 3 plates stacked on top of each other. Hong Liang sat down in the chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Just carrying so many things back and forth exhausted him. Su Wen's lips twitched slightly as he looked at how much stuff Hong Liang had taken. There's so much ... Can you finish it all? Upon hearing this, Hong Liang's lips curled slightly and he spoke. If we don't take this much stuff, won't we lose our money? Su Wen took a deep breath. This is even more edible than pig food. Speak. Su Wengang picked up a piece of meat, intending to put it on the baking tray. However, the next second, Hong Liang poured both plates of meat directly into the baking pan. Say what? Su Wen gave a sullen laugh. Tell me, why did you invite me to this meal? You know what, this wheelchair is pretty good. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau personally pushed Chen Pingping's wheelchair out of the procuratorate. The passers-by recognized the two people and instead of avoiding them, kept greeting them. The 3 Chens of Jiangcheng. All the staff of the public security, procuratorate, and court systems know them. Many newly recruited employees with sincere hearts have adopted these 3 individuals as their guiding principles for life. It seemed that as long as the 3 of them were there, Jiangcheng, there will always be a bright and clear world. Chen Pingping, how do you know the procuratorate will definitely take responsibility? Chen Pingping's lips curled slightly as she looked at the bustling street scene with its traffic and people, and couldn't help but sigh. That old fox from the rebel army is trying to use Aunt May's case to expose the corrupt officials within our public security, procuratorate, and judicial system. Otherwise, think about it, why would he put Hong Liang in charge of this case? Hong Liang is the head of the 12th team at the procuratorate. This person, though seemingly harmless, is actually. Everyone avoids him. Chen Guang'an, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, snorted in annoyance. You Chen Pingping, don't you think the same way? You've probably already signed the resignation application of that presiding judge, Jiang Zhenghua, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingping burst into laughter twice. The laughter was hearty and clear, and it was impossible to tell that it belonged to an elderly person. Ha ha ha, Su Wen, that brat may look young, but he's as cunning as an old fox, except, young man, you're still too impulsive. How easy is it to eradicate the corrupt elements within Jiangcheng's public security, procuratorate, and judicial system? I can only feel at ease when Zhenghua is by his side. Chen Guang'an pushed Chen Pingping in a wheelchair and took her to the entrance of the procuratorate. At this time, a black sedan slowly pulled up in front of the 2 of them. Dean. A young man quickly got out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and then, together with Chen Guang'an, helped Chen Pingping into the car. Guangin, I'm leaving the wheelchair replacement to you. I need to go to the hospital for my acupuncture, so I'll be going now, ha ha ha. Chen Pingping chuckled twice, then rolled up the window and strode away. Chen Guangin watched the car's taillights disappear around the street corner and let out a deep sigh. This Chen Pingping, he claimed publicly that he suffered from severe rheumatism, which made it difficult for him to move around. But only he knew the reason why Chen Pingping's legs cannot be used frequently. It was because the lung cancer had metastasized to the sacrum and the tumor was compressing the nerves in the legs, causing the patient to be unable to walk and to endure severe pain every day. Even the doctor said, his lifespan, there may be less than 6 months left. If one wants to prolong life, the only option is to continue treatment every month and rest at home, but he concealed his illness. Staying at their posts, working tirelessly every day, serving the people. Everyone says I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid at all. When the three Chens of Jiangcheng were together, Chen Pingping and Chen Yizhen would often say that Chen Guangin was stupid. After all, Chen Guangin came from a military background, and in terms of methods and strategies, he was indeed inferior to the two of them. You've assigned veteran Jiang Zhenghua to one team and Hong Liang from Group 12 to the other. Don't I have any plans? Chen Guangin's lips curled slightly, then he slowly shook his head and returned the wheelchair to the facility. After Su Wen and Hong Liang left the buffet restaurant, it was already getting dark. Feeling the gentle breeze, Hong Liang unconsciously opened his arms, savoring the scent it carried. Attorney Su. Hong Liang turned to look at Su Wen, a satisfied expression on his face. Such beautiful weather, shall we take a walk? What? Su Wen frowned involuntarily. This Hong Liang. It's like a persistent plaster. And it's a shameless leech. First, she insisted that she and he pretend to be a couple and go to a half-price buffet. Now you're making me walk with him on the street. Two grown men strolling along the street. What kind of behavior is that? Never mind. Su Wen's tone was icy as he refused. I've had a busy day, I should go home and rest. For Su Wen, today was an incredibly busy day. I was exhausted from attending 2 court hearings in the morning and then participating in Aunt May's interrogation in the afternoon. All he wants now is to go home, lie on his soft bed and have a good night's sleep. After saying that, Su Wen turned his head and saw a taxi approaching. He immediately stopped and waved to the taxi not far away. Soon, the taxi stopped on Su Wen. Seeing that Hong Liang didn't try to persuade him to stay, Su Wen breathed a long sigh of relief. However, just as Su Wen opened the back door and got into the car, his eyes suddenly widened. Hong Liang opened the passenger door, got in, turned halfway around, smiled slightly at Su Wen and said, "Driver, please go to Hengin residential area first, thank you." Su Wen was slightly taken aback, then said in an annoyed tone, "This is the taxi I hailed." Hong Liang chuckled, "What do you mean yours and mine? I treated you to a meal and you paid for my taxi, that's reasonable. Besides, it's such a waste for 2 people to share 2 taxis, isn't it? This way we can save a lot of money." Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance and didn't bother arguing with Hong Liang any further. Watching the vehicles weave through the streets, Hong Liang rolled down the window. The cries of street vendors drifted into the car and Hong Liang couldn't help but speak. "That's great." Su Wen looked at the scene outside the window and nodded in agreement. Society is developing so well these days and people's lives are getting better and better. Attorney Su. Hong Liang looked out the window at the scenery, and his voice reached Su Wen's ears in the back seat. "You handled your 2 cases this morning very well." Upon hearing this, the driver's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at Su Wen in the rearview mirror and excitedly asked, "This morning? You're not talking about that Chenju case, are you?" Hong Liang turned his head and nodded to the driver. "Yes, that's the case." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately turned off the meter, looked at Su Wen in the rearview mirror and said in surprise, "So you're Attorney Su, then I'll pass on the money, thank you for your contributions to Jiangcheng." As he spoke, the driver freed one hand, quickly opened the WeChat group chat, pressed the talk button, and happily spoke in Jiangcheng dialect. "My goodness, guess who I pulled? Attorney Su, who sent that B*** D Chen Jiu to jail. Look how awesome I am." The driver was a native of Jiangcheng and was well aware of Chen Jiu's past bad behavior. Today, everyone in their driver's WeChat group was discussing Chen Jiu's arrest, and everyone was very happy about it. Just then, Hong Liang's expression turned serious. He turned around and said to Su Wen in a solemn tone, "Attorney Su, I think you're wasting your talents as a lawyer. A lawyer as principled as you should come to our prosecutor's office. If you come, I'm willing to give you the position of group leader for Group 12, 12 groups." Su Wen frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. He was familiar with the structure of the procuratorate system, but he had never heard of this 12th group before. Could it be? Is it some kind of special task force? Hong Liang sighed softly, his eyes filled with helplessness, and then slowly began to speak. Actually, Group 12 isn't some kind of special operations group. Instead, it was a group that was formed a few years ago, not long after Vice Dean Chen took office, under his personal organization and leadership. Its initial purpose was to be like a knife, its blade facing inward, a sharp tool for scraping away the poison from the bone. Hong Liang's words were quite inspiring, but his tone conveyed more of a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Su Wen roughly understood what the 12 groups that Hong Liang mentioned were all about. He leaned his head back on the car seat and slowly began to speak. Scraping the bone to remove poison, that's not something that can be done by just shouting slogans. The intricacies involved here are incredibly complex. Hong Liang looked at the scenery outside the window and nodded heavily. He was born in a rural area and has a resolute character. After joining the procuratorate, he has always been decisive in his actions. On the surface, everyone calls him a workaholic as he is energetic and hardworking. But privately, everyone laughed at him, calling him a hothead, inflexible, and someone who often embarrassed his superiors. Therefore, he was always disliked by everyone and people avoided him. It wasn't until Chen Yijun was transferred to the procuratorate and became its vice president that things progressed. Chen Yijun valued Hong Liang's character. A large number of people were reassigned, and Hong Liang was able to form 12 groups. Can that group of people learn that? The task of Group 12 is to cut inward and scrape the bone to heal the wound, even the leaders they investigated. These were all entities they couldn't afford to offend. Some people choose to give up while others choose to quit. Some people even skipped work to work part-time as Didi drivers. On that day, he was giving himself a way out. Group 12 was established for less than 6 months before it became defunct in name only, leaving only Hong Liang. Until 2 years ago, Zheng Yaping was admitted to the Bureau of Justice, but because she said something she shouldn't have on her first day, she was exiled to the 12th group. At this time, Hong Liang, he has clearly become a seasoned veteran. The judiciary is meant to restrain citizens, so shouldn't law enforcement officers be even more bound by the judiciary? Only in this way can we guarantee the fairness and impartiality of the judiciary, and only then can the skies over Jiangcheng City remain forever clear, right? Did I do something wrong? Hong Liang shed his seasoned, shrewd demeanor and seemed to have returned to his life more than a decade ago. That ambitious young man whom people called a hothead. Good. After Hong Liang finished speaking, the driver immediately shouted good and continued excitedly. You did nothing wrong, we ordinary people need officials like you. However, upon hearing this, Hong Liang slowly shook his head. But in recent years, Hong Liang stopped there and turned to look at Su Wen. He knew. Su Wen understood what he was talking about. Su Wen sighed inwardly, blade facing inwards. Offending people, especially superiors, is never so easy. If we can continue doing this, Hong Liang wouldn't have become the shrewd, worldly man he is today. Even what he's doing now has absolutely nothing to do with turning the blade inward. The complaint stated that the person was busy dealing with workplace bullying every day. But actually, isn't this just about sitting in front of the mailbox, organizing the information, and then handing it over to other relevant personnel? To put it nicely, this petition office is somewhat similar, to put it bluntly. This is what they do with a water dispenser. Nominally, he is the leader of Group 12 and enjoys the benefits of a division-level cadre, but in reality, he had no power whatsoever and very few people in the entire procuratorate respected him. But why did the prosecutor's office send him to handle Aunt May's case? Su Wen frowned slightly, lowering his eyes in deep thought. Just then, Hong Liang turned his head and looked at Su Wen, continuing to ask, Attorney Su, although we haven't known each other for very long, tell me, what kind of person am I? Su Wen looked up at Hong Liang, whose eyes were full of expectation, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Not very good. Hong Liang, well, although I'm not a very good person. Hong Liang's voice was filled with embarrassment as he continued. But I still possess very high personal character and judicial competence. Su Wen nodded. Putting aside his shortcomings, Hong Liang was indeed a qualified guardian of the law. The moment I saw you, I knew your legal expertise far surpassed mine. Especially with your appearance, you have the aura of someone who can be my leader. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable like the Yellow River overflowing its banks. How about this? Let's find a secluded spot later, burn some joss paper to swear brotherhood and see what happens. Hong Liang reverted to his old-fashioned self, spouting nothing but flattery. After so many years in Group 12, his edges have long been worn smooth. Such flattery was something he could do effortlessly. Su Wen closed his eyes slightly, realizing that Hong Liang was flattering him. If Hong Liang truly understands what he did during the court hearing, then he wouldn't say anything that someone with higher legal expertise than him would do. You should know, Su Wenk is known as the deadly poison law, judicial competence. As long as it brings criminals to justice, as long as it helps my client to obtain their interests. Character and cultivation, what is that? Meeting Hong Liang's expectant gaze, Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile, then he slowly shook his head. Forget it, I'm not really interested in the law enforcement or judicial system. Hong Liang, still unwilling to give up, spoke up. We offer very good benefits. Su Wen said in an annoyed tone. Can you let me earn millions from one case? Upon hearing this, Hong Liang's eyes widened immediately. What, earning millions from a single case? I could never earn that much in my entire life, Su Wen asked again. Can I sleep in until I naturally wake up when I have less to do? Hong Liang lowered his head, feeling wronged. I sleep later than a dog and wake up earlier than a rooster every day. Wake up naturally, is that something I deserve? Su Wen spoke slowly again, but actually, none of these things matter to me. The reason I rejected you is, if I go to the judicial authorities, I will be subject to their control and constraints. My words and actions must represent the position of the judicial authorities. In that case, I will be greatly limited. Su Wen looked at Hong Liang and slowly asked, but do you know what I'm best at? Hong Liang was deeply moved by Su Wen's words. He knew that Su Wen was right, have no idea. Su Wen's lips curled slightly, his tone icy as he spoke, each word deliberate and clear. Fight evil with evil. Several days passed in a row. The cases involving Chen Jiu and Zhai Xingxin quickly gained traction in Jiangcheng City, becoming a topic of conversation among locals. Su Wen's outstanding abilities in the two cases. This also made him more famous than many established lawyers at one point. Among them, the most affected, that's the Zhang law firm where Yang Wei used to work. At this moment, on the 7th floor of Huaniu International in the conference room of Zhang law firm, the lawyers' eyes were filled with anger as they complained about the recent events. It's infuriating, we were about to sign, but then the client said they wanted to check out Good Luck Law Firm. Mine too. I followed them for over a month and they just ran away like that, wasting all my time. The cases of Chen Jiu and Zhai Xingxin have caused many clients to lose trust in our firm. We must find a way to resolve them quickly. It's all that damned Yang Wei's fault, his incompetence led to our deaths. He deserves a thorough investigation by the Judicial Bureau. It would be best if he served a few more years in prison so he wouldn't be able to cause trouble for others. Yang Wei's outstanding performance landed him in jail. Although Zhang law firm immediately issued a statement claiming that this was only Yang Wei's personal behavior and had nothing to do with the lawyers. But before the incident, Yang Wei was, after all, one of the partners at Zhang law firm. This has caused many clients who were hesitant about signing a contract with Zhang law firm to doubt the firm's capabilities. Several companies that had signed long-term cooperation agreements also called to question Yang Wei about the matter. They are considering whether to switch law firms and renegotiate the contract. Yan Xiaocheng had a fiery temper. As one of the partners in the law firm, he was immediately enraged by everyone's nagging. Bang! The loud slam of the table startled everyone and all eyes turned to Yan Xiaocheng. Yan Xiaocheng's gold-rimmed glasses were slightly askew from exerting too much force. What's all the noise about? The industry is currently facing severe internal competition. Instead of looking for problems within yourselves and improving your legal literacy, what's the point of blaming others? Seeing Yan Xiaocheng lose his temper, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately became tense, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Besides her, Shen Yudeng has short hair and a pair of playful eyes that blink frequently. She gives everyone a sweet smile. Don't be discouraged, everyone, Yan Lu is right. The industry is facing extremely fierce competition right now. I heard that a law firm is opening upstairs and it's going to be quite big. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Yudeng. A lawyer asked, puzzled, upstairs. Wasn't that the place you used to go to for a spa? Huanyu International, 8th floor. What do you think? Isn't the place I chose amazing? Fang Yao looked at everyone with a smug expression, proudly raising his head. Su Wen smelled the cheap perfume, looked at the tempting pictures on the walls and saw the comfortable massage beds scattered everywhere. His lips twitched involuntarily. You call this grand? Of course. Fang Yao pointed to the different areas with a smug look on his face and began to speak. We can put some snack cabinets here so everyone can have a snack when they're tired. We could set up a tea room here and install some coffee machines and stuff. You could put some exercise equipment here. You lawyers are bound to face some consequences, so exercising is always a good thing. Listening to Fang Yao's explanation, Su Wen felt like killing him. What do you mean by saying that lawyers are bound to suffer retribution? Su Wen retorted somewhat discontentedly. However, both Fang siblings blinked at Su Wen at the same time. Isn't that right? Seeing their expressions, Su Wen shrugged helplessly. All right, that's absolutely true. Su Wen's name has spread throughout Jiangcheng. He is now known as the light of the law and the embodiment of justice. However, other lawyers, after learning about the methods Su Wen used in court, they then branded him with titles such as despicable, shameless, and devil. Some even boasted that if they encountered Su Wen in court, they would definitely use force to win. Only in this way. Only then will he have a chance to win. Since I'll end up in jail anyway after the lawsuit, I might as well beat Su Wen up. Fang Yao ignored Su Wen and continued his introduction with a hint of excitement. Next up is my office. As he spoke, Fang Yao pushed open the door in front of him. Upon seeing the furnishings in the room, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap. Did you move your own bedroom here? In just a few days, Fang Yao had already found someone to renovate his office. His office, was decorated like his own bedroom. The house features luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, a fully automated smart system, and even the bed is already in place. The projector covered the entire wall opposite the bed, currently playing Doraemon. Fang Yao hurriedly turned off the projector and said with an embarrassed expression, Ahem. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. I need to watch Doraemon to fall asleep. Su Wen took a deep breath and cursed irritably. You son of a B****ch, you're really planning to sleep in here. Seeing Su Wen's shock, Fang Hui covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Fang Yao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Didn't you say you'd reserve an office for me to sleep in? I have a recording as evidence. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. He originally intended to trick Fang Yao into working like a slave, but unexpectedly this slave was determined to stay in the shed and refused to go out to work. After Fang Yao led everyone on a tour, explaining in detail what each place was used for. Su Wen nodded secretly as he listened. Fang Yao is indeed very talented in these areas. He makes very good use of every space except for his own office. I've already paid the rent, now just have old Zhang get the renovations done as soon as possible. Let's set up a few office areas first. It won't affect your work. Su Wen nodded. He had already moved out of that dilapidated office space. During this period, many people went there to inquire about cases, but they all came up empty-handed. This was also something Su Wen did intentionally. Now he is famous and cases keep coming his way. But with only him and Fang Hui as lawyers at the entire good luck law firm, they were definitely too busy to handle everything. Now, the most important thing is to quickly renovate several office areas, then recruit staff and create new glories. And The place Fang Yao chose was indeed to his liking. After all, the lawyer from Zhang who previously dismissed the original owner of this body, right beneath their feet, although Yang Wei has already been sent to prison by Su Wen. However, the original owner's innocence has not yet been cleared. Now that Su Wen has inherited the original owner's body, it is only natural that Su Wen should avenge him. Just then, Su Wen's phone suddenly rang. The moment Su Wen saw the caller ID, his eyes lit up. "It's Jiang Yaokai delivering money." Su Wen answered the phone and Jiang Yaokai's voice came through quickly. "Attorney Su, is our new office on the 7th floor of Huanyu International Building." Su Wen was slightly taken aback and then began to explain. "It's the 8th floor, the 7th floor is where Zhang He Law Firm is located." Jiang Yaokai on the other end of the phone was visibly taken aback for a moment, then casually chuckled. "Okay, 7th floor. I'll be right up, 7th floor of Huanyu International." Jiang Yaokai had a ruddy complexion and was wearing a newly bought high-end suit, making him look radiant. Holding a banner in his hand, he strode into Zhang Law Firm with his head held high. At this moment, the young lady at the front desk of Zhang Law Firm noticed Jiang Yaokai and her eyes lit up immediately. "This person looks very rich and exudes the air of a nouveau rich gentleman." The receptionist was sweet-looking with delicate makeup. She wore a beige-fitted suit and her two long, snow-white legs were exposed to the air, the slender gap between them leaving much to the imagination. For such a large client, a single order is enough to give her a very high commission. "I'm so lucky today," a big customer came in as soon as I opened the door. The young woman with a fawning expression quickly approached Jiang Yaokai, bent slightly, revealing a small patch of her white chest and asked with a smile. "Have you come to our office to entrust a case to us?" Jiang Yaokai chuckled, revealing a few teeth yellowed from smoking, and said to the receptionist, "I came here specifically to present this banner." Jiang Yaokai's voice was loud, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. "Look, that person is here to present a banner. I wonder which lawyer received another banner of appreciation. I'm so envious." Yeah, our law firm hasn't been getting any cases lately, and yet someone still managed to receive a banner of appreciation. "I bet it's Attorney Yan." "I think so too." Upon hearing that she wasn't there to request a case, a hint of disappointment flashed in the receptionist's eyes, but she still forced a smile and asked, "May I ask which lawyer from our firm you're looking for? Shall I take you there?" Jiang Yaokai put his hands behind his back, laughed heartily twice, then slapped his forehead, feigning ignorance, and said, "Oh dear, look at me, I'm getting old, I can't remember anything. What was that lawyer's name again? I can't remember." As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai grabbed a handful of hair, his face filled with regret and his body swayed slightly like an old man on his deathbed, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Seeing this, the receptionist quickly helped Jiang Yaokai up and then said with a worried expression, "Don't worry, take your time thinking, if you can't remember I'll show you around." Feeling the touch on his arm, Jiang Yaokai chuckled, then patted the receptionist's hand and said with a smile, "You're a really nice girl. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way and show me around." Afterwards, the receptionist led Jiang Yaokai around the Zhang Law Firm. Jiang Yaokai would announce to everyone he met, "Look, I'm here to present a banner." In less than 2 minutes, everyone in the lobby of Zhang Law Firm knew that the receptionist was helping an old man who wanted to find a lawyer to present a banner of appreciation. However, after searching the entire hall, Jiang Yaokai still couldn't find the person he was looking for. The receptionist looked a little troubled and asked, "You haven't come to the wrong place, have you?" Jiang Yaokai chuckled again and said with certainty, "Hee, don't let my age fool you, my memory is still excellent, I'm sure I haven't gone the wrong way. Nizzy, how about this, you take me to his office to take a look. He might not be in the lobby." Upon hearing this, the receptionist was immediately stumped. According to the regulations of Zhang Law Firm, ordinary lawyers, legal assistants, and interns can only work in the lobby. Only those who make significant contributions to the law firm or who are promoted to partner are eligible to have their own independent office, as per Jiang Yaokai's request. If the lawyer representing her was a partner, she wouldn't dare bring him along to bother him. Lately, these partners haven't been in a good mood because of Su Wen's situation. If you accidentally run into bad luck, you'll be the one who suffers. Jiang Yaokai, being a seasoned veteran, instantly saw through the receptionist's thoughts and smiled. Don't worry, I'm here to present a banner, not to cause trouble. Once I find my lawyer, I'll definitely put in a good word for you with him. As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai patted the young lady's soft hand from the day before yesterday. The receptionist frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. All right then, I'll show you around, but you have to say a few good words for me, okay? Upon hearing this, a sly glint flashed in Jiang Yaokai's eyes and he chuckled. Don't worry, I'll definitely put in a good word for you. Inside Yan Xiaocheng's office, Sister Li, please understand me, I've been following this case for a long time. You've come for consultations 7 or 8 times already, and I've never charged you a consultation fee. Isn't my sincerity enough? Please sign today, and I'll definitely help you win this case. Yan Xiaocheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed helplessly. Sitting opposite him was a wealthy woman in her 40s, dressed in fine clothes. What Sister Li wants to fight is a divorce case. Her husband is a senior executive at an international company, earning an annual salary of 5 million. Over the years of their marriage, their combined assets have reached tens of millions. If Yan Xiaocheng were to take on this divorce case, he could basically take a year-end vacation. Moreover, everyone's been struggling to get cases lately, so if he can close this one, he can finally hold his head high in front of everyone. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Yan Xiaocheng looked displeased and spoke in a cold tone, "Enter." The receptionist led Jiang Yaokai into the room. "Attorney Yan, I'm sorry, a gentleman has come to present a banner." Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaocheng's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. If someone comes to present a banner of appreciation at this crucial moment, wouldn't the chances of me closing the deal increase significantly? Yan Xiaocheng hurriedly stood up and said happily towards the door. Please come in, please come in. However, Jiang Yaokai peeked out, glanced at her, smacked his lips, slowly shook his head and said to the receptionist, "That's not it." After saying that, Jiang Yaokai turned and left. It was as if they had made up their minds. He didn't look at Yan Xiaocheng again. Yan Xiaocheng was left standing there, petrified, staring at Sister Li across from him, his lips twitching. Sister Li's curiosity was piqued by Jiang Yaokai. Sending a banner, I'll have to go see. Having said that, Sister Li made up her mind and followed Yan Xiaocheng out. 20 minutes later, the receptionist looked dejected as she spoke to Jiang Yaokai. "Sir, you've met with all the lawyers in the firm, haven't you found one yet?" In those 20 minutes. Because of Jiang Yaokai, the receptionist offended quite a few people. At this time, everyone in the Zhang law firm was intrigued by Jiang Yaokai's actions and gathered around to watch. Even the parties involved in the case who were consulting about their cases all came out into the lobby and looked at Jiang Yaokai with curiosity. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this old man going to present the banner to? Jiang Yaokai walked to the entrance of the law firm, looking worried and distressed. However, the next second, Jiang Yaokai's eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed in surprise to everyone, "I remember now." For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Yaokai with excitement. I finally remembered. Who on earth is this genius who managed to win the case for this amnesiac old man? His professional skills must be exceptional. Many of the clients in the consultation cases secretly made a decision at this moment. Whoever Jiang Yaokai presented a banner to, that's the person they would choose to represent them in their cases. All eyes were on Jiang Yaokai. Jiang Yaokai's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with a cunning glint, and he spoke with a smile. "The lawyer I need. It's on the 8th floor of Huanyu International, the He Yunlai law firm. Su Wen, attorney Su." Looking at Jiang Yaokai's smug expression. Inside the Zhang law firm, everyone stared wide-eyed. What? 8th floor of Huanyu International, good luck law firm, Su Wen, but this is the 7th floor of the Zhang law firm. What are you looking for, Su Wen? A small group of people picked at their ears in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. The receptionist seemed to be having a mental breakdown, staring at Jiang Yaokai with a deathly pale face, her lips twitching as if she had suffered a stroke. "Damn it, I'll spend half an hour helping you look for it. G, tell me you're looking for Su Wen. Who at Zhang law firm doesn't know Su Wen? This is now the #1 enemy of the alliance. You're here looking for Su Wen. Are they here to cause trouble? Oh no." Jiang Yaokai accompanied him the whole time. If his superiors blamed him, he'd be finished. Well, that damned Jiang Yaokai. The receptionist, looking dejected, took out her phone and opened Boss Zhipin, a job recruitment platform. Su Wen. Sister Li had followed Jiang Yaokai all the way, and when she heard that Jiang Yaokai finally mentioned Su Wen as the lawyer, her eyes lit up immediately. The lawyer you're talking about, is it Su Wen, who won 2 cases against Yang Wei a few days ago, and who are you? Sister Li's voice carried a hint of excitement. The other parties present also brightened up after hearing what Sister Li said. Su Wenk is currently the most sought-after lawyer in Jiangcheng. In the past few days, they have visited Good Luck Law Firm many times in order to get Su Wen to represent their case, but they have all come up empty-handed. Good Luck Law Firm is now deserted. They don't even have Su Wen's contact information anymore. Now, upon receiving information about Su Wen, everyone became excited. Jiang Yaokai raised his head with an arrogant expression and spoke to the crowd. I am Attorney Su's client, Jiang Yaokai. I'm here today to present Attorney Su with a banner of appreciation. But I'm too old and I went to the wrong place. As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai bowed slightly to the employees of Zhang Law Firm, but his face showed no apology. I'm so sorry to have bothered you all. I'll be leaving now, ha ha ha. Having said that, Jiang Yaokai then slipped away and hurriedly ran out of Zhang Law Firm. A group of disheveled Zhang employees were left behind. Hey, take me with you. Sister Li reacted quickly and hurriedly ran out after Jiang Yaokai. In a short time, several clients who had come to Zhang consulting for case advice also ran out. Sister Li, please don't go. Watching Sister Li walk away without looking back, Yan Shaocheng felt a lump in his throat. Sister Li, you still don't understand me. At this time, a young man in a white shirt rolled up his sleeves, carried a bottle of mineral water to the water dispenser, and then watched the departing crowd with shining eyes. The 8th floor of Huanyu International. Fang Hui, wearing a white dress, squatted on the ground drawing circles with a bored expression. Why is Jiang Yaokai so slow? We've been waiting for him for over half an hour. However, when Fang Hui spoke, no one responded to her. Fang Yao found a comfortable massage bed and lay down on it with a contented expression. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not hearing Fang Hui's words, lost in thought. Recently, Fang Yao's whereabouts are very mysterious. In the past, he would pester Fang Hui almost every day. Fang Hui went to work. He then went to work with Fang Hui. Fang Hui went home. He then accompanied Fang Hui home for dinner. The rest of the time, he either sleeps or just stares blankly. But recently, Fang Yao rarely appeared by Fang Hui's side. He left early and returned late every day. Besides helping to find a new location for the law firm, it seemed that he was hiding something from Fang Hui and Su Wen. Su Wen found a quiet corner to sit down. His hands were constantly tapping on his phone, chatting with someone, and Fang Hui's voice was not heard. Fang Hui stood up and walked to Su Wen. Boss, what are you busy with? Ever since Zhai Xingxin's case, Fang Hui has been completely in awe of Su Wen. The way Su Wen was addressed changed from Attorney Su to boss. This was her true feeling, a genuine recognition of Su Wen's abilities. Upon hearing Fang Hui's voice, Su Wen was startled and quickly put his phone away, smiling awkwardly. No, it's nothing. Fang Hui pouted, gave a soft hum, sighed gently, and asked again. It's been half an hour, why hasn't Jiang Yaokai arrived yet? Su Wen slowly stood up, put his phone away, looked towards the door, and then smiled. Here we are, aren't we? Fang Hui turned around and looked back. Jiang Yaokai walked in through the door with an arrogant look on his face and laughed heartily. Attorney Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It really took a long time. Fang Hui was about to start complaining. However, the next second, Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. Behind Jiang Yaokai, a large group of more than a dozen people followed. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they craned their necks to look around. Seeing this scene before him, Fang Yao also got off the massage bed with a puzzled look on his face. This Jiang Yaokai is really good at creating drama. Send a banner. There's no need to make such a big fuss, is there? Was this a paid atmosphere-building team? Su Wen walked up to Jiang Yaokai with a puzzled look on his face and said with a sullen smile. Why did you bring so many people? As if seeking credit, Jiang Yaokai leaned close to Su Wen's ear and whispered. This is a gift I brought for your opening. Opening gift, Su Wen was slightly taken aback. I'm not running a pyramid scheme, why are you bringing so many people here? After Jiang Yaokai finished speaking, he stood up straight with an arrogant look on his face and said loudly to Su Wen. These people all came voluntarily, right everyone? Right. In a short time, the crowd behind Jiang Yaokai immediately shouted excitedly. Sister Li used her elbows frequently to push through the crowd, ran directly to Su Wen, grabbed his hand and said excitedly. Attorney Su, we've all come to you seeking your case representation. Yes, yes, me too, I'm going to handle an inheritance case. There are over a dozen houses involved and I only trust Attorney Su. I have a contract dispute case. No matter the cost, please Attorney Su represent me. Sister Li shouted loudly, looking displeased. You're only asking for a small amount, Attorney Su, my divorce case involves tens of millions. I really need your help. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui froze on the spot. Oh my god, it's not even open for business yet, how come so many clients are coming to us if we accept all of them? Fang Hui counted on her fingers 1 million, 3 million, 500,000 wow, we've struck it rich. Fang Hui's eyes gleamed with excitement as she quickly walked over to Jiang Yaokai and asked in a low voice. Where did you find all these people? Upon seeing Fang Hui, Jiang Yaokai immediately bent over slightly and spoke with a fawning expression. These people were all recruited from Zhang Law Firm. What? Were they poached from Zhang Law Firm? Old Jiang, you're amazing. Upon hearing Fang Hui's praise, Jiang Yaokai's face instantly lit up with joy. Maintaining a good relationship with the Fang siblings has always been his primary goal. At this moment, Fang Yao also walked to Jiang Yaokai's side and patted Jiang Yaokai on the shoulder. Very well done, keep it up next time. Hearing Fang Yao's praise, Jiang Yaokai's smile grew even brighter and he immediately began to flatter him. No, it's all thanks to your excellent education. Upon hearing this, Fang Yao rolled his eyes at Jiang Yaokai in an annoyed manner. That old guy. For someone so old, he's really good at flattery. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Yaokai coughed loudly 3 times, drawing everyone's attention to him. The purpose of my visit today is to present Attorney Su with a banner of appreciation. Thank you, Attorney Su, for clearing my name after 11 years of wrongful conviction and helping me recover the 80 million yuan I was swindled out of. Jiang Yaokai raised the banner in his hand and flicked it forcefully, causing it to bounce open instantly. 8 gold-plated characters appeared before everyone's eyes. To clear one's name and restore justice, the light of the rule of law, the injustice has been redressed, a beacon of the rule of law, 8 large characters gleaming with golden light. These 8 words. Sister Li, a woman of wide experience, swallowed hard upon seeing these 8 large characters. These 8 characters, could they be gilded? Jiang Yaokai grinned, revealing his stained teeth. Attorney Su helped me get so much money back, it's only right that I do this. Hearing Jiang Yaokai's words, everyone became even more determined to have Su Wen represent them in their cases. Attorney Su, please represent me in my case. My case is quite urgent, could you represent me first? Price is negotiable. Zhang Law Firm will take 10%, but if Attorney Su is willing to take the case, I'm willing to offer 15%. Upon seeing this, Su Wen sighed softly. Su Wen has his own standards for accepting cases. We will not accept cases that cross legal boundaries, cases involving criminal elements, or cases that offer no challenge. After winning the cases against Jiang Yaokai and Su Xiaomo in succession, Su Wen guessed that a large number of people would want him to represent them in their lawsuits. You should know. In his previous life, Su Wen's doorstep was worn down by people who came to him seeking legal representation. Therefore, Su Wen immediately canceled his previous rent payment, found a new office space and sought 2 days of peace and quiet. But this Jiang is wealthy. They actually poached all the clients from Zhang Law Firm. Su Wen's gaze towards Jiang Yaokai was filled with helplessness. Fang Hui covered her mouth and chuckled, then walked to the front of the group, produced a set of paper and pen from somewhere and began to speak to everyone. Please don't rush, everyone. As you've seen, the law firm has changed locations and many things aren't ready yet. If you don't mind waiting, you can register your basic information first, and we will call you back later. Seeing Fang Hui's actions, Su Wen nodded inwardly. Fang Hui's growth is indeed astonishing. Apart from, where did this girl steal this pen from? Everyone, once you've registered, please head back. Su Wen stepped forward and addressed the crowd. I can't handle all this on my own. But I assure you, I will personally review every single case. Upon hearing this, some people's eyes lit up, while others lowered their eyes in deep thought. Su Wen didn't waste any more words with them. He nodded to Fang Hui and then walked towards the office that Fang Yao had decorated. Upon seeing this, Fang Yao's eyes widened immediately. You're not allowed to go. That's my private property. As he spoke, he quickly chased after them. Attorney Su, you haven't accepted the banner yet. Jiang Yaokai followed closely behind, shouting loudly. It's my treat tonight, I'm treating you all to dinner. Oh yeah. The sun set in a flash. Fang Hui put away the paper and pen and let out a long sigh of relief. Fang Yao, standing to the side, had a cold expression, his face etched with exhaustion. Originally, it was just a simple case recording which wouldn't have taken up too much time. But with so many people involved, each one of them lamented their hardships while recounting the case. Especially divorce cases. Sister Li talked for over half an hour just about catching the mistress and then cried for another half hour. However, the registration information, it only took a few minutes. Fang Hui couldn't handle everything by herself, so she dragged Fang Yao out of the office and made him her workhorse for the entire afternoon. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Wow, this place looks pretty impressive. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Fang Hui's eyes lit up immediately. She quickly stood up and spoke to the newcomer. Judge Jiang, how did you find your way here? The person who arrived was Jiang Zhenghua. But unlike before, Jiang Zhenghua took off his priest's robe and put on a clean and neat Zhongshan suit, between the eyebrows. He has lost some of his imposing presence and gained more of a kind demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua burst into laughter twice. What, you don't welcome this old man? I saw that Attorney Su posted a sign for a business card on his WeChat Moments, so I mustered up the courage to come and take a look. Just then Su Wen walked out of Fang Yao's office. Upon seeing Jiang Zhenghua, he hurried forward, walked to Jiang Zhenghua's side and spoke. Mr. Jiang, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have gone down to meet you. Judges like Jiang Zhenghua, who have worked in the courts their entire lives, still retain a pure heart and uphold fairness and impartiality. Su Wen has the utmost respect for him. Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen with a kind expression and smiled. What old Jiang nonsense, do you remember what you said in court? Upon hearing this, Su Wen's eyes were instantly moved, a hint of self-reproach flashing in them. Mr. Jiang, you really... Jiang Zhenghua waved his hand and said with a serious expression, leaving the court is good, I've worked there my whole life and I'm tired of it. I was just thinking of trying a change of scenery. As long as I can still do things for the people, I'll be content. Su Wen nodded solemnly and began to speak. As I said before, as long as Mr. Jiang is willing, the doors of Good Luck Law Firm will always be open for you. Perfect timing. We were just about to go eat, let's go together. Just then, a head peeked in from outside the door. Upon seeing Su Wen's face, it flashed a fawning smile and walked in. Eat. Then I've come at the right time. Su Wen looked over with annoyance, only to see Hong Liang swagger in and say something while looking at the massage bed not far away. Wow, there's even a massage bed. That's great. I've been feeling a bit of a herniated disc lately, let me try it. As he spoke, Hong Liang, supporting his lower back, walked towards the massage bed, eager to try it out. Su Wen rolled his eyes at Hong Liang, annoyed. What are you doing here? Hong Liang chuckled and said nonchalantly. I saw your post on WeChat Moments and since I was nearby, I came online to check it out. I never expected to get a free meal. What a coincidence. Jiang Yaokai looked at Hong Liang with a puzzled expression, then whispered to Fang Hui beside him. Miss Fang, who is this? Fang Hui smiled and began to introduce. This is Prosecutor Hong from the Procuratorate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's eyes immediately lit up. Prosecutor, I never expected to run into a prosecutor, what a fruitful day. If we can befriend him, he might be of great use in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Yaokai hurriedly spoke up. Prosecutor Hong, if you don't mind, let's have a casual dinner together tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Wen didn't say much. After all, Jiang Yaokai was hosting tonight, so I couldn't say too much. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang immediately perked up, pointed his index finger at Jiang Yaokai and excitedly said, "Then it's settled. I have a big appetite, so make sure you're well fed." Ha ha ha, Jiang Yaokai laughed twice. Abundant food, definitely abundant food. As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai turned to look at Su Wen and said, "Attorney Su, I've already made reservations at the restaurant. Shall we head over now?" Su Wen nodded. The group then headed downstairs. As soon as I stepped out of the Huanyu International Building, a familiar figure paced back and forth at the entrance as if he were struggling with something. "Old Pang." Su Wen looked at the familiar figure and called out, "What are you doing here?" This man was none other than Old Pang, the detective who had previously acted alongside Su Wen at the Municipal Public Security Bureau and released Aunt May. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Old Pang was startled. He then turned around awkwardly, waved to Su Wen with an embarrassed expression and gave a forced laugh. "Hey, Attorney Su. Really? What a coincidence. I, Jiang, would like to first thank Attorney Su for helping me win this case. Secondly, thank you all for gracing my dinner and for this drink. I, Jiang, will drink it all." Jiang Yaokai straightened up and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. His hearty drinking style belies his advanced age. Hong Liang's eyes lit up as he looked at the food in front of him, but he hesitated, still holding his chopsticks in his hand. Buddha jumps over the wall in clear broth, crab roe soup dumplings, dry-fried lobster, black truffle foie gras. Isn't this a bit too much? Having worked in the procuratorate for so many years, Hong Liang developed a timid and cautious personality. Especially since he was the leader of Group 12. It's said that the blade should be turned inward to restrain internal investigators. Correspondingly, others were also watching him. If he does anything even slightly out of line, a letter of complaint against him will appear on the leader's desk the very next day. The food on this table is now enough to cover his salary and bonuses for a quarter. Old Pang, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating, his eating speed like a tornado destroying a parking lot. As he ate, he also made comments. "This dish was slightly overcooked. The broth in this Buddha jumps over the wall soup has reduced just right. Hey, this pigeon is a little burnt. It would be perfect if it were a bit crispier." However, when he saw that Hong Liang beside him wasn't touching his chopsticks, he snorted softly. "There's no business involved. What are you afraid of, coward?" Old Pang's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, even though they were all employees of the public security, procuratorate, and judicial system. However, the criminal investigation team has never gotten along well with the prosecutor's office. Old Pang especially despised Hong Liang's timid and cautious nature. Seeing that almost half of the food in front of Lao Pang had been devoured, Hong Liang could no longer resist the temptation of the delicious food and picked up his chopsticks to eat heartily. The two were like competitors. In just 2 minutes, the food in front of the two was quickly devoured. Jiang Yaokai watched the two of them devour them like gluttons, his lips twitching involuntarily, but he chuckled happily as he spoke. "Eat slowly, we can order more if you're not full." As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai raised the wine glass in front of him, bent down and walked to Fang Yao and Fang Hui and said respectfully, "Young Master Fang, Miss Fang, I am deeply grateful for your help, both of you. I'll drink this cup in one gulp." When Jiang Yaokai was looking for Su Wen to represent him in a case, Fang Yao lent him 1 million yuan to help with the lawsuit. Jiang Yaokai has now won a major victory in his lawsuit, and the 80 million has been returned to his account. His first priority was not to settle Su Wen's agency fees. Instead, they directly transferred 1.88 million to Fang Yao's account. He knew Fang Yao wasn't short of money, but he had no choice but to do it. Watching Jiang Yaokai down his Maotai in one gulp, Fang Yao lazily raised his glass, took a small sip, and said nothing. Fang Hui looked at the wine glass in front of her, her eyes shining. He then furtively raised the wine glass in front of him, wanting to take a small sip, but was stopped by Fang Yao's stern gaze. "No drinking." Upon hearing this, Fang Hui let out a long sigh of relief, then pouted, put down her wine glass, and looked completely deflated. Jiang Yaokai gave an awkward laugh, then walked up to Jiang Zhenghua. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your fair and just judgment. I'll drink this one down, please help yourself." Then, Attorney Su, I must toast you again. Without you, I, Jiang, might never have had any hope of making any money in this lifetime. Prosecutor Hong, it's fate that we met, I'll drink this one down. I did it. Done. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food. It is worth mentioning that, with Lao Pang and Hong Liang joining in, Jiang Yaokai had all the dishes served again. Even so, the two of them still finished all the food. Phew. Old Pang leaned back in his chair, his belly bulging, food already reaching his throat. Hong Liang wasn't much better off. After the meal, his face was covered in grease. He looked at old Pang beside him and said irritably, "Forcing yourself to eat when you can't, are you out of your mind?" Old Pang rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I'm doing this in response to the Clean Plate campaign, you know that." Looking at the two lively characters, Jiang Zhenghua laughed heartily. Jiang Yaokai drank almost the entire time, and the 2 bottles of Maodai he brought almost all went down in his stomach. Even so, he acted as if nothing had happened, sitting next to Fang Yao with a fawning expression, flattering him. "Old Jiang, I've only heard that when you became the richest man, it was through unfinished buildings and construction projects. What were you doing before that?" Seeing how adept Jiang Yaokai was at flattery and how much he could drink, one can see the extent of his talent. Su Wen's opinion of Jiang Yaokai also changed. After all, Daxia is a society based on personal relationships. He has a high alcohol tolerance and doesn't talk nonsense after drinking. It is a very important ability. However, he didn't yet have a comprehensive understanding of Jiang Yaokai, which is why he took the initiative to ask. Upon hearing Su Wen's question, Jiang Yaokai froze, then blushed and stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Fang Yao's lips curled up slightly and he looked at Jiang Yaokai with a mischievous smile and said, "Speak up, we're all family here." In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Yaokai, curious about what he had done before that made him so embarrassed to talk about it. Jiang Yaokai gave an awkward laugh, then picked up the last glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. "Fine, I'll speak then. If young Master Fang is willing to listen, I will. But after I tell you, you mustn't laugh at me, and you mustn't tell anyone else. I, Jiang, am getting old now, and I still want to save face." Fang Hui's curiosity was piqued by Jiang Yaokai's words. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Yaokai expectantly. "Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone." Jiang Yaokai sighed softly and slowly began to speak. "Before working in engineering, I was always a missionary." Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. Missionary? What era are we living in? The profession of missionary still exists. Upon hearing Jiang Yaokai's words, Fang Hui's curiosity was immediately piqued. She rested her chin on her hands and urged him on with great interest. "You still believe in theology? What do missionaries do?" Jiang Yaokai's face turned bright red, and after coughing twice, he spoke with an embarrassed expression. I'm actually a staunch atheist. But for a missionary, whether or not one believes in God is really not important. What is important is." Jiang Yaokai paused, Su Wen's lips curled slightly, and Fang Hui asked curiously, "What's important?" Jiang Yaokai's face flushed red and he stammered, "As long as you know how to fool people, that's enough." For a moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed. What kind of talk is that? Is it enough for a missionary to just be good at conning people? Those who are just trying to fool people, aren't they all selling crutches now? Su Wen looked at Jiang Yaokai with great interest, his eyes gleaming. With his incredible drinking ability and masterful deception, this old fox is truly a talent. "Old Jiang, what position did you manage to get back then?" Upon hearing Su Wen's question, Jiang Yaokai raised his head with a smug look and answered, "Father, father." The crowd gasped in surprise. That radiant and imposing priest in his white robes holding a classic Bible was actually Jiang Yaokai. Jiang Yaokai grinned, revealing a mouthful of stained teeth. "This doesn't match up at all. You, a priest." Old Pang's eyes widened immediately and he looked Jiang Yaokai up and down. "How did you become a priest?" Jiang Yaokai's eyes darted around and he slowly spoke. 100,000 a year. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. God the hell, 100,000 a year, buying a job for 100,000, only a fool would do something like that. You paid money to buy a position, what were you thinking? Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Jiang Yaokai's face turned red and his neck thickened. He wanted to retort, but looking around, he realized that none of the people present were people he could afford to offend. He could only shrink back and remain silent. Among the crowd, only Su Wen did not laugh out loud. Instead, he spoke up to explain for Jiang Yaokai. 100,000 a year, that's a reasonable price. You must have made a lot of money as a priest, right? Su Wen's lips curled slightly, and his thoughtful gaze fell on Jiang Yaokai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's eyes widened immediately. Goodness, this lawyer Su actually knows all this stuff. Since that's the case, he has nothing left to pretend about. Actually, I don't earn that much, just over 1 million a year. In a short time, the entire room fell silent. More than 1 million? That was 1 million almost 20 years ago. How can a priest earn so much money? Su Wen noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes and slowly began to speak. In fact, the methods of spreading religion are very similar to those of pyramid schemes. Both involve person-to-person transmission, only the starting point and the point at which profits are obtained differ. Moreover, the number of believers had already reached a considerable scale long ago, and therefore they are protected by law. Initially, religious organizations were not profit-driven, but believers also needed to eat, so ways to generate income arose. In any industry, once there is profit to be made, loopholes will be exploited, leading to selfishness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai immediately lowered his head in shame. Su Wen was right. Those believers often donate money and goods. They are also chosen to host many auctions, charity events, and other activities. They even solicit donations from the public to raise funds for religious festivals. Jiang Yaokai. This allows them to take advantage of the situation and amass wealth. Old Pang couldn't help but ask curiously, isn't that illegal? At the dinner table, most of the people were law students. Upon hearing Lao Pang's question, they all fell silent. Su Wen slowly began to explain. During the period when Lao Jiang was accumulating wealth, the regulations on religious affairs had not yet been formally implemented. Although his actions were unethical, they were not illegal under the circumstances. Besides, the statute of limitations has expired, so even if the truth comes out, he won't face criminal charges. Fang Hui and the others nodded. Su Wen was absolutely right. This is why Jiang Yaokai dared to tell everyone about this. Jiang Yaokai waved his hand, grinned at everyone and said, I'm telling you all my secrets now. Let's all stop talking about me and share our own stories instead. As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai glanced at Su Wen twice, seemingly casually. Su Wen's gaze fell on Old Pang and Jiang Yaokai continued speaking. Old Pang, everyone knows the least about you, why don't you go first? As expected of a seasoned veteran, Jiang Yaokai immediately guessed from Su Wen's questions that Su Wen wanted to understand the people present. In Lao Pang, this is clearly what Su Wen most wants to know right now, after all. He inexplicably appeared downstairs at Huanyu International Building and quite coincidentally ran into Su Wen, and then came to the dinner table. Su Wen firmly believes that all the coincidences are nothing more than deliberate acts by someone. Now Aunt May's case is about to begin. Old Pang's presence here instead of helping out in the criminal investigation team must have his own purpose. Upon hearing someone mention him in the chat, Lao Pang was momentarily stunned, then began to feign madness. Old Pang pointed to himself, a simple, honest smile on his face and continued, Sai, I'm just a roughneck. I've spent my whole life in the criminal investigation team and I'm still just an ordinary detective. What stories could I possibly have? Upon hearing this, Su Wen's expression immediately turned cold. He then stood up and addressed the crowd. Let's go. Since some people aren't willing to be our sincere friends, there's no need for us to stay any longer. After saying that, Su Wen prepared to leave. For Su Wen, regardless of Lao Pang's motives for approaching him, as long as he doesn't engage in any of his attacks and keeps Lao Pang away from him, Su Wen doesn't care what tricks Lao Pang comes up with. Seeing Su Wen get up, everyone stood up as if to leave. When Old Pang saw that Su Wen was serious, he immediately broke out in a sweat and hurriedly stood up and spoke. Attorney Su, please. I'll talk, okay. Upon hearing this, Su Wen slowly sat down again, staring intently at Lao Pang, which sent a chill down Lao Pang's spine. Everyone then sat down, their gazes falling on Old Pang. Old Pang sighed softly and slowly began to speak. Have you ever heard of the Bison Special Forces? When Lao Pang spoke, everyone present was immediately stunned. The Bison Special Forces are a sharp blade in the Huxia Army, an elite special forces unit. And their original intention in founding the Bison. It's about eliminating those enemy agents lurking within Daxia's borders. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's expression instantly turned solemn with respect. Among everyone present, he was the oldest. He had heard many legends about the Bison Special Forces in his younger years and had great respect for these soldiers who guarded Daxia. Fang Yao also abandoned his usual laziness and looked at old Pang seriously before asking a question. You mean you came from the Bison Special Forces? Old Pang nodded with a serious expression. That's right, my real name is Pang Guang. More than 20 years ago, I was a member of the Bison Special Forces. As for why I retired from the military, a hint of tragic determination flashed in Pang Guang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, took a deep breath, and continued. I don't want to elaborate on the reasons for my discharge, but I can assure Attorney Su that my approach to you is not malicious. Upon hearing this, Su Wen slowly nodded. In his heart, he was unclear about Pang Guang's purpose in approaching him. However, he did not sense any malice from Pang Guang, otherwise he would not have invited Pang Guang to the dinner party. Just then, Fang Hui asked curiously, So what were your responsibilities in the Bison Special Forces? Upon hearing this, old Pang's face immediately turned red just like Jiang Yaokai's had before. He then lowered his head and whispered, I in charge of cooking. For a moment, everyone stood there stunned, then smiles appeared on their faces. However, what they didn't know was that, in the Bison Special Forces, the cook also has another important responsibility. The leaders, Deadpool, everyone smiled. This is not a mockery of Pang Guang for being a cook. Instead, they accepted Pang Guang's offer to join them. Pang Guang was able to tell everyone about his time with the Bison Special Forces. Nature. This earned him everyone's trust. Moreover, in everyone's hearts, people who come from the Bison Special Forces are definitely not bad people. At this time, Jiang Yaokai and Pang Guang have both explained their past backgrounds. Although somewhat shocking, but everyone quickly accepted these things. Jiang Zhenghua looked at everyone with kind eyes, laughed heartily twice, and began to speak. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you all a secret. Upon hearing this, everyone's curious gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua was previously a presiding judge in the court. In everyone's eyes, he has always been a symbol of authority. What secrets could he possibly have? Jiang Zhenghua chuckled and slowly took out a small notebook from his breast pocket, placed it in front of everyone, and began to speak. This is my secret. Fang Hui was closest to Jiang Zhenghua. Pointing curiously at the notebook Jiang Zhenghua had taken out, she winked at him and said excitedly, Judge Jiang, may I look at this notebook? Jiang Zhenghua nodded. See, the secrets in this notebook aren't that many. Fang Hui curiously opened Jiang Zhenghua's handwriting, but after just one glance, she froze on the spot. What's on this? Read it aloud to everyone. Seeing Fang Hui's expression, Hong Liang's curiosity was piqued, and he urged Fang Hui to read it aloud to everyone. Jiang Zhenghua is a judge and his secrets are truly intriguing. Fang Hui glanced at Jiang Zhenghua hesitantly, and after seeing Jiang Zhenghua nod with a smile, she slowly spoke. In August 2023, my grandson became obsessed with a Valorant game, spending every day engrossed in it, unable to tear himself away and even neglecting his studies. I was a little angry about this and questioned my grandson, what's so fun about games? Quit them right now. But my grandson mocked me, saying I'm too old to understand the trends of young people, and that being addicted to vaping is no different from drug addiction. It's impossible to quit. Hey, I refuse to believe it. What's so addictive about a stupid game? I'm going to see for myself what this game is really like. In December 2023, to help my grandson quit gaming, I secretly gave him the Supernatural game while he was at school and living at home. Now he gets beaten up in games every day and has successfully quit. But what I still don't understand is, when I play a healer, why do people always follow me around calling me mommy? Boy. In March 2024, shortly after the court resumed operations, Vice President Chen Pingping spoke with me, saying I was too stubborn and that we had received too many complaints last year. He told me to learn how to conduct myself properly. The vice dean has always treated me well and I think he's right, so I bought several books on interpersonal relationships to study. In April 2024, I received another complaint. Vice Dean Chen Pingping asked me why I hadn't yet learned how to improve. I'm so wronged, I can recite those books from memory, doesn't that count as studying, humph? Oy. In June 2024, public security, procuratorial, and judicial organs nationwide organized a learning activity to keep pace with the times, the content of which was hacking technology. These kinds of events are usually just formalities, but Vice Dean Chen Pingping insisted I attend. I didn't want to go at first, but the dean mocked me at the meeting, saying I wouldn't understand anything and told me to stay for 2 days and pretend to be sick. I just don't understand. What do you mean by I can't learn it? In early August of 2024, representing the Jiangcheng City Primary People's Court, I achieved first place in the National Public Security, Procuratorate, and Judicial Systems Hacking Skills Competition. There are many, many more such probabilities. Everyone present stared wide-eyed upon hearing this. This isn't a notebook, this is practically a God-making project. No wonder the court officials. Everyone says that Jiang Zhenghua is a very stubborn old man. From this perspective, this old man is not only stubborn, but also has an exceptionally strong learning ability. An old man. To play games with a group of young people and still manage to reach such a high rank. In just 1 month, I was able to memorize the contents of several books perfectly, having never been involved with hackers before. In the end, they actually achieved the best result in the country. Talented, this person is absolutely talented. Mr. Jiang, I now feel that it's a waste of your talent for you to work at my law firm. Jiang Zhenghua chuckled a few times. This is nothing, I have several other types of notebooks at home and they're almost all full. Everyone stood there stunned once again. What did you write in the other notebooks? Fang Hui hurriedly asked. Jiang Zhenghua simply smiled and remained silent. Seeing this, the others didn't press the matter further. Su Wen looked at the group of people at the table and his lips twitched involuntarily. This table? What kind of weirdos are they? Fang's group is owned by the son of the owner of one of Daxia's top 500 companies. Yet he stays cooped up in the small city of Jiangcheng every day. Despite being very capable, he idles away his days doing nothing and always has a lazy demeanor. Fang Zhan, a lawyer suffering from pathological theft who was abducted by human traffickers as a child and still doesn't know his own origins. Jiang Zhenghua, a stubborn old man dismissed by the court for his stubbornness, possesses extraordinary learning abilities. Hong Liang, the head of the 12th team of the Procuratorate, though inwardly ruthless, was adept at navigating complex social situations, displaying the cunning and shrewdness of a seasoned veteran with a skin thicker than a city wall. Jiang Yaokai, he talks a lot of nonsense, is good at flattery, can drink a lot without getting drunk, and most importantly, as a former priest, his greatest ability is to deceive. Pang Guang, the cook of the original Bison Special Forces, combat strength unknown, culinary skills max. What is certain so far is that he has no ill intentions towards me. This table of people, each of them has its own very distinctive characteristics, but one by one, they are all extremely bizarre. Moreover, Su Wen was certain of this. Everyone here has their own secrets. After that, everyone chatted for a long time until it was very late. This meal. The group ate for quite some time, just as everyone was preparing to leave. Most people's phones suddenly rang. Everyone took out their phones, however. After they saw the message on their phones, everyone's face instantly turned cold. The atmosphere in the private room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Everyone's faces were filled with seriousness as if something major had happened. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yaokai wisely stood up and addressed the crowd. Please sit a little longer, I need to go to the restroom. Having said that, Jiang Yaokai then got up, walked directly out of the private room, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him before heading towards the front desk. Seeing Jiang Yaokai leave, Hong Liang slowly spoke. I imagine everyone received the same message just now. Su Wen took a deep breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and spoke in an icy tone. Chen Liangxiang. He's out of prison after the dinner. Su Wen took a taxi alone and returned to his rented apartment complex. The original owner was poor before, so I can only rent a place to live in an old-style neighborhood. The night security guard at the gate is now 80 years old. Therefore, when Su Wen returned to the residential area, he tiptoed around, afraid of making too much noise and startling the security guard. This responsibility. He can't afford that, even so. But in Su Wen's mind, I've been thinking about Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang. Chen Liangxiang has now been released from prison. Aunt May has remained in Jiangcheng City and has not gone out. It probably won't be long. Aunt May would then try to contact Chen Liangxiang, but they wanted to sentence Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang to death. We must find the upstream and downstream of her criminal profit chain. Now, Aunt May's true colors have been exposed to the police, even if Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang were to contact each other. But who knows how long it will be before they commit their next crime. If they keep stalling, it will only waste police resources and Su Wen's time. This is for the police and for Su Wen as well. It's definitely not worth it. Su Wen slowly pushed open the building door and coughed habitually. Cough cough. However, the motion-activated light which should have turned on remained off for a long time. The hallway was extremely dark. It was pitch black. This lousy property management company. They charge such high fees, but they won't even bother to fix a light bulb. They don't display the revenue from public areas, nor do they distribute dividends. They're taking advantage of ordinary people's lack of legal knowledge. What an unscrupulous property management company. Just as Su Wen was complaining, suddenly I felt a chill down my back and my entire body tensed up instantly. I felt the tactile sensation of a round metal object in my lower back. Su Wen slowly narrowed his eyes. It's a gun. For a moment the hallway was unusually quiet. Su Wen could sense that there was another person breathing behind me. However, just a few seconds later Su Wen suddenly chuckled and slowly spoke. You're not planning to kill me, so why are you scaring me like this? Soon. A somewhat hoarse laugh came from behind Su Wen. The voice sounded like that of an elderly person. How do you know I won't kill you? Su Wen spoke with a confident expression. If you wanted to kill me, why were you pressing the gun against my waist? Upon hearing this, the person behind him laughed heartily twice and spoke. Ha ha ha, as expected of the renowned and infamous lawyer, Attorney Su, you are indeed a handsome and extremely intelligent man. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Such a dark environment. How did you come to the conclusion that I am a handsome and talented person? But, upon hearing his voice, Su Wen's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. This sound. There was no hostility towards him. The newcomer's actions at this moment seemed more like a test, or, warn him, let me introduce myself. A slightly hoarse voice sounded again from behind and Su Wen perked up his ears. My name is Chen Pingping. Upon hearing the name of the visitor, Su Wen was slightly taken aback. Chen Pingping? If Su Wen remembers correctly, the vice president of the Jiangcheng City Primary People's Court also has this name. Are you Chen Pingping, the vice president of the court? Su Wen frowned and asked in confusion. You're quite clever, aren't you? Chen Pingping laughed heartily twice, then continued speaking. What, aren't you going to invite me over for a visit? Upon hearing this, Su Wen took out his phone from his pocket, turned on the flashlight and then turned around. However, when he saw Chen Pingping's appearance, his brows furrowed even more deeply. At this moment, Chen Pingping, wearing a black nightgown, sitting in a wheelchair, she was looking at me with a gentle smile. Seeing Chen Pingping sitting in a wheelchair, Su Wen then realized that the reason he held the gun against his waist was that it's because he simply can't reach his chest. Your legs. Su Wen looked at Chen Pingping with a puzzled expression. Chen Pingping smiled slightly, put away the gun in his hand, glanced at his legs, and spoke in a nonchalant manner. I'm getting old and I'm too susceptible to cold. It's an old problem. For a moment, Su Wen was at a loss. I live on the 5th floor and there's no elevator. Chen Pingping rolled her eyes in annoyance and said with a hint of resentment, What's wrong? You're a young man and you can't even carry this old geezer. I even held you in my arms when you were little. Upon hearing Chen Pingping's words, Su Wen frowned and quickly searched his mind for the original owner's memories, but he still couldn't recall any memories related to Chen Pingping. Seeing this, Chen Pingping scolded in annoyance. Don't even think about it. No matter how smart you are, you can't remember anything from when you were 1 year old. Su Wen shrugged. As the vice president of the court, Chen Pingping was of a higher generation than him, so it was unlikely that he would lie to him. He said he had hugged her. Let's hug then. All right, I'll carry you up. Su Wen immediately turned around, squatted down, carried Chen Pingping on his back and slowly went upstairs. It took a tremendous amount of effort. Su Wen then took out his key from his pocket, opened his door and gently placed Chen Pingping on the sofa before letting out a long sigh of relief. A sly glint flashed in Chen Pingping's eyes as she looked at Su Wen's living environment, a smile playing on her lips, and slowly began to speak. I thought you'd be like my son, living in a place that's like a pigsty. Looking at it now, you're actually quite good. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance, poured a cup of tea, handed it to Chen Pingping and asked, "Your boss came to see me tonight, not just to check on my accommodations, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Pingping's expression instantly turned serious. After pondering for a moment, she looked up at Su Wen and asked, "You must have already heard about Chen Liangxiang's release from prison." Su Wen took a sip of water, sat down opposite Chen Pingping and nodded solemnly. "I've heard about it." "Then didn't you feel that something was wrong?" Su Wen was slightly taken aback, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Sudden. He seemed to have thought of something and spoke in surprise. "When will Chen Liangxiang be released from prison?" Upon hearing this, Chen Pingping sighed heavily, her face filled with helplessness, and spoke. "That's right, Chen Liangxiang was released from prison in the evening. According to the stipulated time, prisoners can be released at midnight on the day their sentence is served. However, in Daxia it usually happens between 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock a.m. As for Chen Liangxiang's release date, it was around 10 p.m. This is completely illogical." For a moment, Su Wen frowned. "If you look at it this way, there's a lot of hidden story behind Chen Liangxiang's release from prison." Just then, Chen Pingping looked at Su Wen with a serious expression and slowly began to speak. "The matter between Chen Liangxiang and Aunt Mei is not as simple as you think. Tonight I can point a gun at your lower back. Tomorrow someone could point a gun at your head." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's expression turned serious. "Really? What happened today was entirely due to his negligence." Before Su Wen could speak, Chen Pingping continued. "If I were you, I would book a train ticket to Kyoto right now. Go find your father, then hide." Upon hearing Chen Pingping's words, Su Wen's eyes narrowed immediately, and he spoke in a cold tone. Hey. Father, Su Jianyu, the original owner's biological father." Upon hearing Chen Pingping's words, the image of the original owner's father flashed through Su Wen's mind in an instant. Then a deep resentment appeared in his eyes. Su Wen understood. Although the original owner's soul had disappeared and been replaced by himself, but at this moment resentment towards Su Jianyu arose in his heart. It's this body's instinctive reaction. "I am me and he is him." Su Wen's tone was icy as he continued. "Besides, if I can't even solve Aunt May's case, then I don't need to continue being a lawyer." Hearing Su Wen's resolute voice, Chen Pingping looked at Su Wen with a complicated expression. "Even if it means risking your life, you're willing to do it." Su Wen nodded heavily, then gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. "Human traffickers, they deserve to die." In his previous life, Su Wen not only had a complete understanding of the human trafficking network but also witnessed it firsthand. Those children abducted by human traffickers, even the horrific conditions of infants. In Su Wen's heart, human traffickers are even more despicable than drug traffickers. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingping burst into hearty laughter, laughing until a faint blush appeared on her originally pale face. Only then, to Su Wen's astonishment, slowly stood up. They then left immediately. Seeing Chen Pingping leave on her own, Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. "This old man, why did it stand up and walk away by itself? Isn't it an old problem that you can't stand up? How come you're acting like nothing happened? You just stood up and left, and they even closed the door behind them. Depend on, he was just playing a trick on me." This Chen Pingping is really interesting. Although he had been tricked, Su Wen felt no displeasure whatsoever. Tonight, Chen Pingping didn't seem to say anything, but it completely awakened him. First, a pistol was pressed against his lower back. It reminded me, since his arrival in this world, he has only dealt with civil cases and has not been in great danger, so he has let his guard down. If it were in the previous life, Su Wending remained vigilant throughout the day. because he sent far too many prisoners there. Many people, after being released from prison, still harbored resentment towards Su Wen and wanted to take revenge through violent means. There are even many gangsters and criminals who want to threaten him to help them with their lawsuits and clear their names. Secondly, Chen Pingping also mentioned the original owner's father, Su Jianyu. Although the original owner harbored resentment towards his father, Su Wen only inherited his body, not his thoughts. For this father who came for nothing, Su Wen didn't actually harbor much hatred. More. It doesn't matter. But after Chen Pingping's reminder, perhaps this father who was given away for free can indeed help her in many things. After dealing with Aunt May's case, it's definitely worth going back to Kyoto for a visit. Most importantly, the time when Chen Liangxiang was released from prison, as mentioned by Chen Pingping. Normally, prisoners are released between 8 o'clock a.m. and 11 o'clock a.m. However, Chen Liangxiang was released from prison around 10 p.m., which must have been deliberately arranged by someone. Who is it, and what is the purpose of doing this? Is it to protect Chen Liangxiang, or to send some kind of message outwards? Su Wen frowned and lowered his head in thought. However, the next second, Su Wen's eyes widened instantly. Seeing the black pistol hidden in the corner of the sofa, Su Wen's heart pounded. This Chen Pingping. How did you leave your gun here? This is a controlled item. If someone sees a gun in your house, that's a huge problem. Moreover, Su Wen recognized him at a glance. This gun is the service weapon of a court bailiff. If I keep this kind of sidearm in my possession, it will get me into big trouble sooner or later. Thinking of this, Su Wen immediately picked up the gun, tucked it into his back, put on another shirt to cover the pistol, and hurriedly chased after it outside. However, Su Wen ran all the way to the entrance of the residential area. Chen Pingping was not seen either. This old man, that's really fast. It won't be like what's shown in short videos. Did you go racing cars in a wheelchair? Su Wen sighed helplessly, turned around and walked towards home. Let's wait until tomorrow when I wake up and go to the court to see Chen Pingping. Certainly. Guns cannot be brought to court. We must find a place to hide it first, and we must not let anyone find out before returning it to Chen Pingping. Otherwise, I find it difficult to explain these things clearly. One more thing. Although Chen Pingping is the vice president of the court, but he also didn't have the right to take the bailiff's service weapons out of the courthouse. If others find out, Chen Pingping will likely be caught in this situation as well. The most urgent task is, the goal is to hide this pistol as soon as possible so that no one can find it. After returning home, Su Wen searched the rented room for a long time, turning it upside down. Finally, he made a secret compartment in the desk drawer and hid it there, with Su Wen's methods. Unless it's a very experienced veteran criminal investigator, no one could see through his disguise. This point, Su Wen was quite confident. After hiding the gun, Su Wen lay exhausted on the bed, his mind racing, trying to find evidence of Aunt May's affair with Chen Liangxiang. Thinking and thinking, Su Wen then drifted off to sleep. 3 a.m. bang. A loud thud as the door was kicked open startled Su Wen awake from his sleep, followed by the sound of the door slamming against the wall. Not good. Su Wen quickly rolled over, jumped off the bed, grabbed a lamp from the bedside table, hid behind the door, and pressed his ear against the wall. Several hurried footsteps reached Su Wen's ears. In a short time, Su Wen immediately frowned. In terms of the number of steps, there are at least 5 people who would come looking for trouble so late at night. Revenge, or is it robbery? But whatever their purpose, the dense sound of footsteps had already reached the bedroom door. Su Wen took a deep breath and gripped the desk lamp tightly in his hand. We must fight back immediately to have any chance of escaping. Subsequently, another door was broken down. Without thinking twice, Su Wen raised the desk lamp in his hand and smashed it towards the face of the person who broke in. However, just as the lamp was about to smash into the door-breaking man's head, Su Wen's eyes widened. He stopped what he was doing and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wang Qiang. The person who broke down the door was none other than Wang Qiang, the head of the local police station. No. He should now be called.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.